Hello, hello, hello. Hope everyone had a fantastic New Year's. This video here, as my title says, I'm going to be looking at this video by Nature904. Now, this one was on my recommended, because I just saw his recent video of him doing his rewrite for the God of War series. And in that video, he gave a short, brief recap of the other ones. And they were pretty short, so I want to get like the full context of it. So I found the video here. It's a full-on movie that he did, 4 hours long. So without further ado, I'm going to get this started in 3, 2, 1.
You are now about to witness a masterpiece unfold in front of your very eyes. I hereby present to you Rewriting God of War Ragnarok.
Hold up. Let me stop you right there. Why do you feel like you have to rewrite this critically acclaimed game? Are you claiming that you can do a better job than the developers? Yeah.
You absolute, unqualified moron!
Yeah, God of War Ragnarok was an excellent game. Everybody knows this already, and it is easily one of my favorite games of all time. But I know...
Yep. Ragnarok was hyped. 2018, I very much enjoyed that one. Given I played all the Greek games. So when they were going to move on to Norse mythology, I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. I like the bond between Atreus and Kratos in the first game and how they incorporated different aspects of Norse mythology, like the Valkyries and the 9 realms that we were able to explore. But I would say Ragnarok was okay, but I would have liked if it was at least kind of like how the first 3 were. So you had 2018, then you have like a middle game, then you have God of War 3. I think it would have been much better pacing wise and gameplay and character wise if they split Ragnarok into 2 other games. So you have 2018, maybe the second game would be like Fimbulwinter, God of War Fimbulwinter, because Baldur dies, so when he dies, that's the start of Fimbulwinter. And then the third game could have been just God of War Ragnarok, and then the end of the series right there. In my opinion, I would have much enjoyed that.
Know that I am not the only one who feels like this game left out a lot of untapped potential. And that is the purpose of this video today. I'm creating a new series where I'm going to be rewriting the story and altering the gameplay of God of War Ragnarok until I am satisfied. And before certain individuals get started, I do not think I could do a better job than the developers. I'm not a writer. I never claimed to be a writer. Just consider this a God of War.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT.
Let's be real. Most
fan fiction. Now allow me to make like a presidential candidate and display all of my promises to the world. So my very first change of the story, and this is a very big one, Ragnarok will not just be one game. It will be split into 2 parts. If I were to name these 2 games, it would be God of War Ragnarok Part 1 and God of War Ragnarok Part 2. Yes, I'm copying off of the Deathly Hallows. What are you going to do about it? I heard people say that only having 2 games for the Norse Saga was a good thing because having a third one would have been overdoing it and it would have been a repeat of the original trilogy, but I disagree with that. One way that the modern God of War saga differentiates itself from its predecessors is how they put a lot of spotlight on the side characters. Almost every side character in here has their own story arc and their own personality. And in God of War Ragnarok, there's a lot of characters. Ragnarok has a lot going on, almost even too much that they have to wrap up in this 30-hour long story. And I believe if you had a third game, this would be able to remedy this effect because it would give us more time to pace things out. And it would not be a repeat of the Greek saga at all because the narrative would speak for itself. Now, I say all that stuff to justify this significant change, but the only reason why I'm adding a third game because I think it would be cool. The next thing that I'm going to be adding to this rewrite is there's going to be more Norse characters that's going to make an appearance. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that Ragnarok doesn't have enough Norse characters, but when I was researching Norse mythology, I feel like there's a couple of characters that didn't make an appearance in the game, which really should have. Now, this is not necessarily improving the story, but I'm adding these new Norse characters for the purpose of the variety. And that is all I'm going to say for now. Stay tuned to watch how everything else unfolds. Now, starting off the rewrite, I'm not really about to change much in the first part of God of War Ragnarok because it's already too good. The introduction of God of War Ragnarok in the beginning part of the game is already really good on its own, and in my opinion, doesn't really need to be altered. The only thing I'm going to do is add a couple of minor details that I'm going to expand upon in the future. So yeah, the story starts off exactly the same. Kratos is going to be looking sad in that cave until Atreus comes up, and then they leave the cave and get attacked by Freya, and then they're able to run away from Freya and go home and see Fenrir die.
Okay, yeah, I agree. So he's going to call part one Fimbulwinter from what the text says. And I agree there. Now, he is right. The beginning part of God of War Ragnarok doesn't really need to change that much because I think it's an excellent introduction of the game. So he's good. He's good there with his look at that being kept. So I wonder what other stuff he might add later on.
He transferred his soul, and they walk in, try to get some rest, and he dreams about Faye. All that stuff is exactly the same. It is only when we get to the gameplay is when we will see our very first change. I'm not sure if everybody's default controller inputs are the same, but y'all know how Circle's main purpose is to interact with shit, like hop off of a ledge or climb over something or swing on something. We're gonna give Circle a bigger purpose. Now, hear me out. In the rewrite, if you tap Circle,
This AI tool will create a stunning ebook.
Kratos will be able to hop. Is that it? Yep. That's the first mechanic that I'm adding. Kratos will be able to hop if you tap Circle without any other inputs, and also if you're not standing next to something he can interact with. Now, I know some might find that a little bit underwhelming, but keep an open mind. The potential will be tapped in very soon. But as we return to the narrative, it is going to be pretty much the same recipe all the way up until Kratos gets done fighting Atreus as a bear. As they begin to head home, they see the dead bear on the floor and the cubs left with their dead parent. And Atreus still feels guilty, and Kratos still says how intentions doesn't matter, only consequences. After they get done fighting their set of enemies, they see a wolf on top of one of the hills that the raiders came down from. They look and see that the wolf has glowing purple eyes and begins to bark at them until they hear a loud crack of lightning, and then the wolf runs away. Atreus comments on how he never seen a wolf with glowing purple eyes before, and hearing the eye color of the wolf, Mimir seems a little concerned and uneasy, but he doesn't say anything about it. They continue on home, and everything plays out pretty much the same. Thor and Odin pulls up to their house and make the peace offering. Kratos refuses, and then they get on with the fight. The only thing I'm going to be changing with the first Kratos versus Thor fight is I'm going to add another move to Thor. So basically, in the second fight, he has the moves where he can fly up in the air and attack you from there, or he can like teleport or zip around real fast with his hammer. I'm basically going to be adding those moves to Thor when he decides to fight with his hammer. I'm also going to make Thor's health bar way more beefy, so when you hit him, his health barely goes down. This shows that Thor is way stronger than that, and he's way more durable than that. And it also shows that Kratos is pulling back his punches, and he's not really going to be able to do anything to Thor until that final punch, of course. I'm not making his boss fight longer. I'm just making his health bar more beefier, and it's just going to seem quicker when he gets stunned. But when he gets stunned, he's not going to be on his knees or nothing like that. He's still going to be standing up. You just got to press R3. Did I mention that I'm going to be buffing the Norse gods in this rewrite? It's not going to be a buff that's going to be too significant, but it's going to show that they are just as competent, just as powerful, and just as intelligent as their Greek counterparts. But other than that, the Thor fight ends exactly the same. They both leave Kratos and Atreus alone for a minute until Atreus has to show Kratos about that prophecy that he found. So when they reach that prophecy, I'm going to be changing certain details on the story that they are shown. In the original prophecy, Odin captures Skull and Hati, and then the giants free them and send them to Vanaheim, where they chase the sun and the moon. But what I'm going to be changing is, instead of just chasing the sun and the moon, they're actually going to be chasing Sol and Mani from actual Norse mythology. So instead of somebody kidnapping the moon, somebody's actually going to kidnap Mani himself, and that's going to be a part of the story as we progress. The final...
Okay. That's a good change to it. And I like how he's going to be adding more of the Norse gods that are in the mythology. That was one of the things I was very much looking forward to, were the inclusion of more Norse gods and goddesses from the myths, because there really wasn't that many. We certainly had Heimdall, Thor. I did enjoy Druid, given that when I searched her up, she isn't that well known in the mythology. So I like that part of them including her. You had Sif and Odin, and that's about it in terms of the Norse gods that they included.
Final change that I'll be making today is when you have access to the menu, when you get to unlock new moves for the axe and the Blaze of Chaos, you'll notice that barehanded combos will be put back into the game. I have no idea why they decided to take them out, but it was just a horrible move in my opinion. It don't say because of the spear. I find that to be not a good enough excuse in my opinion. The barehanded combos in 2018 made Kratos so much faster, and it added so much more variety. I love the spear, but come on, it's no reason why we shouldn't have had both. But other than that, that concludes the part 1 for this Ragnarok rewrite. Part 2 will be coming out soon, and we're going to meet Kratos and Atreus again, where they're going to be looking for Tyr in Svartalfheim. Keep in mind when creating this rewrite, I'm assuming that I have a gajillion-dollar budget and I have absolutely no deadline to go by. This is something that video game developers do not have the luxury of exploiting, because we all know that video games and stories take a lot of work to create. I, as a fan, am merely building upon the foundation that has already been set and also exercising my imagination.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with.
Now, it has come to my attention that the hop mechanic is a pretty controversial and incorrect change, because what I did was I made it so if you press circle, Kratos will be able to freely hop. But the problem with that is there's a bunch of shit on the ground that also requires circle. So in order to avoid taking the hop mechanic out of the game, because I really want it in there, I have come up with my own solution. So instead of using circle to pick up healing stones, artifacts, and opening chests, I'm going to replace that command with R3, the same button we use to do executions. But allow us to pick up where we left off. We are currently in Svartalfheim searching for Tyr. Everything in the story plays out exactly the same up until we reach our first Grim encounter. Now, I am pretty sure that we are aware of the different type of enemy attacks that we have to defend against. There is the yellow circle attack where you can block, but it will leave you open to damage, so it is recommended that you parry or dodge. There is a red attack where you absolutely can't block or parry, so you have to move out of the way. And then there is the blue attack where you have to shield strike the opponent before they get the move down. But in this encounter, I'm going to be adding another move that you will have to defend yourself against. These are going to be sweeping attacks where the opponent attacks your legs, and this will be signaled by green circles on the screen. If you get hit by this move, Kratos will fall down to one knee, leaving him vulnerable for another enemy to get a hit in. And in order to defend against this move, yep, you guessed it, you have to press circle to hop. But this isn't like your average jump rope session at recess. When you're in the middle of the air, you'll be able to punish your enemy by pressing R1. Kratos will do a ground slam similar to Death from Above. This attack also stuns the enemy if they're weak enough. And also, if I were to add some hidden tech, if you're doing a running attack towards an enemy while they're doing a sweeping attack, you will automatically dodge the move since he's technically jumping in the air. And also, you have to press R1. If you press R2, it's not going to do nothing because that move is not unlocked yet. As we continue the story, Kratos, Atreus, and Mimir will still encounter that brief little earthquake, which Mimir will assume that is because of the mining that is going on in the lands. While the mining rigs will still be a prominent thing in Svartalfheim, that will not be the reason that they just experienced that earthquake. More on that later. But other than that, everything plays out the same all the way up until they reach the city of Nidavellir. When they enter the city, the alarm will go off as usual, but they will notice that all docking areas are closed off and there are no other boats in the water to be found. Atreus will be the first one to notice this fact, and Mimir and Atreus will both agree on how weird that really is. And whatever is blocking the dock, Kratos will just break off so they can just dock and land there anyways. If you look around the docking areas, you will notice that there are a few signs that says no sailing allowed. And when Atreus goes to knock on the doors to talk to one of the dwarves, they will say, "We don't want any trouble," and another one will say, "And stay out of the water." Atreus will try to ask them what they mean by that, but the dwarves will quickly shut it down in fear of being involved with the foreigners. But other than that, everything plays out pretty much similar. Sindri gives Atreus his brand new sonic upgrade to his arrow, and everything is the same all the way till they reach what's his name? The dwarf that's playing the music, Rab. While a talented musician is letting you know of Durlin's location, he will also inform you that you are breaking the laws of Nidavellir, for no one is allowed to set sail by boat because the water is infested with a kraken. This will come to Mimir's shock because he knows that krakens are not naturally living nowhere near the city, which Rab will tell them that Odin was the one who set the kraken there after the failed rebellion of the dwarves. After he says all of that, that's when he will let Kratos know about the head's mess, which we all know has something to do with the mining rigs. And then that's when you're allowed to walk out and Sindri gives them the compass. And then they will continue to talk about the kraken that they just heard about. Mimir will inform them that krakens are very large and dangerous creatures that live in deep waters, but they usually are nowhere near the city, and they can be found in Svartalfheim and Midgard. We will also get some dialogue from Kratos here. He will let them know that he is well aware of what a kraken is, for he has fought one before, referring to his boss fight back in God of War 2. This will come to Mimir's surprise, for he is not familiar with any krakens existing in the land of Greece. Kratos will then continue to tell Atreus to be prepared for anything when they enter another boat, since they have no choice when traversing the water. To their surprise, they make it across the river, safe and sound to Durlin's office without any interference with the kraken. The Durlin conversation goes pretty much the same.
For fucking up my desk!
I'm only going to be adding one more line towards the end. When Atreus is interested in the little octopus Diener, Durlin is going to make a little smart remark saying if you want to meet his mother, go take a swim in the river. This is just a joke though. Diener and the kraken are not related. Kratos will then respond in a strong tone, letting them know that they are already aware of the kraken's existence and that they are leaving now. So I'm going to be altering a couple of moves from the Dreki boss fight. So you know it has a tail whip attack where it turns around and whips you with its tail. Occasionally, it will be a green sweep attack, which you will have to jump over, and other times you can just block, dodge, or parry. Everything seems to go as planned. They make it to their very first train tracks where Mimir name drops Heimdall for the first time, and then they get off of that one and make their way up to another train track where they get attacked by a bunch of Grimm, and then Atreus cusses. After Kratos decapitates the troll and they have their little final enemy encounter, they will notice a realm tear in the middle of the water below. This realm tear slowly turns into an enormous tentacle which wraps around and destroyed the majority of the platforms that was in that area. The shaking causes Atreus to slowly slide down into the river, and Kratos tries to grab and save him, but the shaking makes Kratos fall as well. Kratos is able to save himself by using one of the blades to hold himself against the wall, and he sees Atreus has completely fallen down into the river, but his head is in the air. He uses his other blade and throws it down into the water, yelling at Atreus to grab onto it so he can pull him up. To their left, they see the same tentacle destroying everything. To their right, they see a red pillar that they are able to swing on. Kratos tells Atreus to climb up and jump, and Atreus does so, and Kratos jumps on the red pillar as well, making it to safety. They turn around and watch as the tentacle pulls everything down into the portal with it as the realm tear slowly closes. Then Atreus will react, saying, "Oh, so that was a kraken," and then this is when they will have the conversation of how he lost control. And as for the level that the tentacle just destroyed, you can no longer reach that area from that direction until you come back with another item. Other than that, I'm not making no more changes. Everything is literally exactly the same. Atreus is still being a manipulative asshole that he's always been. Kratos is still being a passive character. Mimir is still being Mimir.
We desperately need your support to save this house of Allah. Your donation will help install new prayer carpets, new wudu areas, a new
all the way until they find Tyr. In the original, Kratos and Tyr are both pulling a little bolt chain thingy until they notice that people of Asgard is coming to get them, and then they start pulling faster. But in this rewrite, that's not going to happen just yet because they got something more dangerous to fight. As they see the water shake, they try to pull the chain even harder, but it's not enough because they see another tentacle come out of the water below, destroying the platform that they're in, making Kratos, Tyr, and Atreus fall underwater. Kratos begins to swim around uncontrollably, trying to see his surroundings. He looks in the darkness of the water and sees a glowing purple eye that's bigger than himself. Kratos automatically understands that this is the Kraken that's attacking them, and knowing that, he begins to attack back. He throws his axe towards the eye, which freezes it, and pulls out his blades to do a combination elemental attack, which causes a large purple explosion, which erupts Kratos, Tyr, and Atreus out of the water and back into land. Everyone is on the ground slowly getting up, drenched in the water, and Atreus is gasping for air, saying that he hoped that we didn't have to see this Kraken again. And Kratos yells, "Prepare yourself," as he sees the Kraken's head emerge out of the water, getting ready for a fight. This Kraken will have the power to realm tear. And in this boss battle, the Kraken will use both of his front tentacles to climb up on top of the island, blocking each exit that Kratos and Atreus has to get to. And you have to do damage to it in order for it to let go, while he uses his other tentacles to make portals and try to attack you, doing stabs, slashes, and slams. In this battle, you'll be able to manipulate those realm tear attacks using the portals to attack the tentacles that the Kraken is supporting itself on. If you look closely around its skin and its tentacles, you can notice small little yellow cracks similar to the ones that you have to throw the spear in to detonate, implying that this will not be the first time you encounter this beast. When you get its health down low enough for an R3, so it's available for an execution, its eye will land closer to the island that they're on, and Kratos will try to go and attack the eye again. But this time, the eye will glow a bright purple and explode right before Kratos is able to hit his axe on it. And then the Kraken stands back and shoots a purple beam out of his eye into the sky. This causes an enormous realm tear to appear above the sky, which is almost the same size as a cloud, and you see a meteor come out of it. Atreus and Mimir react in a shocking manner, and Tyr says if that meteor were to land, it would do damage to the city. Kratos then replies, "Then we must stop it," and Atreus asks how, and then Kratos just says, "To follow my lead." Kratos commands Atreus to shoot a sonic arrow into the eye of the Kraken, which angers the Kraken and makes it slam one of his tentacles on the land that they're on. Kratos is able to roll out of the way and jump on top of the tentacle, running towards the head of the Kraken. Kratos uses his blades to climb on top of the Kraken's head so he can get enough height to reach the meteor that is steady closing in on them. Kratos will then use his blades and stab them into the meteor, trying to pull it down, and this will enter a quick time event where you have to smash circle. Once you get the quick time event down, the Kraken will start to shake its head wildly, trying to get Kratos to lose his footing. But then Kratos will jump off of the head using the impaled blades to pull the meteor down and bash it straight into the Kraken's head, making it sink underwater. Everyone will assume that the Kraken is dead, and then that's when they will notice Odin's forces coming down from the Bifrosts, and that's when they will run away and try to get to the realm between realms, and everything plays out the same.
Okay. I do like this inclusion of Kraken boss fight. Gives it harkens back to when God of War 2's boss fight when you fought the Kraken in that game, but in this is given different mechanics. So at least he's not changing too much stuff, but at least he's changing bits and pieces. And I do like the mechanic of Kratos jump hopping because in the game he could. That's something I wish they. I don't know why it took that out. They should have kept that part because that was one of the best parts in the game where you could just jump, just doing a simple jump and you're fine. But the new ones, that's not allow him to jump.
All right, real quick. In my previous part of this series, somebody made a genius level comment in the comment section, basically saying how, hey, you know how every weapon has an invade R1 attack? Why not give them an invade R2 attack as well? Which is exactly what I'm going to be doing. So y'all know this move right here for the Blaze of Chaos? Well, instead of that being an invade R1 attack, I'm going to be changing it to an invade R2 attack. And the evade R1 attack is going to be replaced with retreating slash from 2018. And as for the Leviathan Axe, the evade R1 attack is going to be the same, but the evade R2 attack is going to be River of Knives. So instead of holding R1 to do it, you have to evade and press R2. And I will be replacing the hold R1 attack with Strike of the Utgard, which is one of the runic attacks. If you look in the skill tree for the Blaze of Chaos, you'll notice that the Scorch sweep attack, if you upgrade it some more, you'll be able to do 2 additional sweeps by pressing R1 2 more times. And as for the axe, you'll be able to upgrade the Whirling Storm attack in the skill tree as well. And if you upgrade it, you'll be able to do it 2 more times in a row. And the animation will be basically Nord's Tempest, which is the light runic attack. So I'm combining both of those moves together. But that's all I'm going to change about the combat for now. Let's get into the story itself. We have reached the part of the story where Tyr has been rescued. And now Kratos and Mimir are alone in a room and they're having doubts of where this plan is going to go. Atreus overhears their conversation and he makes a mental plan in his head until Sindri interrupts them. And then he tells Sindri about his plan to leave to Midgard and convince Freya. But this time, Sindri is able to talk him out of it. Sindri does not talk him out of it entirely. He just encourages him to wait on the plan and for now, get a good night's rest. He reminds Atreus that we've only retrieved Tyr just now. They've only just got home. So we should wait and be patient and see what Tyr really becomes before we make a risky decision based on our doubts. Atreus will reluctantly agree and he will proceed to walk inside of the house with Sindri to get a good night's rest. The camera will then transition into Kratos having another dream, but this one will be very brief. Kratos will see nothing but black, but he will hear his dead wife's voice again, saying that time is running out and there is much to do. But when she says this, he will hear faint screams all in the background. Kratos will wake up abruptly and disturbingly, but not as violent as the last time he had this dream. And once he is able to calm himself down, Mimir will ask him what did he dream about this time. But then Kratos will move his focus into the present and say, we must plan our next move. This is when the dinner scene will begin. And for the most part, everything is the same, but except for Kratos and Mimir already knowing the plan, and so is Tyr, they will not know the plan and they will have to come up with it while they're eating. Kratos will inform Tyr about all the shrines that they found on their journey, and this is when Mimir will bring up that they should look for one in Alfheim. To all of my squirrel fans out there, do not worry, Ratatoskr is still in the game. And as for Alfheim itself, conceptually, story-wise, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same, except Atreus has never heard of Ironwood at all at this point. And the only thing I'm going to be doing is making some gameplay changes. For the light elf enemies, you know how they have that charge slash attack that they do towards you? Not only will you be able to block, parry, dodge, you'll also be able to hop over it and punish it with a ground pound.
You're going to be really blown away by this. Just going to press this and see what it gives us.
No, thank you.
Now, if you're not familiar with the hop mechanic, I suggest you go back and watch part 2. On pillars where you can swing from, there will sometimes be a flying elf flying near it trying to shoot you. Here you will be able to swing on the pillar and press R3 near the elf to do an execution, where he throws the elf on the ground using his blades. The levels can be designed to when at times you will swing on multiple pillars in a row without stopping. This is a little similar to the platforming in the old games, but not quite. All stunned enemies will give out different execution options. One will be the usual execution, and the other one will be a throwing execution, doing damage to surrounding enemies. And finally, I will be slightly changing how the level looks. When they reach near the light of Alfheim, there will be huge floating Twilight Stone cubes floating around the sky. They can be used in combat as well, but others will be so high around them that it will be hard to reach. But other than that, everything in Alfheim is the same. The only really difference is Atreus has never heard of Ironwood until now, so he is convinced by Mimir that it's not really real. When they return from Alfheim, they will begin the second dinner scene, where Tyr hypes Atreus' head up, which angers Kratos and puts the two into an argument. When Atreus storms into his room and Sindri joins him, Atreus will decide to sneak out and go to Midgard. He wants to show his father not only that the prophecy is true, but also that he is more than just a son and is capable of doing things on his own. Sindri will still accompany him on his journey. And I know this may be a deal breaker for some people out there, but in the rewrite, you will still have to play as Atreus.
No, please. Even with a rewrite, the Ironwood scene is in. Like, that was one of the worst parts of the game. It was so slow. It was so boring. It wasn't even necessary, in my opinion. Or at least it was necessary. At least they could have increased the pace a little bit. Like, it was so slow. I'm like, come on, just finish.
I know, it's bad. There's gonna be a lot of changes though. For starters, Atreus will be able to hop and punish opponents just like his father. Story-wise, dialogue-wise, and gameplay-wise, everything will be the same between Atreus and Sindri, except when they reach Jormungandr and he tells them Ironwood, Atreus will come to the realization that Ironwood is indeed real. Everything plays out the same until Atreus and Sindri reaches the shop, and when Sindri tries to fix it up and Atreus tries to hurry up and go look for Freya, Sindri will tell him to wait because he needs his help with something. Atreus at first will refuse, thinking that Sindri is just trying to distract him and trying to make him change his mind. Sindri then responds, if your plan goes terribly wrong and Freya tries to kill you, will you simply let her do it? When face to face with danger, you have to have insurance. Come and help me fix up my shop and I'll make it worthwhile. As they are fixing up the shop, this is the moment when Sindri brings up to Atreus how he needs his opinion on his story of how Brock died. I will be adding more details to how Brock died. So originally, there was an accident in the forge, and that's how he died. But in the rewrite, I'm going to be adding a little more to that. So basically, somebody gave Brock and Sindri a commission to create a weapon that is fit for a giant, but the forge that they had at the time was not capable of making such a weapon. But them being overly ambitious to prove themselves as blacksmiths, they took the commission anyways. He proceeds to tell Atreus about how he was only able to retrieve 3 parts of his soul and how he's been keeping it a secret this whole time. And then Atreus' reaction is pretty much the same. After they finish their heart-to-heart moment, they will also finish setting up the shop. And this is where Sindri will pull from his bag of bag of tricks 5 silver arrows with a gold finish. Sindri will tell him that he got these from Svartalfheim and they are Draupnir arrows, which detonate on impact. If things go south, and I mean really south, use those very wisely. You only have 5. Sindri then continues to stay at his shop and not go any further with Atreus. When you make your way over to the Council of Valkyries, you will not be able to use those arrows in combat. When Atreus enters the Council of the Valkyries, he will not find Freya, but it will only be a trap. As he is looking around the area, seeing if he can spot Freya anywhere, he hears a wolf howling. He turns around and sees the same black wolf with purple eyes. The black wolf becomes hostile like last time, but this time there is no thunder to make it run away. Atreus will have a mini boss fight against the wolf, and the moveset will be the same as any regular wolf. Once you are able to get the best of this fight, the wolf will transform into a man. He will have the appearance of an Aesir. This man will be known as Vali, son of Odin, brother of Thor and Balder. He will know who Atreus and Kratos is, and he will reveal that he is here to avenge Balder. His appearance is also insane looking, just like Balder's. He will then say, I hope fighting me as a wolf wasn't the limit of your abilities, because I want a real fight. His personality will also be similar to Balder's. Atreus will attack, and he will let him attack him, but it does nothing to his health bar or to him at all because his blows are weak. The Aesir will throw a punch at Atreus when he gets bored, which Atreus will be able to dodge. In that moment of time, everything will be black and white, and Atreus will be hit by an invisible punch which will cause a shockwave and will send him yards away. Atreus will begin to think to himself, how is he hitting me? As his nose begins to bleed. Vali will then walk up to him calmly and say, I said I wanted a real fight. Atreus will get mad and try to hit him again, but it does nothing to him. Vali then tries to attack Atreus again, and most of the time, Atreus is able to defend, but it doesn't matter because he gets hit by an invisible blow, doing lots of damage to him. Once Atreus is barely able to stand, the man will grab Atreus and throw him hundreds of feet into the air, sending Atreus into the frozen lake of the Nine. Right before Atreus hits the ice, Vali will then catch his fall. He will then start choking Atreus with one hand, which will act as a hopeless QuickTime event, where Atreus desperately tries to kick Vali in the face using R1. Vali, every time he gets hit, begins to laugh hysterically. Sindri will appear out of nowhere and ask Atreus what is happening. This will cause Vali to look towards Sindri's direction. Atreus will then yell at Sindri and tell him to get out of here as he begins to transform uncontrollably. Atreus turns into a bear and bites out of the chokehold, tossing Vali a couple of yards away. Atreus charges as a bear, but Vali gets up and makes quick work of him. Every punch thrown causing a shockwave in the atmosphere. This sends Atreus back into his human form quickly, gasping for air and coughing up blood.
Make it a habit. A 10-minute.
No. Okay, yeah, I see how I like it. I like his inclusion of Bali now. So at least I know he has ideas of including other Norse gods and other Norse gods as enemies.
Atreus is terrified as Vali walks up to him. He tells Atreus, you were never ready to step out of your home. Mistletoe won't do the job this time, but do not worry. I'll make sure your father keeps you company as you roam through hell. Atreus grabs a Draupnir arrow and shoots it in the middle of Vali's head, and it instantly detonates and stuns Vali, causing a big wound. Atreus begins to take this opportunity to run away. Running off a primal instinct, he turns into a wolf and runs towards the direction of their old home. As he reaches near the frozen woodlands, he will hear barking behind him. Vali has reverted into his wolf form and is now chasing Atreus. Atreus is able to reach near the area of their home, specifically where Kratos and Balder fought, quickly due to his tremendous speed as a wolf, but he will suddenly transform back into a human. In the rewrite, Atreus still cannot transform or control any of his animal transformations yet, but he is still able to transform into him when he's under a stressful situation or he is feeling a strong emotion. Atreus is able to stand and realizes where he's at. He's right next to where Kratos and Balder fought. He looks around and does not see anyone anywhere and does not hear anything. But then suddenly out of nowhere, the black wolf jumps on Atreus and tries to bite him, but Atreus pulls out his magical shield on time. As he lays on the ground holding his shield up, Vali continues to snap at him as if he is just a wild animal. Atreus will struggle to pull out another Draupnir arrow and stabs it in the neck of the beast. He lets go of the arrow and it detonates. The force blows Vali into the crater caused by Kratos and Balder. You hear a faint weep of a dog transform into silence. Atreus begins to collect himself, wiping the blood from his nose. He makes haste and tries to use the portal to get back to Sindri's house until Kratos steps out of it. When Sindri saw the fight, he hurried back to the house and told Kratos that Atreus was in trouble in Midgard. Kratos will have a similar conversation with Atreus as the one when he returned from Ironwood, except Atreus won't say anything like, who's keeping you safe, because he has yet to see the prophecy. They will be interrupted by Hellwalkers, which you will have to fight as Kratos until Freya in her Valkyrie armor shows up. The boss fight will be the same as the original, but the end will be very different. When Freya tells Kratos every agony, she will stab him once again. Atreus will get mad and try to step in, but not as a bear, but as a human, and he gets knocked out. Freya will pick up the body of Atreus and look at Kratos and say, "A son for a son," and then she will use her Valkyrie wings to fly away. As she takes off, Kratos will use his blades to stab into her back as she flies, sending Kratos in the air with him. Kratos will yell at Freya, telling her to release his son. She causes Kratos to run into some trees, making him fall and lose his grip with the blades. When Kratos falls to the ground, he looks up and yells Freya, but he only sees a bird in the distance, slowly fading away. Freya and Atreus are gone. So before we get on to the story, we have a couple of combo and gameplay changes that I want to run by. First, we're going to be adding some.
Okay, that was a good inclusion. Let's see what else he has. Inclusion's going to add to the gameplay mechanics.
Delayed R1 and R2 attacks to the Blades of Chaos, suggested by a comment section on the last video. So the delayed R1 attack for the Blades of Chaos will be basically Whirling Chaos from 2018, which can be upgraded to go even longer if you press R1 2 more times. And then second, we have a delayed R2 attack for the Blades of Chaos. I like to call this Napalm Rise. Kratos will sprint towards any desired direction or to a locked on target, dragging his blades across the ground. He will then jump while pulling his blades upward, explosively launching an enemy into the air. This can be upgraded to be able to press R2 2 more times, launching them even higher. The final change I'm going to be adding is going to be with the barehanded combos. If you do a light chain combo and finish it with a heavy, instead of him doing a Spartan kick, he's going to finish with an uppercut, which launches the enemy into the air, allowing you to combo them. Kratos falls into the dark frozen woodlands. He yells for Freya's name as she flies away with Atreus, being nowhere to be seen. Kratos lays on the ground and begins to get up. Mimir says to Kratos, "We best not let her get too far. Where does she possibly plan on going with the lad?" Kratos has a mildly angry look on his face and says, "We followed the direction she flew." Kratos runs through the woodlands and encounters a number of raiders and hillwalkers. Kratos will combat with them. In this area, the trees will have yellow symbols on them, which Kratos will be able to climb on with his blades and swing on. Raiders will have grappling hooks and will be able to latch onto the trees as well. You can either hit them off with the axe or you can execute them by jumping from one tree to another. Kratos will be more brutal in this combat section. If you launch an enemy into a tree, the force will cause the tree to fall down, and if enemies are in the way, they will be splattered, leaving blood on the snow. Once you finish this combat encounter, Mimir will say, "We better hurry," as Kratos runs towards the direction of the Lake of the Nine. As they travel through the woods, Mimir will reflect on the situation. Out of all the times she attacked, I never imagined she would go this far. A son for a son. Do you think she mean Kratos cuts Mimir off?
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her.
She will not hurt Atreus. Mimir will then respond, saying, "I hope so, brother." Kratos and Mimir reach the frozen Lake of the Nine. Mimir asks if he sees Freya. Kratos responds and says he doesn't see her at all. Mimir then replies and says, "This isn't good. We can't just search the entire realm looking for her. Maybe somebody's seeing exactly where she went." Kratos automatically assumes he's talking about Jormungandr. Mimir says it may be our only option. They make their way to the bridge where they have to fight off a couple of hillwalkers, but they are able to make it to the horn of the world serpent. They see that it's covered in snow, but Kratos makes quick work of that with his blades, melting all the snow around it. Mimir is able to reach the horn and blows it, signaling Jormungandr as he appears. Mimir begins to speak the ancient tongue, asking Jorm if he's seen where Freya flew off to. Jorm responds. Mimir tells Kratos he says he didn't see where she went. Kratos grunts angrily and begins to turn around, walking away with haste. Jorm continues to talk. Kratos slowly turns around as Jorm's voice shakes the area. Mimir translates, but there may be something that can help find her. Kratos grabs Mimir's head, asking him what it is. Mimir continues. He claims to know a place where Freya could be hiding, says that he's seen her go there multiple times and film it with her. and he says that he'll take us there. Kratos slightly nods to Mimir. Then Mimir speaks to Yorm, agreeing to go with him. Yorm will then rise his head high into the air and slam it into the frozen lake, destroying the surface of ice. The impact shakes the area around them violently. Yorm's head will rise from the destroyed ice, which allows Kratos to jump on top of it. Yorm's body will rise, and they will leave the Lake of the Nine, with Kratos and Mimir on top of his head. They travel through a thick cloud of mist for some time until eventually they reach a place in Midgard they've never seen before. Most of the area is covered in complete snow and no trees are to be seen in any direction, all except for a large patch surrounding a mystic gateway, which is full of vegetation. Yorm sets them down and begins to leave. Kratos and Mimir look around the vegetated area and find some interesting things. But the most important thing that they discover from this area are foreign artifacts unfamiliar to Kratos. Mimir looks at the artifacts and is shocked. He says, "This can't be." Kratos asks him what it is. Mimir says, "Brother, these artifacts are from Vanaheim, which means Freya learned how to go to another realm." Kratos asks, "How is that possible?" And Mimir says he's not too sure. The only way he sees this working is with outside help. Certainly not Brock and Sindri, and definitely not Odin. Kratos turns his head over to the Mystic Gateway. He asks Mimir, "Do you think that's where she went?" Mimir replies and says, "There's only one way to find out." Right after they say that, they hear a familiar voice go like, One gateway to Vanaheim coming right up." They turn to see Brock walking up to them. They ask if Brock is coming with them, and Brock warns them that Vanaheim is unfamiliar territory with unfamiliar folk. You will be entering her home. Mimir says that he's got a point. If Freya can truly travel to her homeland, she has the advantage, influence among the people, and most notably, Freyr. Brock will say that it would be wise to enter Vanaheim and not make yourself too famous. Kratos will grow impatient of this talk, and he will say, "The people of Vanaheim are not my concern. I'm going to find my son. If they want to stand in my way, so be it." He then will ask Brock if he can open the gate, which he will proceed to do so, and they will enter Vanaheim for the first time. In the rewrite, I will be altering the terrain of Vanaheim. The green nature aesthetic and all the vines and stuff will still be there. It'll still be present. But this time, the realm will be divided into multiple giant sky islands. Kratos, Mimir, and Brock will appear at the edge of one of them. They will take a moment and look around the skies and the islands that occupy them. The multiple islands will surround one big island that has a sword hilt, which is tall enough to be seen from anywhere. In certain areas, there will be wind currents coming from the seemingly bottomless pit, which is below the Sky Islands, reminding you of the wind currents from God of War 3. As the gang witness the vastness of this realm, they will notice 3 sets of wings surrounding the center island, flying around it. The first one is an unfamiliar set of metallic wings with a dark silver color. The second one is a golden metallic wing color, which Mimir will point out could be Sigrun. Mimir will be surprised thinking that Sigrun could be revived. But as they are looking at the wings, the ones that they think is Sigrun, it begins to fly away, not being seen at all. And the third one is not metallic at all. It is a natural bright orange color. Freya is on that island. Kratos will think to himself, what could she be planning to do?
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel better.
Brock will then say, "Unless you got wings like them Valkyries, I don't see no way of you getting there." Kratos will then point to the surrounding islands, saying that they will have to travel to them one by one to get to the middle. Kratos, Mimir, and Brock will travel through the first island, and the level will be pretty much...
Okay, I am liking how he incorporated, given Vanaheim of some variety, because it seemed like every realm seemed the same. I do like the floating island concept, because that would have been very nice, because we know that Vanaheim is more like a magical base type of area. So I am liking this new change that he's incorporating.
Pretty much the same as when you reach Vanaheim for the first time, all the way until we get to the point where Brock is supposed to get kidnapped by the trap. But in the rewrite, instead of Brock being kidnapped by the trap, he will decide to leave Kratos and Mimir on his own to go look for the Freyr's camp. Brock believes that if Freyr finds him before he finds Kratos, it will give Kratos more time to look for Freya and Atreus without being interrupted. Brock will walk into the woods and then turn around and tell them to get going already. I got a new recipe cooking for dinner, and I don't want your boy missing it. Mimir will then say, the bastard's gonna get himself killed. Is that foreshadowing? I don't know. Rewrite, anything can happen. Kratos and Mimir will reach the edge of the island and see the next island they have to get to, but it is too far for Kratos to just jump onto. The next island is also to the left of where they are and is below the height of their current island. Directly in front of them will be one of the air tunnels flowing upward. This involves a simple puzzle where Kratos connects one chain from the blade of chaos onto the other blade, increasing its length. He throws the extended blade to launch onto the next island. You will use the left stick to slowly pull it until it's on top of the air current. This will make the island closer and now above the height of their current island. Kratos will use his blades to grapple onto the next island. The second island will be fundamentally similar to the portion of Vanaheim you explore after you meet Freyr. The only difference here is that in some enemy encounters, there will be small holes on the ground which will release air currents. If you throw an enemy onto them, they will go in the air, being immobilized by the wind for a moment. If you step in one, it will be the same, except you can still do range attacks, like throwing the axe. When climbing up certain walls, you'll have to face combat as well. Some Einjar will be able to climb on areas you need to get past. Use any weapon to perform a light or heavy attack. Their stun meter fills up quickly, so they will be easy to execute. If you are jumping from one wall onto another, you could do an automatic execution if an enemy is in your way. This island will end after you kill the mini-boss of Fiske. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Kratos and Mimir reach the edge of the second island, getting ready to go on to the third one. As Kratos begins to pull the third island closer to their position, Mimir will shout, "Behind you!" But right as Kratos turns around, only to get blitzed by a dark Valkyrie with silver wings. She sends Kratos to fall, but he hangs onto the chains of his blades that were connected to the third island. You have to climb up to get onto the land. But this Valkyrie is fast. She grabs Kratos by his head and flies above the island. She looks at Kratos and says, "Slayer of gods, unworthy to challenge the queen." Kratos will then punch the Valkyrie, which releases her grip, but then she replies with a punch of her own, sending Kratos flying all the way to the island. He hits multiple trees as he falls down to the ground. When Kratos gets up, you will enter a mini-game similar to the one in 2018 when you fought Magni and Modi. The Valkyrie will taunt you, as Mimir and Kratos will try to talk their way out of the fight. She will not listen to reasoning as you hear her fly around the forest. She will attack from different directions, which you will have to block, but her last attack will be a low sweep flying with her wings. You'll have to press circle in this QTE, which will make Kratos hop over and grab her with the blades, slamming her to the ground. The battle shall begin after this point. Her name will be Gol. Why Gol? I just looked up a Valkyrie name. Gol will have a similar moveset to Haris in this fight with a unique move. She will fly low and try to knock you off balance, which you could either hop, roll out of the way, or latch onto a tree. There will be a couple of trees to latch onto. From the trees, you can hop off and do a ground pound. If you stay on a tree for too long, she will attack you, throwing you onto the ground. Gol's spear will have the element of fire when she attacks. If you are able to apply frost, she will take more damage. Gol also has a ground pound of her own, similar to Ganaz, which you can either shield strike to interrupt or latch onto a tree. Once you get her to halfway health, the fire around her will extinguish. Gol will rise and create a powerful wind current, blowing Kratos and the entire island back. Kratos tries to use his blades to hold onto a tree, but the tree breaks off, flying away from the wind. Kratos uses his axe to just barely catch the edge of the island. Mimir warns him that the island is about to smash into the other one. Kratos will then turn around using his legs to push away from the two islands, stopping them from combining, which you will have to mash circle. Kratos successfully pushes the island away and gets back up. Gol is still there, but all of the trees are gone, and you can see all of the islands from here. She continues to taunt. Kratos and Mimir try to reason again. She doesn't listen, loyal to the Valkyrie Queen. And this is when phase 2
how childhood neglect creates romantic obsession in women. When you grow,
will begin. Her element of choice has switched from fire to wind. She can slash the air with her wings, creating a projectile of wind, which you can either block or dodge. She can use her wings for an unblockable attack, which she launches you into the air, leaving you vulnerable for an air attack. Her ground pound also launches you into the air, which you will have to shield strike to interrupt because all the trees are gone. When you get her health down for an execution, Kratos will then use his blades for a long-range style whipping her every time she tries to retaliate, until one final violent slash sends her to the ground to bleed out. Goal has died in the honor of her queen. Kratos looks down at the newest victim added to the list. Mimir then says, well, I guess it was either her or us. Kratos remained silent for a moment. She stood in the way of my son. She left me no choice. Kratos begins to walk past her body. He looks over to the center island, their target destination, but the terrain has been altered. The islands aligned originally with the center one has been moved out of reach completely. It seems to be no way to make it to the island. Mimir speaks. Well, that has to be the greatest form of inconvenience. What are we going to do now? Kratos slowly turns to look at the corpse of Gold. He grunts and then tells Mimir, we will use her. Mimir automatically sees what he's about to do and says, oh, no, it's one thing to rip off a Valkyrie's wings, but to use them as your own? That is just too far. Kratos replies and says, I do not see another way. What Freya is planning to do is an uncertainty. We will not let any distance stop us. Kratos begins to rip the silver metallic wings off of the back of Gaul. The camera drifts its focus to the island for a moment, then back to Kratos as he stands up. Kratos has acquired the wings of a Valkyrie. Around the island, multiple Anyar will appear from the Bifrost teleportation. You will have to fight them. And this is where I'll be introducing air combos, man. This is the only reason why I made this fucking rewrite. This is how air combos will work in God of War Ragnarok. While pressing circle allows you to...
Yes. Now this is a very, very good idea, including a Valkyrie and giving you the reason as to why Kratos would have wings in the game, in the Norse games, because that was one of the things I wished they kept. Like, come on, the Icarus wings are fine, so in this game there's Valkyries, so just take the Valkyries' wings off the backs and then use them. Like, bam, you acquired the Valkyrie rings, and now you can glide and hover like in God of War 3.
The hop holding circle will charge up a wing launch similar to Icarus Ascension in God of War 2, creating a strong wind around you and whoever's near you. If you were to tap circle twice, it will act as a double jump, and a second tap will launch you into the air using the wings. If the enemy isn't a heavy one and has a yellow health bar below, they will be launched in the air with you. If you successfully juggle an enemy, you could tap circle at any time to automatically launch you and the enemy in the air. But if the enemy is heavy or tougher, you'll have to juggle them to launch. While in the air with an enemy, you can typically get 4 hits in before falling to the ground. Certain attacks have different natures in the air. Any attack that is a slam throws the enemy and yourself back into the ground. You can dodge while in the air too. If you was to hold the stick in any direction and press X, instead of rolling how you would do on the ground, you would do a dash with the wings, similar to the movement of the Valkyries. And whatever combo you do in the air, any heavy finisher will just be a ground pound. Once you are done testing out the new wings, Mimir will say, fought like a true Valkyrie. You should have stolen a pair of wings sooner. This will definitely get us to the island. Best not to wait any longer. On the edge of the island, you will use multiple wind tunnels to propel you upward as you glide through the sky. You do this until you reach your final destination. When Kratos lands on the final island, you will have one more enemy encounter. After that, he will begin to run in a dark wooden forest, but the camera doesn't follow him anymore. It rises to the dark parts of the screen and then transitions to Atreus being wrapped around in the vines. Atreus is trapped as he sees Freya near a campfire sharpening her blade. The conversation that they'll have is pretty much identical to the original series when he found her in Midgard. Atreus will try to get to her good side and try to plead with her good nature with the intention of having her join the team eventually. The only difference really is going to be Atreus is going to be confused on how they're in Vanaheim in the first place since she was cursed. She will respond by saying, "You don't know what it took to get me here." Atreus proceeds to explain all of the events of what they found in Jotunheim, of Odin coming to Midgard, Groa's prophecy, of how they found Tyr. Freya is going to be surprised by all of this information. She almost seems to be considering joining the fight. Atreus may have gave her something she hasn't had in a long time, but then suddenly she hears somebody scream her name. Freya! Hearing Kratos' voice took whatever she had away in just an instant. Her face changes to an unyielding rage. Kratos can be seen some yards away running towards her. She turns into a bird and flies to his direction, while Atreus is yelling at them, telling her to wait a second. His cries are on deaf ears. Freya reverts back into her human form and clashes with Kratos' shield once again with her sword. Kratos says while holding back his anger, "We do not have to do this. Release my son." Freya will look into the eyes of Kratos for a moment, and then she will let out a fierce battle cry. Vines rise from below to grapple onto Kratos' leg and takes him for a ride, slamming him back and forth onto multiple trees. Atreus continues to yell, urging them not to fight. Kratos will use his axe and throw it onto the vine that's holding him, setting him free and falling to the ground.
Hey Bermuda, it's Alonzo Bowden. Listen, you just got a couple of weeks to get your tickets for Just for Last Bermuda. We're going to have a great lineup.
He gets up and sees Freya ready to battle. Mimir also tries to talk some sense into Freya, but she doesn't even hear it. She puts on her helmet and they begin to fight. This is how the Freya boss fight will go. Her basic offensive attacks and movements will be similar to the Vanity's fight, but this time she will have more Vanir magic to her arsenal, such as using her vines to immobilize you, similar to the second boulder fight, and she can use them to throw boulders at you, which you will have to dodge out of the way. If you hit her with the same attack over and over again, there's a chance you could get parried, which could either lead to you getting immobilized, which will allow her to get a hit in, or just her dashing out of the way with her wings to maybe do a range attack. If you try to use your wings to fly in the air, she will use her vines to quickly pull you down, doing damage. She will even react to Kratos pulling his wings out, saying, "How dare you take her wings? I will rip them from you." She will also have other dialogue sections too, like Kratos saying, "I did what I did to save you," and her replying saying, "You had no right," or her just saying, "You will pay for his life with yours, the blood of my son, the blood of my sisters." And it's even dialogue with Mimir saying, "Freya, this isn't who you are." And she would just reply saying, damn you all." Once you get her health bar down to 1 bar, a cutscene will emerge. They will both stop for a moment, huffing and puffing, tired from the battle. Kratos will continue to talk to Freya, saying that he apologized for everything and telling her this is not the way to get peace. Freya will then respond angrier, saying that "you have no right to tell me that." The camera will focus on Atreus as Freya makes the vine surrounding him throw him hundreds of feet into the air. As Atreus is looking around the air fearful, the camera will turn to show Kratos flying up to him with his wings, only for Freya to intercept him. The camera changes his focus back to the fight. Freya punches Kratos in the face repeatedly, screaming, telling him to die. Kratos begins to punch back, which releases her grip, sending Kratos flying. But he is able to stop his fall with his new wings. He looks over to see Freya flying over to Atreus, grabbing him and flying away. Kratos will then chase after them. This will include a flying minigame section, similar to the Pegasus sections of God of War 2.
Okay, that's a good idea there. I can see he's incorporating different parts, different elements of the Greek games and giving them a reason as to why they're in the Norse ones. So that's a good little idea there.
You will have to chase them down while dodging arrows, Vanir magic projectiles, and rocks. You will be flying around the Sky Island domain. You can use your axe to throw it at her to slow her down, or even use your blades to attack if you're close enough. Once you stun her enough, a cutscene will appear. Kratos will frost his axe and slam it onto Freya's back, hurting her very badly, which leads Atreus to fall. Kratos will call out to his son and dive with his wings to catch him. He is successful. Freya is nowhere to be seen. Kratos begins to fly over to the first island they came from. The camera focuses close up to them as Kratos asks Atreus, was he hurt in any type of way? Atreus will say that he wasn't. Mimir will suggest that they should get home before she comes back. As soon as they reach the first island, very close to the trees, Freya will come out of nowhere, helmet off, and stab Kratos in the back. Vines rise from the island and grab Atreus and toss him to the island. Freya and Kratos are falling down together. They begin to free fall. In the heat of the moment, Kratos will get the upper hand of her. As they get closer and closer to the ground, Kratos pulls out his blades as Freya struggles. Mimir tries to yell after Kratos, saying, "Brother, don't do it." But Kratos is only using his primal instinct. He uses both of the blades and stabs it into Freya's chest as they slam violently into a tree. Blood splatters everywhere. Kratos, both hands onto Freya's chest, realizes what he has done. Kratos goes into a state of shock. Freya spits out blood as she slowly bleeds out from her chest, pinned to a tree. Kratos says to her, "No, I did not wish to harm you." Freya will slowly reply, "You think that you can hurt me, Kratos? The little I had left in this world was already taken from you. There is nothing left to even feel. Not anymore." Freya grabs the blades and pulls them out of her chest. Her blood splatters onto Kratos. She falls down and continues to cough out blood and bleed out. Kratos looks at his hands, completely covered in red. His voice shakes as he talks. This is not how it was supposed to end." Freya then responds, telling him that you can't defy destiny. I've tried it already. Kratos would then turn to Freya, begging her to try to heal herself or try to revive herself in any way. She would then tell Kratos to let her be. Do not rob her of this choice again. Kratos steps away from Freya and continues to drown in his guilt until he hears Begir scream and swings his sword at him. Kratos is able to dodge out of the way. Before they start fighting, they hear Brock yell at him, telling him to stop. Begir disengages to look at Brock as he walks towards him. Brock goes like, "Are you fucking blind? White skin, red tattoos. How hard is that to notice?" Brock sees the pool of blood surrounding Freya. He goes like, "Holy shit." Atreus arrives to the scene and is in complete denial of what he is looking at. Kratos doesn't look at Atreus and he continues to look at Freya. She hasn't passed out yet. The rest of Freyr's group arrive, including Freyr. They ask what's going on. Freyr sees his sister for the first time in forever, thinking she was dead the whole time. But now it looks like she's actually gonna. He runs to her and tries to comfort her and sees her wounds. Freyr looks over to Kratos and he asks, You hurt my sister?" Kratos doesn't respond. Freyr talks again, telling his group to go after them and kill all of them now. Mimir is yelling at them saying it's time to go as Freyr's group approaches and begins to chase them, shooting everything they can at them. Kratos and Atreus make a run for it and reach the Mystic Gateway. They are able to escape Vanaheim and they land in the realm.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is
Between realms. Starting off with a couple of gameplay changes is not going to be much in this part, but I will be adding another option to the Frost Awakens.
Okay, that was a good idea there. Given that it was kind of rushed that Freya forgave Kratos that easily, because I know it was one game. So if they were given an extra game, they could have maybe done more with it. So I do like this here. Like, yeah, Kratos and her, they fought, and Kratos killed her.
Instead of pressing R2 to do a different move, you can hold R2 and it activates Glaive's Storm just to add more runic attacks to his moveset. As you know, air combos have been added to the rewrite, so enemies can be stunned while in the air, allowing you to press R3 to do air finishers. There's going to be 2 versions for the axe and 2 versions for the blades. Starting with the axe, you have an alternative version of Serpent Snare, where he throws the enemy onto the ground, onto other enemies. The other one is when Kratos grabs an enemy with the axe and uses his wings to rise even higher in the air, just to slam them to the ground. For the blades, the first one will be Kratos stabbing his blades into the enemy, igniting their bodies from the inside, causing them to explode in flames, and for Kratos to pass through them while in the air. The second one will be Kratos using his left blade to slice an enemy in half, sending the upper half flying, and then Kratos will grapple the upper half of the torso with his right blade, igniting it with a blazing explosion. Spartan Fury has air combos. If any enemy is in the air, Kratos will jump to unleash on enemies while in the air without his wings. Press and circle uppercut small enemies into the air, and R2 smashes them back into the ground. We start off with Kratos, Atreus, and Mimir walking in the realm between realms. No words are spoken. Kratos is still covered in Freya's blood. They walk through the door and reach Sindri's house. On the opposite end of where Ratatoskr lies, you can see Tyr doing something at the edge of the land, holding a strange device, but then stops when he sees everyone returning home. He is surprised to see Kratos' condition and tries to ask him what happened, but Kratos ignores him. They walk into Sindri's house to see Brock already there. Brock was in the middle of telling Sindri everything that just happened. Sindri at first denies all of this until he sees Kratos walk inside. His condition says it all. Kratos puts Mimir on a table as Sindri asks Atreus if he's okay. Sindri then asks all of them if Freya is really dead. Mimir will then say, "She was relentless. We tried to get away from her, but she wouldn't let up." Atreus will then say, "Well, we don't know. When we left, she was still alive. What's stopping her from healing?" Mimir will then respond saying, "She didn't want to heal, lad." There is a moment of silence until Sindri asks, "So, what are we doing here now?" Atreus looks at everyone, takes a breath, and hesitates to say, "I think we should keep going." Everyone looks at Atreus like he's crazy, except for Kratos, who's currently in his own head. Atreus continues, "The truth is, everywhere we go, it still isn't safe. Everything that has happened is all because of Odin. We have to be one step ahead of him." Sindri responds, "Are you forgetting that you almost died twice now?" Atreus then says, "But I didn't, and I won't." Tyr will then butt in saying, "I don't think a war is the answer to the safety you seek." Atreus replies, "Maybe it won't have to go there. There are answers out there we are missing, ones that we are so close to finding, and I think I have an idea." Atreus looks towards Kratos to ask for his consent. Kratos looks at Atreus and says, "No, be ready in the morning. We'll be going home." Atreus responds, "But we..." Kratos cuts him off and stares straight at him. "We are done. It is over." Atreus will respond, I don't get it. You want to go back home where Odin can easily find us. Why can't we just continue?" Kratos responds, "Every moment we continue, you are put in danger." Atreus replies, "We are in danger anyway. I know that Freya is bothering you, but for now, we have to close our hearts to it for the bigger picture." Kratos responds in a stronger tone, "That only took place because you went out to Midgard alone. You still haven't told me why you were there. Was it to see Odin?" Atreus answers, "What? No, it was to find Freya, to get her on our side." Mimir steps in, "But then you were attacked." Then Atreus will respond, "And I survived on my own. I know how to handle myself." Sindri cuts in, "Like how you handled Freya?" "I could have. She was listening to what I had to say. She wasn't going to hurt me. She was going to join us. Until she saw you. You would blame me for saving your life. I blame you for never trusting me with my future and my life. If you want me to trust, then why do you hide your intent? Because you're being a complete asshole." This conversation will transition into their argument that they had before Atreus runs off to Asgard, except Freya will not be there for obvious reasons. The scene will end the same, with Atreus losing control and turning into a bear and attacking Sindri. The difference will be when Atreus bursts through the gateway, the camera will not follow him. It will follow Kratos instead, chasing after him. Kratos will use the stone to go to Midgard, trying to see if he could catch Atreus before he meets Odin. Kratos transports to their home, yells out to Atreus, but he doesn't see him anywhere. He runs towards and past the gate of the dogs, trying to see if he sees him anywhere in the woods. Kratos will hear growling to the side of him and quickly raise his shield as a black wolf with purple eyes tries to pounce on him. Kratos easily deflects this, sending him into a tree. The wolf transforms into his human form, rushing at Kratos even faster than before, throwing a punch. Kratos is only able to react by grabbing his arm as he becomes face to face with Vali for the first time. Vali smiles at Kratos and says, "I found you." Without Vali making any sudden movements, Kratos receives an invisible blow to the stomach, sending him into multiple trees, which Kratos blocks the impact of breaking these trees with his shield. Vali pounces from tree to tree like an animal to catch up to the flying Kratos. A quick time event will appear where you will have to press circle to stop Vali from hitting you. Kratos will grab Vali's arm and slam him into the ground. Vali will then do a roll to the ground and land on his feet. Vali will then speak again. "You see, I don't get how you two are related." Kratos will then yell impatiently, saying, "Move out of my way!" Kratos will charge at him, only to get punched in the face by another invisible blow, which sends him to the floor. Vali walks up to Kratos as he gets up, holding an engraved spearhead. He continues to talk. "You look nothing alike." Kratos goes for another punch, but Vali slashes him with the spearhead before it lands, and kicks him a few meters back. He speaks again. "And you actually have the strength of a god. That boy, I almost mistook him for a mortal." Kratos throws his axe towards Vali, but he catches the axe and throws it right back at him. Kratos gets pinned to a tree by his own axe. He returns the axe to his hand, but then is pinned back by an invisible object, stabbing him in the chest. Vali casually walks up and says, "Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't know why I'm here." Well, Thor lied. Your blood debt is not paid at all, even though you look like you've been paying another one. But you owe a lot more. But there's good news. Your son can help. So first, I'll collect it from him, and then I'll come back for you. Kratos activates Spartan Rage, which blows Vali a few meters back. Vali begins to have a purple aura around him, and his body begins to dissolve. Kratos breaks out of whatever was pinning him, charging at Vali, as Vali only says, "Now I see the resemblance."
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead,
Vali's entire body dissolves, and Kratos ends up punching the air. Vali is gone. Kratos looks around and sees a snowstorm has appeared. Kratos, now injured, walks into the windy, snowy mist until you can't see him anymore, and it will transition to Atreus walking out of the mist, looking for someplace warm. Everything involving the runaway mission with Atreus will be the same. Atreus will make it to Freya's house, where he will reunite with Charlie and light a fire inside, where Odin's raven will appear and transport Atreus to the realm of Asgard. Atreus will be transported into the sky, where he will fall straight onto the Great Bifrost Bridge. He gets up to see the bridge connected to the plains of Ida, and further, you can see the wall of Asgard. Atreus runs across the Bifrost Bridge and will notice how similar it feels to a bridge made of Alfheim light. Other than that detail, this level will be the same. Atreus will reach New Midgard and will meet Skilder for the first time. Skilder will tell Atreus all about how the wall is not welcome to anyone who isn't an Aesir god, and how Odin saved all of them from Fimbulwinter. He will be interested when Atreus tells him that he has magic and he's Odin's apprentice. And when Atreus decides to go climb the wall, he will be interrupted once again by a grown-looking woman on a horse running from the direction of the wall. She almost hits Atreus with her horse as she stops on the wooden bridge they're on. Skilder yells at the woman, saying that you almost could have killed him. And she replies, saying, "Sorry, I didn't see you there, Skilder. Who is this you're with?" Skilder will tell the woman that this is Loki and that he just met him. And then he will tell Atreus that this is his big cousin named Gefjun, and she's been exploring the realm ever since they got there. They continue to tell Atreus that she explores because she's trying to make a map of every realm that she visits, and she's been trying to get over the wall to see what Asgard looks like to finish her map here. Atreus thinks this is cool, and he promises them when he gets past the wall, he'll come back to tell them what it looks like. Gefjun will say her thanks and say her goodbyes as she uses her horse to ride away to explore Asgard even further. Atreus continues to the wall, followed by Skilder. The wall climbing section with Atreus will be mostly the same, but I will be changing the climbing slightly. There will be certain parts where rocks break apart and Atreus will lose his grip, but instead of him automatically regaining it, there will be a random button command to press in order to do so. When he jumps onto another climbing area, he will sometimes lose his grip and there will be a button command. If you fail, Atreus will fall and a screen will cut to black. But for the most part, things are the same. After that, Heimdall will meet Atreus at the top of the wall, help him up, begins to insult his entire character. He brings him to the Great Lodge, only to further embarrass you until Thor tells him to stop, and he tells Thor to take a shower. Odin will show up and tell both of them to piss off. Odin will show you around Asgard as usual. You will see Hrist, Mist, and Gná. Right after he gives the Anyar his blessing, they will turn around and hear screaming as 3 Anyar are sent flying over the fences. They will hear a loud voice say, "You cannot fuck with a god." Atreus and Odin will see a drunk warrior approach them. He will have short red hair with a full red beard, a cone-shaped helmet, chainmail armor with a flowing red cape, and a battle skirt. He will be holding mead while stumbling around drunk. Odin will then say, "They, what are you doing?" They will respond saying, "Training." He will then spit on the ground and stumble closer to the fence. He looks at Atreus and asks Odin, "Who's the new pet?" Odin will then respond, "This is my new associate, and you can't train the soldiers properly while drinking piss." They will respond, "You insult my adventures again, and I will start Ragnarok right now." Right after he says that, an Einar will come and tackle him off the fence, and they will both fall down yelling. Atreus will ask Odin if that's his brother, and he will say, "Unfortunately." And then they will move on to the next stop. Odin and Atreus teleport back to the lodge, and once they do, a large black wolf with purple eyes will come and walk up to Atreus. Atreus will yell frightened and back up and pull out his bow. The wolf does not respond in any way and just stares. Atreus will look at the wolf and become slightly confused because he will realize that this wolf is missing a leg and is replaced with a prosthetic one. Odin calms Atreus by saying, "Whoa, there's no need for that. He's not going to hurt you. You're safe." Odin will then turn to the wolf, which still has no emotion, and will say, Vidar, do you mind? You're scaring our guests." Atreus slowly lays down his bow as Vidar transforms into his human form. Vidar will have the appearance of a shirtless man with long, blonde, flowing locks. He's the same height as Thor, but has a more toned physique and a shaved beard, which is still visible. If you look down, Vidar will have a prosthetic left leg in the shape of an iron boot. He looks at Atreus with a calm expression, and Atreus looks at him and says, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else." Vidar does not respond. Odin looks at Atreus with a concerned look and says, "Someone else? That means you already ran to Vali. I'm sorry to hear that." Atreus tells Odin how Vali attacked him and how he came to avenge his brother, but Odin will insist that he wasn't the one who sent him. He will then explain to him and say, "You see, when your father did what he did, Vali was the one who took it the worst. I tried to explain to him that revenge is not how we move forward, but kids, they think they know everything. Vali was one of my most talented, but he was causing trouble. I had to banish him."
After 50, you need that. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your...
But for now, you won't have to worry about that. This is when the books will come for Atreus, and they will continue to walk inside the lodge, and Odin will tell Vidar to get out of here. The rest of the Odin tour will be the same. Thru will have the same reaction of meeting Atreus for the first time. You can walk with her around the lodge, but in the rewrite, you'll be able to step outside the lodge and explore Asgard, and Thru will follow you. Asgard won't be much, it'll just be a village to run around, but there will be some interesting encounters. You can see villagers walking around talking about random things, and Atreus, as he walks with Thru, will ask her about certain questions. First, he will ask her about Ve, and she will respond saying that's her father's uncle, and they were drinking buddies back in the day. If Atreus asks Thrude about Vali, she would say that she didn't know him very well, and she would quickly change the subject. You can't walk into every building, but there will be one building which the door will be wide open, and if you walk in, you will see people praying and doing some sort of ritual to the gods. An Aesir god will stand among them, guiding them through the ritual. He has short blonde hair, full blonde beard, a simple garb, and a blue cape. He will be holding a spear. This will be Vili. When Atreus steps into the room, they will stop what they're doing and stare at him. Atreus will awkwardly leave, saying that this is the wrong building. Once they leave, Atreus will ask Thrude what...
Okay, I like how he's given Odin's brothers some character. given one, we don't know much about them, given after the Norse creation myth, they kind of just went away, with Odin being the main one being remembered. So at least in this rewrite that he's doing, he's giving more character to the two brothers and the other and the blind god that's also in the myths.
What that was all about. And Thur will say, oh, that's Heimdall and Vidar's dad. He governs all prayers made to the gods and gives them blessing. Another encounter will be a farm-like area where you can see Vidar once again tending and feeding some goats. Atreus can try and make conversation with Vidar, but he will just nod his head and continue to feed the goats. Once you leave the area from Vidar, Atreus will ask Thur, why doesn't Vidar say anything? And Thur will say that Vidar has been mute all of his life. He was born that way. Atreus will feel a little guilty and apologize because he didn't know. Along a certain street in Asgard, you will hear an Aesir yell, "Death to the God Killer!" You can see a group of Aesir protesting with signs on buildings showing a poorly drawn, marked warrior with white skin. You see a wooden dummy with a red mark coming down its eye as someone takes their sword and chops off his head. The protesters will cheer with swords and pitchforks and say, "He killed the sons of Thor! He murdered Balder! Justice will come to him!" Atreus will stare at this madness, and Thor will tell him to ignore it and that they should head back to Grandfather. Once you talk to Odin, he will give you Ingrid, and you follow him to his basement. There will still be a tear in space representing all knowledge and truth, but in the rewrite, there will be another tear standing right next to Odin's desk. When Odin shows Atreus his other eye, Atreus will ask, "So what is that one for?" pointing at the tear next to his desk. Odin will hesitate to respond and say, "Death. True death, beyond Helheim and Valhalla." Or you can say, "It's a piece of her." Atreus will look down at the mask, and Odin will say, "Now you understand. Fate, Ragnarok, vengeance, they're all distractions. If we gods were to fall, there will be no sanctuary for life to reach. I intend to stop that from happening." They will begin to decipher the language of the mask, but the clue that they find will not take them to Muspelheim, but a place in Asgard instead. Thor will still accompany you on this mission, and Odin will still be a mean father to Thor. Odin will drop them to a place in Asgard so far away that you are barely able to see the wall. They both look and see a large snowy mountain that they will have to approach, for the mask is pointing in that direction. Thor will still have the same energy, telling you to do your damn job. You will walk up to the bottom of the mountain and see a large mineshaft tunnel entrance, which is blocked off by rubble. Thor uses his hammer to break through and they enter the tunnel. Atreus will notice that despite the old rubble blocking off the entrance of the mine, the tunnel is brightly lit up by numerous torches. Atreus will say that he thinks someone could still be around, but Thor does not care. The first enemy encounter will be a couple of Grims, and here I will be introducing some new gameplay mechanics for Atreus. When Atreus entered his new room, Odin left him a wrist guard made of Asgardian steel, which changes his moveset a bit. He will wear this on his left arm, and when an enemy tries to hit you, time L1 to do a deflect where the enemy's attack slides off of his wrist guard, allowing Atreus to instantly stab the opponent with a knife, doing good damage. If you double tap L1 with Atreus, he will use the knife with his left hand to automatically trip lighter opponents, doing lots of stun damage. The trade-off is you cannot block with this wrist guard at all. If you trip an enemy and the stun meter fills up, you can press R3 to automatically stab the enemy on the ground, killing them instantly. Atreus will have more options with his hop mechanic. While circle is a single hop, double tapping it against an enemy will make Atreus kick off of an enemy while in the air, propelling him backwards. If you hold forward while double tapping circle, he will jump up and over the enemy, propelling him upward. Both of the options will put Atreus into a momentarily slow-mo state where you are free to shoot anyone around you. You can also use the grappling hook in the state to pull yourself onto an enemy. The dialogue between Thor and Atreus is pretty much the same. They will see that the torches lead to a high place that they can't reach, which Thor will grab Atreus and jump with him like the original. Once they land, they will see a group of humans walking around. They see that Thor is there and they instantly run away. A few nightmares, White and Wisp, will appear that you will fight, followed by a few nightmare corrupted people. Once that's done,
98% of the people hearing a voiceover generated with Speechalo can't tell it's not a real human voice.
There we go.
Thor will talk about the blood payment again. Then they walk into a narrow hall with a railroad where the rubble blocks the way. Thor takes care of it again. The hall will end in a massively destroyed space, which Atreus will have to platform around in order to get to the other side. Thor will just use his hammer to fly past. Atreus uses his grappling hook to swing onto multiple platforms. And while he's in the air, close to Thor's position, Thor will throw Mjolnir at Atreus, causing him to hang onto the hammer in the middle of the air. Atreus looks down and sees only darkness if he were to let go. Thor will threaten Atreus like the usual, and Atreus will ask for his trust. A nightmare corrupted human will appear behind Thor, and Thor will snap his fingers, sending Mjolnir and Atreus straight to him. You fight a few taser worms, corrupted humans, and projectile humans in this large area of the cave. Atreus will be able to grapple onto and jump off of ledges for verticality. If an enemy is by a ledge, he can also use triangle to grapple onto them. Thor can be seen zipping onto higher levels and doing ground pounds off of ledges. After the enemy encounter is finished, the mask will lead them outside to the other side of the mountain. They look below their level and see a village in the distance. This is when Atreus and Thor will have that thinking dialogue, and Thor will grab Atreus and jump all the way to the village's level. Atreus notices that the mask is lighting up in the village's direction. The village is of wooden architecture, just like Asgard, but it will have a beach and a shore on the other end. The entrance of the village is also made of wood and is decorated with the sea turtle engravings along with ancient letters. Atreus asks Thor if he thinks the villagers could be holding on to it, and Thor replies saying, "Why are you asking me?" They both walk through the seemingly populated village as they all see Thor and start running into their houses. Atreus and Thor follow the mask all the way to what seems to be the village's town hall. Atreus says, "Well, I guess they are," and knocks on the door. A scared voice from behind the door says, "No one's home." You hear multiple voices whispering behind the door. Atreus tries to negotiate, saying that they came as visitors and they're only here to talk. The scared voice responds saying, "Visitors are not welcome at this time, sorry." This annoys Thor and causes him to make thunder strike loud enough for everyone to hear. He begins to speak, allowing his voice to shake the village. "This is the Lord of Thunder, and you have something we need. You have 10 seconds to open that door, or I flatten this whole town. 10, 9. Atreus tells Thor to stop what he's doing, asking to let him negotiate with the villagers. He asks for Thor's trust and an opportunity to prove himself. Thor looks at Atreus, turns around, and says, "You have 10 minutes." He flies away using Mjolnir. Atreus walks back up to the town hall as a small man slowly opens the door. The man lets Atreus inside as Atreus looks around and sees multiple villagers occupying the area. The town hall's interior looks similar to Odin's place with the tables that people sit in, except it has a wooden throne at the end of it. Sitting on the throne is a bald old man with face paint. He has a shaman-like attire and a turtle shell on his back. He asks Atreus to speak, and Atreus says that he is sent by the All-Father to collect something very important, and that he believes is here. Atreus pulls out the broken mask, and the chieftain says, "You have come for the mask." Atreus speaks again. "I'm on a mission to retrieve its parts. If you have it here, I need to get it." The chief gets up and walks up to Atreus. "I'm afraid I can't do that." "What? Look, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's very important that I retrieve it." "I agree. It is very important, which is why I can't let the All-Father have it." "Please, just give it to me. If Thor comes back, he's going to kill all of you. This mask can't be worth your people." A civilian yells to just give him the mask, but the chief ignores them. The chief continues, "No, it's not worth my people. It is worth all of existence, and I refuse to hand all of life over to that tyrant." A few of the village guards come in from the front door while the villagers run out from the side doors. Atreus will have to fight them off. The village guards will fight with halberds and swords with basic attacks. If you knock back one into the table, it automatically breaks. Once you make quick work of the guards, the chief will grab a small chest and run out from the front door. Atreus will yell at him saying, "Wait, you don't have to do this." Atreus runs outside to see more guards surrounding the village ready to fight. The chief can be seen running into a nearby house, guarded by some enemies. In this section, you will be able to grapple onto and jump off of multiple houses. Some of the village guards will be on top of the roof, throwing projectiles, and others will be on the ground. While fighting, Atreus will yell about how stupid this is and how he's trying to save them. Once you kill all of the guards, Atreus runs to the house that the chief went in. Before he can even knock, you are interrupted by a traveler-like enemy who swings his claymore at Atreus and misses. The enemy's appearance will be of a shirtless strong man with a big sword, and he will be able to...
Okay, so I'm liking this inclusion here, or at least he's giving the mask, acquiring some context and some bit exploration. I do like how he gave Asgard some more exploration, because I do feel like it in the game it felt like it needed some more explanation for the realm. And I do like here where he could find the first mask shard, but how he included an extra riff in Odin's room. So I guess that part there is more, he said her, and he said true death. So I'm guessing that is that would have something to do with Hel, maybe? The goddess of death? Because he said a piece of her. And the only person associated with death in the Norse mythology is Hel. So that's my prediction there, that it has something to do with her.
To be easily stunned like an armorless traveler. Once you kill him, 3 more will come out to fight you, and this is when Mjolnir will arrive and tear through one of them. Thor will call back the hammer and say, "Time's up," and proceed to destroy the whole village with everyone in it, with a combination of thunder and hammer strikes. It only takes a moment for the village to be flattened by the wrath of Thor, and it begins to rain on top of them. You can see numerous men and women on the floor, some intact, others decimated. The chief can be seen badly injured on the floor, but still holding the chest. Thor walks up to him, and the chief will say,
"If you've been waiting for the best deal on this natural healing handbook, this is it. Since a lot of people said they were waiting for a better deal, we decided to drop an insane clearance sale with
the mask, the secrets. It is not meant for us to understand. The All-Father will not find what he's looking for, only doom." Thor casually drops his hammer onto his head, killing him. Atreus stares at all of the brutality in silence. Thor looks at Atreus and says, "Hey, hurry up with that mask." Atreus snaps out of it and opens the chest and retrieves the part of the mask. He looks at it and turns around, ready to leave. But then, Atreus hears a horse in the distance yelling. He looks a distance away and sees a woman on the horse. It seems to be Gefjun looking upon the now destroyed town. She appears to have a scroll in her hand. Right when Atreus realizes who that is, he will feel the wind of Mjolnir fly past his face and straight to her. The hammer hits her right in the face, and she falls off the horse. The horse runs away. Atreus yells, "No! You didn't have to do that! We already had what we came for!" Thor calls back his hammer and says, "No witnesses." Atreus continues, "We only came here for the mask. You only killed her in this village because you felt like it. You don't think for anything else." Thunder cracks, and Thor looks at Atreus angrily. "Correct. Because a god does what he pleases, and I will spill whoever's blood I want. That includes you, Jotun. You enter my home, I promise you. Your days are numbered." Thor will turn back around from Atreus, and the ravens surround both of them, and they are transported back to Odin's basement. Odin's reaction is the same, praising Loki and shunning Thor. Their conversation is pretty much unchanged. When Atreus goes to his room, it will be dark.
Okay, I do like this new debt he's given to Thor. Given how, he did was more. I guess he's giving it more how he was shown in 2018, because in there, the stories of Thor is more brutal and savage. So at least I know in this one he's given more characterization to Thor and how he's depicted.
Dark and rainy outside. Atreus will sit on his bed and feel overwhelmed by the dumbass decision that he made to step foot into Asgard. But then he will remember Sindri's advice to sleep. Atreus will lay down in his bed and he hears an eerie voice call his name.
Starting off with some minor gameplay changes. Back in part 5, Atreus was gifted a wrist guard by Odin. While double tapping L1 trips the opponent, holding L1 allows you to perform a series of quick, close range slashes and stabs with his knife, only using his left arm, similar to holding R1 with the Blaze of Chaos. You can go right into this combo if you continue to hold L1 after a deflect. Atreus has a new option for his jump punish. While you can still press R1 or R2 in the air for the usual, pressing L1 makes Atreus jump down with his knife in his hand. If it's a lighter or lower level enemy, Atreus does his grapple animation, tossing the foe onto others. Heavier enemies or higher level or non-humanoid enemies will have Atreus simply stab them. Atreus has more execution animations using his knife, including one where he holds the knife in both hands, impaling the enemy deeply, and they decimate as he pulls it out. Another one will be similar to the Dreki execution where he stabs them repeatedly. That will have to do it for the gameplay changes for now. Let us move on to the story. Atreus hears a voice whisper his name. He wakes up inside the golden dream state, taunted by the guilt of his past until he wakes up in the Ironwood. One of the first things he's noticed is that Ingrid is no longer with him. The wolves lead his path over to the paintings where he meets Angrboda for the first time. Their introductions and interactions are the same. Atreus follows her, eager to find the answers he's been searching for this entire time. Once Angrboda and Atreus reach the platform under the giant's chainmail, you will notice if you look to your right, there is a platform with a chest on top which is too far to jump onto. There is no pillar or anything else to climb onto, making it impossible to reach the chest. After that, they continue on, and Angrboda tells Atreus about her mother's prophecy. When Atreus gets attacked by the heavy Draugr, Angrboda is introduced as a fighting companion as usual, but the Draugrs they're facing will slightly be altered. Some of the Draugrs will have the launch animation similar to the ones that explode, except these Draugr will not have the detonate on contact ability. They will just have regular attacks. You can invade the launch attack like usual, but another way to counter them is to jump towards them and time while they're in the air to interrupt their attack. If you strike while airborne, they are sent to the ground, vulnerable for another strike. Once you've taken care of the fodder, they shall proceed, racing over the medallion and making their way over to Angrboda's treehouse. She leads Atreus over inside so he can take a look at his future, but this time something will be off. Instead of there being 3 shrines, there will only be 2, for the third one is missing. Angrboda stares at where the third shrine is supposed to be in confusion. Atreus asks her, what is it? And she says that the shrine is gone. Atreus goes to unravel the first 2 and realizes that he's seen these part of the prophecy before in 2018. Angrboda says that there's supposed to be another one to see, but it's not here. He asks if she thinks someone could have taken it, and right as he says that, they hear what seems to be a tree tipping over outside. They both go outside to investigate the noise, and when they do, they see what appears to be a giant crouching down to the left of the treehouse. It has the appearance of a dark-skinned fellow with long and unkept dreadlocks. He is shirtless but full of unrecognizable tattoos and has broken wrist cuffs on his arm. Atreus is surprised and says, is that another giant? Angrboda begins to panic. The giant doesn't notice the 2 as he stands up, his height being comparable to Grylus. His hand moves to the side, which reveals that he is holding a large rock, which seems to be in a similar shape of the other shrines. Atreus notices that and begins to shout at the giant, grabbing its attention. He looks back at Atreus with bright golden eyes. Atreus reaches for his bow, and Angrboda yells out, Loki, no. Right when she says this, the wind gets stronger and pushes both of them back. The camera shakes along with them. They regain their footing, only to look up and see that the giant is gone. Before they can even react, gold sand, similar to the prophecies, takes shape in the middle of the treehouse. It summons a troll that begins to wreak havoc, destroying Angrboda's belongings. Atreus shoots arrows at the ogre, which makes it charge towards him. Angerboda throws her paint at the ogre's face, which makes it slam its arms at her, but misses.
This is the quickest way to go from AI beginner to AI fluent in 2026. Watch this.
Atreus uses this opportunity of the ogre bending down to leap and stab its neck. The ogre tosses him away instantly and he falls to the ground. Angerboda asks if he's okay as he gets up, but he loses control and he turns into a wolf. He leaps and bites a chunk off of the ogre's neck, making it fall over and die. The wolf continues to claw and bite at the ogre's corpse.
Okay, I'm liking this new edition of Ironwood. We have some new additions to the Anriar, the Draugr, and the giant enemy boss fight that's going to be coming soon.
And this is when Angerboda will come and calm him down. Atreus reverts to his human state, apologizing for losing control. When Angerboda accepts his apology, Atreus will get up and say, "Did you see what he was holding? It looked like your shrine. I could see some of the writings on it." Angerboda will give a shooken response and say, "Yeah, but it doesn't matter anymore." Atreus responds and says, "Doesn't matter? Whoever that was just stole from you. What if he comes back? We gotta go after him." Angerboda says, "No, you can't. Not him. Who is he anyway? What does he have to do with all this?" "His name is Belly, an outcast to the giants, even when they were around." Atreus says, "So why is he stealing the murals?" "I don't know. All I know is that he is dangerous. I can handle danger. Why don't you just want to go?" "We can't fight him, Loki. We're not enough. The sooner you accept that, the better." Atreus turns away, stressed, just like the original. And Angerboda will realize how mean that just was and retract her statement. She says, "Look, I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But for now, there are other important things. Like you, clearly coming into some powers you don't understand yet. But if you come with me, I'll show you, I'll teach you. You know, giant stuff." Atreus, while still in silence, reluctantly agrees. Angerboda will use her Jotnar magic to repair all of the damage done by the ogre. In the original, this is the part where Angerboda and Atreus start doing chores together. And I'm so sorry to disappoint all of you out there, but in the rewrite, yeah, I'm taking all that shit out. What you thought this was? And low key, I can end the video right now. Atreus follows Angerboda out of the treehouse. They will.
Good. At least he's not putting that stuff in there. I'm like, thank the Lord. Does this? Because that was the most boring stuff in the game.
They will progress through the area on foot, and some of the dialogue they had while riding Yala will still be present, excluding anything that has to do with Angerboda's morning routine or discussing anything that he saw on the shrine. It will not take long for them to reach the log which the Draugr shoots them off of. This is when Atreus will show Angerboda the wolf, and this encounter is unchanged until we reach the dialogue preceding it. Angerboda asks him, what does he feel when he changes? He responds saying, just anger, and that he's not in control. Angerboda will then say, if you want control, you'll have to master your soul. Atreus is thrown into confusion. What does my soul have to do with control? She responds saying, a lot. Our souls are the reason we're able to use magic. Really? I never had to think about that before. Most magic doesn't need that much attention on it. But the big stuff, like changing your hammer, in your case, does. Hammer? It means form. One of the three parts that make up the soul. The other two parts are owned and odor, which mean life and mind. But not all giants used it for control. Some used it for the opposite, which may work better for you. Wow, didn't know each part had a name. It's just what my parents used to tell me. Well, your parents had a better answer than discipline. Atreus will then ask, how exactly do you use this knowledge to control his abilities? And Angerboda will not know the answer to the question, but will tell him to use all emotion to keep him in his right mind, just like the original. Angerboda then says, some of the greatest giants to ever live understood their soul completely, and this allowed them to form miracles, like the one I'm about to show you. And she is referring to the Valley of the Fallen, which is their next stop. This is where Angerboda shows Atreus what really happened to the giants. The dialogue they have while making their way there will be similar. Everything she explains will be the same, except when she stretches the ball, the three orbs surrounding it will represent the three parts of the soul.
Atreus comments on the responsibility this requires, and Angrboda will have that same energy. Atreus suggests that they go after the giant that took their shrine. She rejects the idea, saying that they won't be able to defeat them because they are not enough, and that they are not ready. Atreus looks over to see the giant fingers. He points over to them, and then he says, I once had to go on a journey with my father to spread my mother's ashes to the highest peak in all the realms. You know the giant's fingers? It was the only other time I was in Jotunheim. My father used to say I wasn't ready. And at the time, he was right. But trouble forced us to answer. So when we went out there and we faced it, I learned that I was stronger than I ever thought. Angrboda chuckles a little and then says, well, champions are supposed to be strong. And so are giants. My point is, you never quite know when you're ready or what you can do until you take that chance. There's nothing stopping him from coming back. So we'll have to confront him eventually. And I say,
One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor, but it turned out he was her.
we do it now. Angrboda is initially hesitant, but this will finally win her over, and she agrees to join Atreus in order to retrieve the shrine. In the distance where you can see the giant's fingers, there will be a wide mountain further away. Atreus comments on not seeing that before, although the last time he was here, he was standing from the other side. Angrboda says that she's never went there, but she knows that the further you go down, the hotter it gets. Atreus follows Angrboda to the left this time, for she knows the direction the giant stays. To the left of them, there will be an edge to shimmy onto in order to go deeper in the valley. When they get to the other side, they will be on a cliff, and there will be another one that they have to jump onto, which is way too far and has no pillar to swing on. This isn't a problem for Angrboda, as she uses her magic hawk to safely land. Atreus hesitates, seeing the distance of the cliff. But here, Atreus will come up with an idea. He wraps his grappling rope around an arrow that slightly extends its length. He takes the rope and aims towards the other cliff. He shoots. The arrow just barely lands onto the other cliff. He says yes while holding onto the grappling rope, which is almost at his limit. He uses the other end to connect it onto the cliff that he's on, making a zip line of sorts. He tries to balance on the rope to make it across and begins to walk. The hook on his side of the cliff starts losing its grip and completely falls over, sending the rope to the other side and Atreus to fall. Atreus screams as Angrboda yells Loki's name. Here we will see Atreus transform once again, but not as a wolf or a bear. Atreus transforms into a bird, flapping his wings desperately to reach the hanging rope. It just barely succeeds as Atreus reverts back to normal and grabs the very bottom of the rope. Atreus catches up to his breath after the close call and hears Angrboda yelling to see if he's okay. He says that he is and starts climbing up. The player takes over from here to climb up the cliff, but there will be a new animation to make use of. While climbing the rope to the side of Atreus will have parts of the cliff that are climbable. If you use them, Atreus can jump onto them using his feet instead of his hands. You will have to time the command correctly in order to hop onto two more in quick fashion, like hopping steps. When you land on a third one, Atreus will jump a good distance back to the rope. This mechanic speeds up the process climbing for Atreus. But if you want to be boring, you could just climb the rope the normal way. Once you reach up to Angrboda, she will say, yeah, probably don't do that again. Atreus awkwardly agrees, slightly embarrassed. She then asks him, did you change it to a bird just now? I think I did. Wow. So what did you feel this time? Scared for my life. So you feel rage as a wolf, but fear as a bird. Maybe different emotions bring out different animals? Well, I can also turn into a bear when I'm angry. A bear? Yeah. For some reason, it's either a bear or a wolf. But the bird I never turned into before, and it felt easier to control. Atreus instantly proves this by using it again. They have to travel down multiple canyons to get to ground level. If you hold circle, it will allow Atreus to travel as a bird to cover long distances at such blinding speed. This ability allows you to get to certain places that you originally couldn't get to before because it was too far out of reach. This method of travel will also be significantly faster than Kratos when he uses his wings. Every time he does so, it will leave a magical trail behind, which will slowly fade away, which kind of reminds him of Freya, which is damn. It will not take long to platform down into the bottom of the valley, and once you do so, there will be a couple of enemies that you'll have to fight,
And here, I didn't want to do it, but fuck it. Air combos for Atreus. When successfully juggling an enemy, tapping circle by them has you transform into the bird, charging upward at them and launching them in an upward slope direction, quickly reverting to human form after in the air. Holding circle in front of them does the same, but it is slower. While in the air, you can typically get 3 hits in before falling, or you can just shoot them. You can also kick off at enemies while in the air by pressing circle. Around the area you fight, there will be sonic craters on the floor, which if you shoot while an enemy is near, it blows the enemy away. If the enemy is directly on top while detonating, it sends them up into the air higher than normal. You can also launch yourself into the air where you can ground pound from higher than usual. Along the walls of the canyon, there are wooden construction platforms which some ranged enemies will be on. Once you are done fighting all the enemies, Angerboda will compliment you on how you are getting used to using your abilities. There's also a couple of optional areas to explore here, such as on the wooden construction platforms, there will be a couple of items and chests to find. Some will be lower than others, which will make it easier for you to grapple onto the area and retrieve the item smoothly. Other areas will require your bird form, and then other areas will be.
This is day 1 of my husband doing Tai Chi workouts. This is day 20.
So high that you might have to use the sonic craters from earlier to get an initial boost and then use your bird form in order to reach. There also seems to be giant nails stuck onto some of the walls of the valley spread out randomly. Nobody knows why. Once you finish exploring, or if you skipped it entirely, you continue down the river stream, which is in the middle of everything. Here, Angerboda will make a suggestion for when they make it to the giant. She says that they should try their best not to engage with him and try to sneak their way in, retrieve the shrine, and get out. Atreus strongly considers this idea, but also says that he is prepared for anything. They continue to follow onto the river stream, and they will notice that the area gets foggier and gets a little more colder. A cutscene emerges, and the camera zooms onto Atreus walking through the thick fog. A large animal comes through his path, which shocks Atreus, causing him to move out of its way. He tries to apologize, but then notices that the animal's eyes are a blank color. This, of course, confuses him. You'll see a few other animals around that are the same way. Atreus asks what's wrong with it, and Angerboda tells him how its soul was whispered away. But she withholds the information on who whispered it away, knowing that it was Gryla. This leads Atreus to assume that it was the giant that they are after. Among all of the soulless animals, Atreus and Angerboda spots what seems to be a human sitting beside the river stream. They get closer and see what appears to be a little girl holding a large, lifeless snake in her arms. She has neck-length black hair with an outfit similar to a raider. She is heavily tattooed on the left part of her face and her arm, similar to someone that we know. And she will also be wearing a necklace holding a raven skull with engravings on it. Atreus goes to ask if she's okay. The girl will look shocked to see them, as if she was woken out of a daydream state. She then says that she is in an awkward way. Atreus looks down at the snake she's holding and tries to ask if it's alive or not. But before he's able to, she drops the snake and gets up saying that it wasn't her. They ask the girl what does she mean, but she doesn't respond and just stares at them very nervously. They gravitate their attention towards the snake, sensing its absence of life. This will lead into a scene similar to the original, where Atreus gets the idea to use a giant marble and transfer its soul into the snake, with Angerboda being reluctant at first, but then agreeing. They help each other give life to the world serpent Jormungandr. All 3 of them witness the serpent's lifeless eyes regain its color, and it begins to move. Jormungandr then moves closer to Atreus, which frightens him at first, until he begins to open his mouth. A weird object comes out of it, which seems to be a handle of a blade, colored in all black with runes and a curved guard with an empty crystal socket. Atreus pulls the handle out of the serpent's mouth. When he does so, he will see that the blade itself is broken. He asks Jorm, what is this supposed to be? Not only does Jormungandr not respond to him, but he decides to slither away into the river to never be seen again. The little girl speaks up, asking them how did they just do that, and Angerboda will respond saying giant stuff, and the girl will realize that the giants are still alive. They ask the girl what did she mean by that earlier, by saying it wasn't her, asking whether or not she had anything to do with something here. The girl swears that she didn't do anything to the animals, at least not this time. They ask the girl what does she mean, and she explains to them that this type of thing seems to happen about everywhere she goes, leading them to ask who is she and where did she come from. And she will say that her name is Ron, but she doesn't exactly know where she comes from, confusing them once again. Suddenly, Ron yells out behind them as a heavy Draugr swings his axe at Atreus and Angrboda, both of them successfully evading, with Atreus just barely ducking. Angrboda gets swarmed by other enemies, leaving Atreus to stay on the defensive against the heavy. It swings its axe again, which Atreus uses his magic shield to block, but shatters, stunning him. It swings one more time, landing on Atreus, sending him off his feet and knocking his bow out of his hand, which lands into the river stream, completely out of reach. The heavy Draugr doesn't grant Atreus a breather, as it attacks again, putting him in another struggle. Right when the heavy almost overpowers him, Atreus comes up with the idea to leap above the Draugr, grabbing the broken blade given by Jormungandr and stabbing it in the head, killing it. Atreus realizes, despite the damaged blade, this can pass as a good knife. He pulls out his other knife and fights the remaining enemies. Here is where we are introduced to a brand new weapon for you to use with Atreus during combat. Atreus uses his weapon alongside his knife, fighting in a typical twin dagger assassin style. His attack patterns consist of a combination of slashes and stabs, the R1 chain being a 5-hit combo of slashes and the R2 chain being a 3-hit combo of stabs. You can, of course, mix them up as you please. If you try to use L2 for range attacks at this moment, it will not work. Other than that, Atreus and Angrboda make good work out of these enemies. They look over to see Ron being attacked. She screams, and which causes Hailwalkers to come to her aid, killing the Draugr. They then change their attention onto Atreus and Angrboda and try to attack them, and they will have to kill the Hailwalkers. Atreus goes over to ask her, "Did you just make those Hailwalkers appear?" And she will say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I have no control over that happening." That's pretty dangerous to not have control over. What type of magic is that anyway? It's not magic. It's a curse. A curse? What happened? Ron doesn't answer, and the wind blows cold. Okay, you don't have to answer that. Look, I'm Angrboda.
Your erection will be as strong as when you were in your teens, and you can last up to 7 times.
And this is Loki. It's nice to meet you, Angrboda.
Okay. I guess this Rand character is from her appearance and what she has. This is Hell, I'm assuming, given her appearance and her ability to use the Hell Warriors, Helheim fighters to come and protect her.
Boda and Loki. I've heard of that name. The champion. How have you heard of it before? From the Giants. That means you've been here for a long time. But you look too young for that to be true. You should know, in Jotunheim, not everything is as it seems. Ron then tells them because of her curse, she stays alone, with no friends and no family. And every time she's tried, it's always ended in disaster. Atreus and Angrboda feel a little sorry for her after hearing this, making Atreus offer her to tag along with them. Ron declines at first, thinking that she would be a danger, but Atreus insists. He says that he kind of knows what she's going through, as he is also trying to understand his abilities. Angrboda reminds him of the giant, but he reminds her that they plan on not fighting him anyways, and if it does come down to it, she can help us with that. He tells Ron that he is getting the hang of controlling himself, for he has a good teacher by his side, and that maybe she can learn too. Ron thinks to herself, and then she agrees to join them. They continue on to the path, with Atreus eager to get his bow back, for he realizes it's no longer there where it got knocked off, and it has moved further down the stream. Despite Atreus no longer having his bow and arrow and his grappling hook, he will still have lower level platforms that he'll be able to climb on by regular means. In the very next combat encounter, the new broken blade Atreus has will glow yellow runes, making the tattoos on his arm glow too. Here you'll be able to use new abilities for the weapon. In combat, Atreus will be able to manipulate the gravity of his opponent.
Once you land one hit on the enemy, a small symbol will appear on their bodies. By pressing triangle, Atreus stands still for a moment and violently changes their gravity to any direction. You choose the direction using the left analog stick, for you are not able to move for that 1 second. If you choose no direction, they will violently get slammed to the floor, doing solid damage. You can swipe them left or right towards a wall violently, like a wall splat, also doing damage. And once they hit the wall, they will fall straight back onto the ground. If no wall is present, you can just ledge them. Swiping upward with a nearby ceiling can splat them onto that, but if there is no ceiling at all, or if it's just very high, they will just be sent into the air for a regular juggle. You can only affect one enemy at a time with this ability until you upgrade it later. And any higher level enemies cannot be affected until they are knocked off balance. And any heavier enemies will just get pulled to the side. I'm not sure if I'm making this its official name, but for now, we will have to call it the Blade of Eater. While in these combat encounters, occasionally there will be a couple of large enemies like ogres or trolls that you'll have to fight, which will cause Ron to become a little more anxious and uneasy, which will make her use her powers to summon more hail enemies to fight them. Whenever she does this, it will cause the enemies from Jotunheim to aggro onto the Hillwalkers and vice versa, making your job a little easier. If you kill the original enemies before the Hillwalkers will aggro onto you, but their health bars will always be green, so it'll be easy to take them out. When you further explore the valley, you will see that there are a few chests lying around, which if you were to open will have new runic attacks for your brand new weapon. The R1 runic attack you get from the chest will have Atreus throw the blade into the air, causing it to float. It sends magic projectiles to hit anyone in sight at the same rate as a machine gun. The R2 runic attack that you will find will have Atreus throw the Eater blade straight forward, which it will use its gravitational force to pull anyone around, making them all violently slam into each other and fall to the ground, doing solid damage. As the three continue to make their way onto the giant, they will talk about a few things. Ron asks Angrboda more about who she is, and Angrboda will talk about her parents and how they were the one who made the shrines and what she was told her mission was. They asked Ron about the giants who told her of the champion, but she tells them that she more so overheard it than anything. She claims that the giant she stayed with for a short amount of time was not very nice to her, was always drunk, and never took her seriously, only paying attention to her when they were trying to pull a prank, which was very often. Eventually, her short time there ended the same way it always does. Ron will then mention something about how she never understood why the celestial queen chose there to hide, referring to Sol, the goddess of the sun. Atreus then responds, "Wait, what? Sol is here in Jotunheim?" From what I remember, she is. I mean, it could have changed, considering all the time that has passed and what's happened. So that's why Odin was never able to find her. Yeah, and it's probably better if it stays that way. Maybe for now. But she's one of the missing keys to fighting Odin. I'll have to find her eventually. They soon change the subject. Atreus says, "So Ron, why does your power summon Hillwalkers that don't harm you? They usually attack everyone." She says, "It's not a question I can answer even if I wanted to. The dead never tried to hurt me, even if I didn't bring them. I've seen them destroy entire villages, but just walk right past me, almost as if I didn't exist." Soon after that, Atreus will say, "You know, if you can control when to make those Hillwalkers come, it could help us." "How?" "Like a distraction or extra bodies of protection if we're in trouble. Better yet, what if you could communicate with them and tell them not to attack us?" "I don't really think that's possible. Plus, I would still need to learn how to control it before we get to any of that. It looks like it only happens when you get scared. Try to focus more on being calm." Ron asks them more about how to control her emotions to get a hold of her powers. Atreus will try to explain what Angrboda said earlier, but before he's able to, Angrboda tells them that they have arrived. They've reached the dead end of the valley, where the river stream stops. Atreus notices his bow hanging off of a dead branch and rushes to grab it, putting his mind at ease. Despite the dead end, there's an entrance slightly above which leads into a dark cave. When they walk inside of the cave, there will be a couple of wretches and a nest to take care of. The cave will be very short, seeing an opening for it almost instantly. They emerge from the cave to see a massive range of canyons, which almost seem like they go on forever.
Atreus shows his surprise towards this. They stand above the canyons on this cliff, which extends both sides, leading to other entrances inside different parts of the cave. Here, Angrboda will say, the shrine is likely to be around. We just have to figure out which cave it's in. They begin their search in the area for the shrine. Some of the entrances lead to nothing. Some lead to loot that you can grab, and others lead to an enemy or two. Along the wall of the cliff, you can see paintings spread throughout. They depict fates of many, most of them being from people unknown. Ron tells them, look, there are other visions. Seems like the giant is stealing the fates from others, not just you. What does he want with all of them? Atreus walks closer to them in order to observe what the vision describes. He says, I don't see any of them that turn out good. The giants haven't really been that lucky. Among the many unfamiliar fates, there are a couple that Atreus may recognize, such as Thamur being murdered by Thor, or the 8-armed giant getting his arms ripped off. There are a couple of stupid fates among the bunch. One fate tells a story of a giant drinking himself to death, which the runes say that to be the cousin of Utgard Loki. Atreus becomes surprised figuring out that there is more than one Loki out there, and Angrboda will tell him that Utgard Loki was a giant who was famous for his tricks. After that, they redirect their focus on the current task.
This natural healing handbook is incredible.
Eventually, after searching through most of the caves, they will come into one that is larger than the others and that is full of all types of things, including an abundance of shrines scattered everywhere. They step over skeleton bones, broken weapons, which are a mess all around. All of the shrines are hidden behind covers, so they decide to take them off one by one, hoping to finally see the one made for Atreus. Starting off with no luck, only able to reveal the shrines of others. It then comes down to them having 2 more shrines to unfold. The first one, Atreus waits for Angrboda to remove the cover, eager to finally see what his future has in store for him. She removes the cover from the shrine. Atreus reveals a face of confusion and surprise as he looks upon the shrine, only not to see how his story ends, but to see a shrine dedicated to Ran instead. It shows how she originally lived in Asgard and was seen as a daughter of Odin. They don't show what led up to this, but she ends up getting banished by Odin from Asgard. It then shows her future of her roaming the 9 realms alone until she eventually steps inside of Helheim and becomes the ruler there. Angrboda stares at the mural, saying, what is all of this? Atreus turns over to Ran, who is standing behind him. He says, you lived in Asgard? It says you're his daughter, and that you become the ruler of Hel. Ran has nothing to respond with. Atreus asks her, what does this all mean? Suddenly, they hear a voice of an adult male from behind talk as Atreus feels a hand grabbing his shoulder. He says, it means. Atreus and Angrboda jump quickly, turning around into a battle stance, with Atreus pulling out his bow. They look up at the dark-skinned, shirtless man with dreadlocks. He is now the size of a regular human, but still towers over them. His eyes glow a gold color, brightly inside the dimly lighted cave. The man continues, it means you have been playing around with death. The man turns over to Ran's shrine, using his hand to slowly rub it. He says, you should have stayed in the Ironwood, instead of willingly coming to your demise. It wasn't time for you to die yet. Atreus shouts out, you won't be able to hurt us. Ran starts to shake, trying her best not to let her powers out, while Angrboda can be seen trying to comfort her. He laughs and then says, I won't have to, with the path you're on. Why are you stealing the shrines? Because they are lies, fallacies that our kind so desperately wanted to believe. Always looking at what happens next, but never what's in front of them. So that gives you the right to take them? And you're wrong. They're not lies. They predicted everything that's happened so far. These are the way of our people. And look at where that way got them. Dead. Gone. All of them. They're gone because of Odin, which is why I need the answers so we can stop him. The man starts to laugh again. Is that what you think your future is? To become the hero of this glorious adventure, stop Odin and save us all? You think you and this childish trio can do what the 9 realms couldn't? Look, son, Those who are exposed to destiny become another tool in its game. You should go, live your life, and live it well. Give up on your destiny or whatever mission you think you have, because I promise you, it's never what you want it to be. He takes a moment to breathe, and then he continues. But of course, that last one over there is yours. He points over to the final covered shrine. I'll give you a choice. You can walk away now as an ignorant, and no one gets hurt. But if you choose to remove the cover off of that shrine, I will send you with the giants. I refuse to watch the last of my kind suffer. Atreus walks up confidently and says, there are things I have to know. He responds saying, there are things you don't want to know. Atreus, almost without hesitation, starts walking towards it with Angrboda grabbing him. He tells her not to worry and that he has a plan to get them out of here. Atreus walks up to the final shrine. He removes it. He sees a completely unchanged mural with Kratos dying in his arms, with Thor standing victorious and showing Atreus joining forces with Odin. Atreus processes this and starts panicking. He falls down to the floor, backing away from it. The man speaks. You should humble yourself, champion. There's too much you don't know. Atreus yells in denial that this isn't true. This can't be true. I thought you believed in prophecy. Atreus continues to panic as Angrboda watches and Ron hides behind her. Looks like you're cursed, just like the rest of us. Now it is up to me to lift it from you.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT.
Let's be real. Most people over 40.
Atreus' panic turns into anger as his eyes begin to glow. He yells for Angrboda and Ron to run as he transforms into a bear. He quickly charges at the man, biting him and taking him for a ride, all the way out of the cave entrance and off the cliff. From outside, you can see golden colored sand form in the motion of a vortex. Angrboda and Ron run outside to see the golden sand tornado take shape into a humanoid giant. The area begins to shake. Ron asks, what do they do? Angrboda tells her not to panic and that she's going to find Loki. You see the giant standing in the middle of the canyons with only its top half being visible above the canyons. Angrboda jumps for the canyon holding a magic bird to glide. The face of the giant forms, seeing its large golden eyes. He tries to swipe at her and misses, but the wind from his hand makes her fall. She lands on one of the canyon tops and looks up at the giant. He uses his other hand to toss something. Angrboda watches a bear get tossed into one of the canyon tops. The bear starts to revert back. Angrboda goes over to him to see if he's okay. Atreus slowly gets up a little hurt, but there's no time to think of that now as the giant stands among the canyons ready to smash them both. Atreus comments on him being a lot bigger than before. The giant speaks with his voice echoing from all around. He says, allow me to free you from this madness. And shout out to the Saiyan Saga, because this is how this great ape of a boss battle is going to go. You stand on multiple canyon tops that you can freely hop around, allowing you to hop all the way behind him. But if he sees you trying to do this, he will, of course, turn around. Some canyons are far apart from each other, meaning that you'll have to use your bird form in order to reach them. Angrboda can be seen hopping around using paint to throw at him, and you can use your arrows to shoot at him, but these do extremely little damage. And if you choose to fight like this, you'll be here all day. His health bar will be divided into 3 different bars. He will throw at you a combination of sweep and smash attacks using his arms. His low swing attacks, you can either move completely out of range from, or you can jump over them. His pound attacks will be warned to you by a red light indicator. In order to do some real damage on him, you'll have to pin him down using your new Eater Blade. When he does a smash attack, his arm will be exposed for a short moment, which you can try to attack regularly, but the damage will be minor. Instead, if you use your Eater Blade to attack his hand, it will be marked. Once he lifts it back up, a triangle will appear on his arm. Press it at any time to intensify his center of gravity and pinning his arm down. Pinning one arm but leaving the other one free leaves you vulnerable to getting grabbed and tossed, causing you damage and for his arm to get free. If you use this to pin both of his arms, he will be completely open for attacks. You can attack both of his arms, which will do a little more damage. If you don't feel like waiting for him to smash down at the canyons for his arms to get in position, his eyes will occasionally glow golden and if you shoot him, he will be stunned, which will leave his arms open for attack. Once you get his first health bar very low, you will notice that there are claw marks on his neck from when Atreus attacked him as a bear earlier. Use this opportunity to rub salt on the wound. You can shoot the wounds, which will do extremely massive damage and will take him to the second phase of the fight. Or you can grapple onto the wound using your hook and get personal, using your knife to stab it repeatedly by pressing R1. He will eventually shake this off, causing you to fall down. When you get his first bar down, he will get angry and destroy multiple canyons, leaving you with less room to play around with. This is where the second phase will begin. In the second phase of the boss battle, he will have sand projectiles in the shape of arrows floating around to shoot at you. Other than that, the second phase will be similar all the way up until you get his second bar down. Here, there will be a cutscene where Atreus tries to grapple onto his wound again, but this time, the giant catches it before it latches. He pulls it, causing Atreus to slip off the platform he's on. He catches his fall, using his hand to hold onto the edge, trying to pull himself up. This attempt is futile. The giant yanks the rope away, and Atreus gets sent hundreds of feet into the air. He starts off free-falling, full of fear, but then switches into determination, and he transforms into a bird and dives back into battle. From above, you can see the giant, who now has his focus on Angrboda, swinging and missing as she throws paint on him. You'll be able to control this diving state, as golden sand projectiles will be present that you will have to avoid. Once you get close to see that the back of his neck is exposed, Atreus reverts back into his human form with his bow in hand, ready to shoot. Before he can shoot, he is grabbed once again by the giant, saying you'll have to try harder than that. He throws him back into the canyons. Angrboda asks him if he's okay, and Atreus says yeah. They see the giant still at full strength, throwing a hit at them which they can barely dodge, jumping onto the next platform as the one they were on is destroyed. They fall onto it, leaving the giant's marbles to slip out of his pocket and roll around. He goes to retrieve them and tells Angrboda that nothing is working on him. Angrboda says, I tried to tell you that he is too strong. Should we run? Atreus picks up the last marble, which seems to be the one he used for Jormungandr. He says, not yet.
Come in. This game, you're not ready for it.
We have to make sure he doesn't come back. The giant reverts his attention to the cliffs they were on before the fight and destroys them, causing Ron to fall off onto one of the canyon tops. Atreus and Angrboda call out for her. The giant tries to make quick work of her, which causes her powers to become unleashed, summoning a bunch of hail balloons, jumping onto him and detonating, causing him to be stunned. Angrboda asks Atreus, should we stop this? And he says no, because look at that, they're attacking him. This is when the third and final phase of the boss fight begins. This phase is mostly the same, except there are even less canyons to move around from. Hail broods come from almost everywhere, but are only aggro to the boss. They can be seen leaping wide distances to get to him and blow up. The giant causes the wind to get stronger, making wind currents that you can use with your bird form to get to further canyons. In this phase, you'll also be able to freely shoot at his wounds to get his health down. Once his final bar is depleted, his back will be exposed for you to press R3 to jump onto. When you jump on his back, he gets up dazed, but then jumps thousands of feet into the air, with Atreus falling at first, but catching his leg. Here, you'll have to climb to his back. When you get to his back, Atreus will pull out his blade of Eater and see one of the wounds that he has exposed. The blade glows as he jams it right into him. The giant falls intensely as the blade of Eater pulls it down. Atreus hangs on at first, but jumps off, seeing that he's about to crash onto the ground. When he does crash, the shockwave is so massive that all of the remaining canyons are destroyed, leaving only a massive crater behind. Atreus was slightly impacted by this, but is mostly fine. Angrboda safely glides down with her magic bird. The smoke from the impact quickly clears, and they see that the giant is still conscious. While still stuck on the ground, he starts to talk. I'll admit, you have a little bit of skill, but you won't be able to kill me by these means. His eyes start to glow golden once again as he makes the wind stronger and golden sand starts to rush around him. He struggles to break out of the gravity charm, which seems like it won't be able to hold him much longer. Angrboda says that they should leave, but Atreus says not yet, and he runs over to the giant holding the marble. But the giant is able to get one hand free and grabs a hold of him. He yells at Atreus as he struggles to break free. He says, "It's useless. All of it is useless. There's no point of fighting it anymore." Angrboda shoots magic into his eyes, making him let go. The giant starts to break away more from the grasp of the eater. Angrboda yells, "Whatever you're going to do, Loki, do it now." Atreus pulls out the marvel they used for baby Yorn and begins to chant. The giant weakens in strength. Atreus continues to chant the words. The giant falls down and loses all its strength, and you see one singular blue orb fly away from the giant as he takes his last breath. Atreus has taken its soul. For the moment, the only thing you can hear is the wind. With a combination of relief and trying to make sure the spell actually worked, Angrboda walks closer to the giant's lifeless face. She says, "He's gone. I can't feel anything. We actually did it." Atreus.
Okay, I like this. This is a much better giant fight than the one we had in the game. I like the new mechanics that he gave to Atreus and the battle mechanics he gave to the giant.
Atreus takes the moment to relax his mind, but once he does that, he is reminded of what he saw in the shrine, instantly putting him into a depressed state. Angrboda sees his face and asks him if he's okay, and then he turns and asks her, "What the prophecy said about my father dying, that can't be true. It just can't." Angrboda gives a sad expression and says, "I'm sorry, Loki, but the visions don't lie." "No, I can't accept that. I won't. This is the only way things turn out for all of us." Soon after she says that, they hear someone coming towards them. It appears to be Ron. She looks at both of them and is surprised yet happy that they were able to beat him. Atreus and Angrboda both express that they're glad to see her okay. Atreus then asks her, "Is it true? The story your shrine told? You're the daughter of Odin?" Ron responds, "Not his real daughter. I was born from the death of Ymir, with no real parents. Odin found me and took me in early, said I was special. All I had to do was help him with his work, and I get to join his family. But his family did not welcome me at all, his wife especially. She tried her best to get rid of me, and with my powers, I killed her." "Wait, you killed Fjorgen?" "I didn't mean to. Odin usually tolerated my mistakes, but that was the last straw for him. He banished me from Asgard, cursing me to never grow and to roam the lands forever alone. That is, until you become the ruler of Helheim." "Helheim, that's the realm of the dead, right? I guess it does suit me. Death seems to follow me everywhere I go." I guess the giant was right. In this moment of weakness, Angrboda comes up with an idea. "Maybe you can come live with us." "Well, I mean me." Ron is thrown off by this proposal. "There's a lot I need help with, tending to my animals, collecting food for them. It's definitely a lot for one person to do every day. An extra hand will come in handy." Even though she is met with silence, she continues to speak. "Look, forget about all that now. About the past, future, Loki, forget it all. Today, we survived, and we did something I never imagined possible." Ron says, "Yeah, you two are amazing. You're amazing. Things aren't always great for us, but all we can do now is make the best of what we have. We'll all figure it out together." Ron and Atreus are lifted by her words. But before anything else happens, they see the giant's facial expression change from lifeless to angry as it smashes the ground, causing everything to shake once again. It uses his arms to push his chest up and begins to slowly crawl. "He's still alive? How? It looks like he still has parts of his soul. We gotta get out of here." They all start to run, but the giant raises his hand up to create a sandstorm, which pulls them back. They try to resist the wind, but it's clear that they can't do that for too much longer. Ron looks down at her necklace and notices that the runes on it begin to glow. And then suddenly, a bluish green aura bursts all around her. They yell out what's happening, and Ron says she doesn't know. The aura around her becomes more bigger and more chaotic, almost as if it's creating a large wall between them and the giant. Ron yells out, "You guys should probably leave now. But what about you? I can't move. It's not letting me. We're not going to leave without you." The magic spews out more rapidly, stopping Atreus or Angerboda from getting to Ron. "I don't think you guys have a choice. I'll be okay. I'll catch up to you." The magical energy becomes even more violent, and Ron starts to catch on fire, the flame being a bluish green color. It will get bigger and bigger until it will eventually explode, pushing everything back but stopping the sandstorm. Atreus and Angerboda look up to see that both Ron and the giant are gone. Atreus yells out for her, but the only thing that responds is the dust in the air. He thinks the absolute worst, for they have no idea what she has done. Angerboda sadly says that they should finally leave this place, and they do so. They make their way out of the crater, initially not saying anything. When they climb their way back up, Atreus reminds her of the shrine, but she tells him not to worry about it, for she'll come back for it later. They go back the direction they came. Atreus asks Angerboda what does she think just happened to Ron, and she says she doesn't know. She leads Atreus to a shortcut to make their return to Ironwood quicker. They notice that it's later in the day as the sun is beginning to set. Here is when the fireflies will come out for Angerboda and Atreus to take in the view. Their dialogue between each other transitions back into traditional Ironwood talk, such as coming to terms with your destiny, Atreus offering Angerboda to come with him, but her declining, him asking if he can return after Ragnarok, and so on and so forth. Atreus does his best to cheer her up, and this is when one of the wolves gets snatched by Gryla. The explanation of the souls getting taken away has already been explained, so it will just be revealed by Angerboda that it was Gryla behind it the whole time. Atreus and Angerboda go after her all the same. Everything leading up to Gryla is the same, even the scene where Atreus gives her back the bag of marbles, except Jormungandr will not be present. When they reach the grandma's kitchen and she spots the roaches infesting her territory, they will fight her all the same. Here I'll be making a couple of minor changes to the Gryla boss fight. There will be more attack options for both the player and Gryla to take advantage of. Other than the moves she already has, she will have a jumping attack where she stomps at you if you are far away on the ground for too long. Above Gryla, there are birds trapped inside bird cages. You can shoot the chains holding them, and they can fall on top of Gryla or around her, causing damage from either direct impact or shockwave contact. While she is stunned, you can use the Blade of Eater to mark the cauldron, so when she gets up, you can press triangle to either send her slamming right back to the ground or send her smashing to the wall. Both of these doing solid damage. But other than that, the cauldron is destroyed all the same. They leave Gryla in her misery, with her words leaving Angerboda in an even sadder state. Atreus cheers her up with asking her to race, and they go back to the treehouse. Their final cutscene together is unchanged, with Angerboda giving him Lafay's marble, then helping him sleep his way back home. But when he opens his eyes, he will wake up in his room in Asgard. He looks to see the sun shining out of his window. He takes a look at his broken blade and decides to hide it under his bed for the time being, putting his other knife aside only to have Kratos pick it back up. Kratos picks up the knife and takes a moment to reflect on everything that has happened so far. He steps out of his room to Mimir.
Good morning, brother. No news, I'm afraid.
Kratos picks up Mimir's head and says that we must talk. He sits Mimir onto the table, and then Kratos sits down with him. When going after Atreus, I was stopped by an Aesir. I did not know him. Mimir, tell me, how many more gods serve Odin? Mimir says, well, that would be everyone on his forsaken family tree, which is quite a list, some of them being dead, of course. Mimir then explains every single god from Asgard that Kratos has not seen yet. Let's see. Odin has two brothers, Vili and Ve, who have their own share of children. Vili's children being Heimdall, who I mentioned before, never lost a battle and can read your every move. Vidar, being his other son, is also very dangerous. It's rumored that the only reason he doesn't surpass Thor in strength is because he lacks a magic weapon of his own.
There's also the younger lads. There's Forseti. Thor had a daughter named Thrud. There's Vali. And then there's Hermandor. But I've never seen that one, only heard of him. What's important about these gods is that some of them have their own unique abilities, ranging from foresight, controlling spirits, and even controlling time. Kratos then responds saying, "The man who attacked me could transform like Atreus."
Okay, I like this inclusion, giving each god their brief history and hinting that some of them aren't all the same and they all have their own unique abilities. That's good to know.
But in his god form, he could strike without striking. What exactly are you saying, brother? It didn't matter if I evaded or defended, a blow would still land, as if there was something else, like something you couldn't see. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Speak. Brother, are you familiar with astral forms and different levels of existence? I know that it exists. Then I have some bad news. Odin knows about it too, and he learned that Vali had a strangely close connection to the astral plane. What I remember is Vali being only a kid and a test subject for Odin's experiments. But time has passed, and now he may be another soldier. Vali. He may have learned to use other forms in combat. I didn't even think for that to be possible. Brother, have you ever fought something like this before? I have, but I had to use a power that was not mine to overcome it. Do you know of another way to fight this? I'm afraid not. Kratos gets up, grabs Mimir, and puts him on his belt again. He goes over to Brock and Sindri working in the workshop. He tells them that he has news. Sindri asks does he has a plan to get Atreus back, and Kratos says, "The one who attacked me threatened to kill Atreus. The plan is to kill him first." Sindri responds by saying, "Oh, wow, okay. And who are we killing again?" Mimir says that we believe it to be Vali. Vali? I never thought of that kid to be a fan of bloodshed. Well, that may be the least of things that has changed. We think he uses the astral dimension to fight. And you're certain? Well, this won't be easy. How are you supposed to fight something you can't see? You don't rely on your eyes.
That's the idea.
If you want to get personal with a higher power, you got to do more than just seeing or hearing, see? You need a sixth sense.
And I got just the thing in mind to help you do it. Sindri, go get Dropnir.
Just like in the original, Sindri is at first confused of the Dropnir's purpose in the situation, but quickly catches on. The scene of Sindri retrieving the Elden Ring will be the same, the only changes being the absence of Freya and the topic of Heimdall being replaced with Vali. Tyr will still have the same attitude. They make plans on going to Svartalfheim to get the rest of the materials and visit the lady. Kratos decides on Brock to tag along with him. The gate takes them to the abandoned service tunnel, where Brock will separate from them. The tunnel section will stay the same. You go the same way, fight the same enemies. When you finally reach outside the tunnel and reunite with Brock, he will say to you, "We may have a teeny tiny little problem." Kratos, Brock, and Mimir feel the earth rumble, and they take a look to the sky near the mountains. They see a large realm portal open up, and a tentacle emerges from it. Kratos says, "The Kraken lives." Mimir says, "No way. I thought you cracked it with that meteor pretty good." As they say this, the Kraken summons a second realm portal above the one it was in. It reaches into the portal and pulls out the head of a dragon from it. The dragon opens his mouth and breathes yellow lightning, but misses. The Kraken wraps his whole tentacle around the dragon and tosses it, sending it slamming into one of the mountains. The dragon regains its flight shortly after impact and tries to fly away. The Kraken reaches its tentacle to grab the dragon's tail. It tries to flap harder, but the Kraken overpowers it and pulls it into the realm tear, and it closes. Nidavellir returns to its silence. Mimir says, "That looks like one of the dragons we freed some time ago." The Kraken is pulling things from other realms. We should definitely try to help it. We can no longer reach it. And I hope it stays that way. At least till our weapon's ready. The journey they take towards the mountain will be for the most part unchanged. They navigate through the wild, fight a few monsters, When they cross paths with the Dwarven village, the dwarves will be frightened of Kratos and Brock, as usual. They make their way to the Sky Mover, but instead of cables being stuck due to eyeball nest, they witness a realm tear open and a Kraken's tentacle, drenched in water, wraps around the cable, its weight slightly pulling the cable down. Brock says, "Oh look, it's back already. Gonna have to get rid of it if we want to meet the lady." The part where you have to open the gate to reach the cables are the same, but when you reach the cables and see the tentacle, throw your axe at it a couple of times to make it release the cables. The tentacles return to its realm tear portal and it closes. They make their way over to the Sky Mover where Brock will explain about the nature of a thing rather than its form.
Watch and learn. See? Dwarven magic's all about the intangibles.
They reach inside of the forge. Kratos fetches the materials for Brock to smith into the spearhead. The entire scene of Kratos getting the Draupnir spear is the same. This is the part where Brock realizes he died and is missing some soul parts. Kratos still asking him for his blessing. Then you rise to fight a few Grims and use the spear for the first time. The existing mechanics and combos of the spear will remain. Here, I will only add a few minor tweaks. The Draupnir will have its air combo variations, being a combination of slashes and thrust. Kratos can of course perform a death from above with the spear. However, if you were to press triangle while airborne, Kratos will slam the bottom end of the spear to the ground, causing the remaining ones to detonate. Other than that, everything else is the same. They make their way out from the forge to return home. You fight the usual enemies along the way. Kratos thanks Brock for the spear, and they go their separate ways from here. Kratos and Mimir go back into the village and notice it being absent only for Odin to show up. Their godhood level conversation is the same, with Kratos warning Odin and Odin taunting Kratos.
You don't care about mortals. You don't care about anything beyond yourself, beyond the monster who kills without cause. You fear what you can never even hope to understand.
But this time, the very moment that the ravens surround Odin, a realm tear will open up right in front of them. A tentacle emerges and wraps around Kratos, and he struggles to break free. It pulls Kratos inside the portal and transports them in the middle of the air. Kratos and Mimir land on one of the flat mountaintops. Kratos looks around for the Kraken only to see its entire body, tentacles included, covering the face of the mountain like a parasite. Its tentacles now are also pinning the dragon they seen before down against the mountain. The dragon struggles and shoots lightning everywhere. Multiple enemies climb onto the mountain with you, which you will have to fight. Kratos says, "The dragon!" And Mimir says, "We gotta get it off that mountain." And this will begin the enemy encounter. You start this encounter by fighting a multitude of enemies such as Grim and Draugr. As you are fighting, the dragon will shoot lightning in the air as a desperate attempt to break free. The lightning will rain down where you are fighting, indicated by yellow lightning forming a spot around. The attack can hurt both you and the enemies. The enemies try to overwhelm you with numbers, but you're able to deal with it. You look over to the Kraken, who wraps one of its tentacles around the dragon's head, stopping the lightning from being fired. They are too far for Kratos to reach where he's at. Mimir yells out, "Brother, over there!" To your right, far off, you see one of those geysers high up, which is covered by a huge boulder. If you can get to the other connecting geyser and freeze it, the force could launch the boulder, giving you some airtime. You move to your right and jump onto another platform, which is even bigger than the one before, and it has a wall to the left of you. More enemies will appear. This time, while fighting them, a realm tear will open up that will have the Kraken's tentacle come out and do a slam and then rest on the ground, blocking your way. A yellow crack will be on the tentacle. Use the Draupnir to blow it up and send it back where it came. While you're fighting, the Kraken does this one more time, and then you do the same thing. The yellow crack will be replaced with a deep red wound. After killing the last enemy, the Kraken will summon its tentacle once again, but this time wrapping around Kratos. He struggles to get free, but it seems like he can't. More enemies come up the cliff and slowly walk up to you. This time, there's
75% off and fast shipping. It's a spiral-bound full-color book with 140 plus practical remedies you'll actually use. And right now, it's not 10% or 20% off. It's a massive 75% off, plus 2 free bonus guides. We ship fast.
3 to 5 days in the US and Australia, 7 to 10 worldwide, tracked and insured. Grab your copy today at 75% off.
There's a lot of them, and to the point where there are too many to fight in gameplay. But then, the good old reliable L3 and R3 appear on the screen. Press it to make the screen go red. Kratos uses his fiery hands and grips the tentacle, torching it with the flames of rage, causing it to let go. But Kratos does not let go. He stops it from returning to the portal and tries to pull it away. You mash circle to watch the red wound from where you use the Dropnir expand around until Kratos rips the tentacle in half and the portal closes. He throws the tentacle onto the enemies, making them all go flying off the cliff. Kratos roars, and in the distance, you can see the Kraken screaming with its now missing tentacle, its blood spilling around, but the dragon is still subdued. Even more enemies come and try to kill you, and here is where I introduce a brand new Spartan Rage variant, and I call this one Spartan Rain. Spartan Rain will have a singular long bar and will turn Kratos into a grappler. I know we technically already have that, but I'm talking about that fast-paced collision grappling, just like the classics. Press R1 to grab an enemy with one hand. You will have the option to press either R1 or R2 after that. R1 does the battering ram, hitting multiple enemies and moving any direction, tossing them at the end. R2 has Kratos lift the enemy up and brutally tear them in half. If you have no one in your hand, you can press L1. Kratos does a stomp towards the enemy, which sends them in the air. Pressing R1 right after has Kratos jump in the air and grab them with one hand, spin them around, and throw them back onto the ground, hitting other enemies. Any big or heavier enemies, Kratos will punch in this state, but it does massive stun damage, allowing you to get them with R3 sooner. Once you take care of those enemies, you proceed to the boulder. It is high up, so you'll have to do some climbing. As you get higher, you can locate the other geyser. Mimir will yell out saying the geyser, and Kratos will say that he sees it. When you get close to the boulder, press circle to grapple onto it with the Blaze of Chaos. Kratos looks at where the Kraken is, and then looks in the opposite direction for the other geyser. He pulls out the Leviathan axe and throws it to the other geyser, freezing it. The force of the geyser they're on launches the boulder in the air and towards the Kraken and the dragon like a catapult. As Kratos gets closer, the Kraken uses one of its free tentacles to throw a boulder at you. Right when it's about to hit you, Kratos jumps off the boulder and the two rocks smash each other. Kratos now flying towards them using his wings to steady himself and holding the Dropnir. He sends it smashing into the Kraken's eye. The Kraken yells and slightly loses the grip on the dragon, but not completely. Both of the monsters struggle violently. This causes the face mountain they're on.
Okay, I'm liking these new special combos he's given to Kratos, and the ones that he gave to Atreus, and his descriptions about these battles would be like. I'm liking this so far. Let's see how it's going to end.
On to collapse and flatten. The face tips over backwards, causing it to look over to the sky, and Kratos stands on top of it. Mimir says, "Now's our chance. Sever all those nasty tentacles, and it'll have nothing to hold on to." When you move around, the Kraken will try to hit you desperately, which you can evade. It will have yellow cracks on every tentacle, blow up every single one of them. The Kraken loses the grip of the dragon completely, and the dragon flies away immediately. The Kraken slides off the face, but is still trying its best to hold on. Kratos runs over to its end hanging off the mountain. He attaches both blades to it and starts pulling. Mass circle to send this Kraken off its nest and falling down. The Sky Mover is completely destroyed. The weight of the Kraken sends Kratos down with it. They both start free falling. Kratos will use his wings, but suddenly the dragon comes back and starts to breathe lightning. Mimir yells for Kratos to look out, but it's too late. The dragon fires at the Kraken while it's still airborne, frying the monster to death. The dragon wasn't aiming at Kratos, but the lightning clipped one of his wings, destroying it. The dragon flies off, almost as quickly as it came back. Now Kratos and Mimir are really free falling with the Kraken down into the water. Mimir yells as they all take a dive. Kratos swims around to see the Kraken sinking deeper down, for it is now
truly dead. He sees a light underneath that begins to move around. Kratos starts to follow the light. As he follows, they see multiple treasures, broken ships, and various foreign objects. After a minute or so, the light begins to rise up, then shrinks and forms itself onto Kratos' Dropnir ring, making it glow and then disappear. Kratos will then swim up onto the shore and sees that he's near Durlin's house. He pulls Mimir out of the river and he coughs out water. He says, "Oh, we're back at Durlin's. Just on our way home then." They swim onto shore and start to make their way back. Walking out of the back of Durlin's house, they hear a voice. Kratos looks over to see a dwarf that is very frightened, similar to Sindri. The dwarf says, I seen what just happened. The Kraken was terrorizing the city for I don't know how long. The dwarf hesitates, then pulls out a pouch. I just wanted to say thanks. Kratos walks a little closer and he drops the pouch out of fear. Mimir asks,
You're going to be really blown away by this. Just going to press this and see what it gives us.
"Well, brother, anything to say back?" Kratos nods his head at the dwarf and robotically says, "You're welcome." The dwarf runs away and Kratos picks up the pouch. It was only Hacksilver. Useless. Anyways, they make their way back, which is the same, except for Freya's absence, returning back to the realm between realms, and then Sindri's house. When you reach the door, you hear Brock and Sindri yelling at each other. You walk inside to hear Brock saying, "All this time I had died, and you thought it wasn't an interesting story to tell. It wasn't like that at all. The lady didn't even look at me. The Dropnir didn't get a blessing because you wanted to keep secrets, which is why I didn't want you to go. So why was it so fucking hard to tell the truth? Because I didn't know how. Brock, you died because of me. I made you continue that project when we both knew that it wasn't going to work. And I couldn't stand the reason you died being because of me. So if that makes me a terrible brother, then so be it." A moment of silence is shared between them. Brock looks down and starts shaking his head and quietly says, "I forgive you." Sindri says, "What?" And then Brock shouts, "I said I forgive you. Did your ears stop working?" Brock walks over to the back of the workshop. Sindri stands there a bit dumbfounded. Brock turns back around and says, "It's best not to squabble over what's already been done. It only holds you back. For example, I almost forgot.
Hey! Come show off the spear. See what we done."
Kratos shows off the spear and the scene transitions back into the original, with Kratos noticing his wear and tear and goes to rest. This scene is unchanged, with him dreaming of Faye, reminding him what matters and to be better. Kratos rises from his sleep and starts punching the wall, and it transitions to Atreus back in Asgard. Starting off with a few gameplay changes, I'm going to be adding some pause combos to the Dropnir spear. After throwing an attack with the spear, the controller will vibrate. Press R1 again to have Kratos use the spear in a spinning motion, hitting the enemy with a strong slash attack. This delayed combo will also have defensive properties. Time this delayed attack with an incoming enemy's attack to have it be parried by his swinging movement and strike the enemy afterwards. But you will have to time your attack to their strike so you can still get hit out of it. You can do this 2 times with the second attack having knockback potential. The R2 version also has defensive properties. The heavy variation of the pause combo makes Kratos summon his shield and steps back out of range from the enemy, then quickly steps back into range with a thrust counter using the spear, followed with a force after effect. That will have to do it for the gameplay changes for now. Let us proceed onto the story. Atreus punches the wall, quickly being joined by Skilder, who asks what is he doing. Atreus tells him the same thing of Heimdall trying to provoke him and trying not to give in to it. Skilder says gotcha as Atreus continues to punch the wall. While walking around the room, Skilder says to Atreus, "Hey, you happen to see my cousin anywhere?" Atreus turns to look at him and he continues, "You know, the girl on the horse when you first came to New Midgard. She's a busy woman, but I usually hear from her by now." Atreus takes a brief moment to think about what happened to his cousin. Then he also thinks of Thor and how easily he eradicated that village. Then he says to Skildir, "I'm sorry, I haven't seen her anywhere." Skildir looks disappointed for a second, but then nonchalantly says, "It's fine. She's probably on her way back now." This is when they'll hear the ravens and Thrud shows up. The scene ends the same way, with Skildir giving his offering and leaving. Then Atreus and Thrud return to the Great Lodge. Thrud and Atreus agree to catch up later to see the All-Father. When Thrud slams the door, Atreus looks at the mask, then over to his bed to see his broken Eider blade, and decides to bring it with him. Here you'll have a bit of a chance to run around Asgard, similar to Part 5. But just like Part 5, there won't be too much to explore, only a few minor encounters. Inside the Great Lodge where Heimdall hangs out, there will be a couple of NPCs gossiping, and one of them will actually mention Odin's famous horse, Sleipnir, and they will talk about how they never really get to see his horse anymore. The village of Asgard will show the commoners living their lives, and also Vidar walking among them, his tall stature towering over everyone. He seems to be leading a group of goats, with one of them chewing on his pants. He doesn't really seem to bother anyone. A small section of Asgard will be damaged. Workers can be seen trying to fix it up. Atreus will encounter some sort of an open area with a crowd of people. The crowd continues to protest about seeing the famous god killer fall. Posters of a badly drawn Kratos can be seen around. Atreus sees this and feels uneasy once again by the people's aggression. But this time, a man shouts at them with an echoey voice, immediately silencing the mob. The man appears wearing a long black tunic with golden engravings, a shaved head but with black hair still visible, a clean-shaven face with a blindfold around his eyes. Someone in the crowd yells out, "Lord Forseti!" A raven flies above.
Yeah, you might have missed it a bit, Lars Bar, but this rewrite is pretty good. For a recap, he gives Kratos and Atreus more mechanics. One being, in this, he fought a Valkyrie, and he took her wings to fly like he did in God of War 3. So he can glide in this rewrite with some aerial combat. Same with Atreus and his moveset. But I think one of my favorite things is how I'll do that. One of my favorite things I liked was him including other Norse gods and goddesses in his rewrite. Like he introduced Odin's two brothers and some of the other Norse gods that are known in the myths.
Above Forseti, dropping a book in his hands and flying away. He starts flipping the pages of the book and says, "Need I remind you once again that you are all in violation of our laws?" Some of the people groan and start sucking their teeth.
That's okay.
Section 22. Citizens of Asgard are prohibited from vandalizing Aesir property. Forseti turns the page again. Section 58. Citizens of Asgard are prohibited from protesting or spreading propaganda without the permission of the All-Father. One of the people in the mob tries to plead with Forseti, saying, "But it's the truth. This monster murdered our gods, the sons of Thor, and he's still out there free to kill more of us, which is not your concern. I do understand that these crimes should not go unpunished, but this is a matter for the gods to handle. And I can assure you that the All-Father is taking care of that as we speak. Now, unless any of you want to move to New Midgard, I strongly suggest that you clean this mess up and go about your days peacefully."
Hey, Bermuda, it's Alonzo Bowden. Listen, you just got a couple of weeks to get your tickets for Just for Last Bermuda. We're going to have a great lineup. We're going to have a great time. Get your tickets right now before they're gone. Click here or go to comedyevent.bm. Just for Last Bermuda. You know it's going to be fun.
Forseti then walks away in the opposite direction from Atreus, not noticing him at all. The angry mob is disbanded. Vili can be found in his personal building, but other than that, the rest of Asgard is the same. When Atreus tries to walk inside of Odin's office, Ve can be seen just in front of the door. He speaks to Atreus with rosy red cheeks. "Hi, kid. We haven't, properly spoken yet." Ve spits on his hand and reaches out for a handshake and shouts, "Welcome to the family." Atreus says, "Nah, I'm okay. Thanks." When you open Odin's door, it will not lead into his office, but instead you will appear on the other end of the same hallway. When you run up to Odin's door, Ve will still be there, and he says, "Hi, kid. We haven't, properly spoken yet." Atreus cuts in. "What? I thought I just..." But Ve ignores him, spitting on his hand and reaches out for a handshake. "Welcome to the family." Atreus declines him again and walks into Odin's office, but he appears at the other end of the hallway again. Atreus goes to Odin's door to see Ve, saying,
Yeah, I set it up for you.
"Hi, kid. How are you doing that?" Ve starts laughing, but then covers his mouth, beginning to hurl, and quickly runs away outside. When Atreus finally walks inside, everything will play out the same. Thor will question his father about Loki, but will be shut down immediately. Atreus and Odin conversate about Ymir in the mask, Atreus wrongly guessing that the next piece is in Helheim. Odin sends them there along with Thrud and Heimdall. When they go to Helheim, Heimdall instantly dishes them the same way. The mission with Atreus and Thrud will start off the same way, looking for the missing pieces of the mask. They battle a few Hellwalkers while having their disagreements about the goodness of Odin. Thrud, of course, being eager to prove herself, defends him. While they're fighting, the ground will occasionally shake, and you will hear echoey moans in the background. During combat, you will be able to use your Eider blade. But this time you will quickly notice that the nature of the Eider blade is different from an Ironwood. In Ironwood, Atreus' new weapon had the ability to manipulate the gravity of his opponent. But here in Helheim, you will no longer have that ability. When attacking an enemy with the blade, the symbol will still pop up on top of the enemy. But when you press triangle, Atreus will try to do the gesture, but it won't do what he expects. Instead, the enemy will get a red aura around it and start attacking other enemies. Atreus will be very confused when this happens. And while you're controlling the enemy with the blade, you can hear eerie voices whispering to it all around it. And at the same time, its health is slowly depleting. This will only last for moments when you do it, and you can only do it to one enemy at a time. Other than this, most of the section will be unchanged, with Thrud and Atreus having some of their bonding moments, such as them talking about their parents and hearing why Thrud wants to become a Valkyrie. When they reach the dead pirate ship, in the distance, Atreus will see something familiar. A dark-skinned, dreaded giant named Belly, walking around aimlessly and soulless. Atreus will say, "Oh, so that's where that's coming from. Is that Belly? If he's here, that means..."
Hey, you talking to me?
No, just talking to Ingrid.
The mask will lead them to whatever the fuck this is, landing where Garm will reside. When they reach Garm, Atreus will convince Thrud to help free the beast. When they do so, Garm will immediately show his gratitude by becoming more violent. When Atreus and Thrud are knocked down, Garm will claw the fabric of space in front of them and then howl, causing the winds of hell to grow stronger. Enemies will appear and then Garm will run away. Thrud will ask what did it just do as they prepare themselves to be swarmed by a multitude of enemies that you will have to fight. The number of Hellwalkers start off small but get slowly bigger the more you kill off. After fighting to near exhaustion, a traveler will appear behind Atreus for a sneak attack. Thrud will intercept them. She uses her mace and sword to block the heavy sword of the traveler. Atreus yelling out to her. She charges electricity to her weapons to parry the sword, which pushes the traveler back. The traveler tries to recover for a wide swing, while at the same time Thrud charging towards him with one of her own, both yelling.
She beats him to it, cutting the traveler's head off, some of its blue blood getting on her. The body of the traveler goes limp and falls to her feet. While Through noticeably breathes heavy, the realm tears Garm made do not disappear. They only get smaller, and no more monsters decide to show up for the time being. Atreus asks if she's okay, and Through says, "Yeah, I was just getting started." Without either noticing, mist forms all around the ground. Through yells in the direction Garm ran off to and says,
You're welcome, mangy mutt.
Suddenly, they start to hear something which seems to be a voice of a little girl. Through turns around, going in the direction of the voice. They start to make out the words that the little girl is saying. They hear, "For the last time, I didn't come here to play, I came to train." Another voice responds, which they both recognize as Modi's. He says, "Aw, wants to train," she says. "What is it? The dolls start fighting back?" Modi laughs at his own joke. The Helheim vision appears with a younger Thrude trying to stand up to Magni and Modi. Magni walks up to Thrude and says, "Run along, little girl. You don't want to play with us. We can get dangerous." Modi says, "We really do, don't we?" Leaving younger Thrude to storm off in anger. When Kid Thrude is at a distance, she will be snuck up on by a kid with wild hair. She turns to the kid, being startled at first, but then quickly realizes who that is. She says, "Volley," who puts his finger on his lips and tells her to look up. Almost like magic, a booby trap appears above them. A large bag aimed to be swung towards Magni and Modi held by a rope. Volley sneakily gives Thrude a small axe to do the honors. Thrude cuts the rope, making the bag swing past them and hit Magni and Modi. They both get covered in what seems to be mud and yell out, "Ugh! Is this shit? It's goat shit!" Thrude and Volley start laughing, but then Magni and Modi quickly.
Okay. So I guess similarly to how Kratos and Atreus' visions were shown in Helheim, he's giving Druid some of that as well. So that's good to know.
Quickly starts to charge up in their Stormbreaker forms, causing both of the kids to run away. The vision then dissolves and then changes into another one, showing Thrude and Volley training together. Thrude uses her sword and mace. Volley uses his staff. They clash a few times until Thrude knocks the staff out of Volley's hands. She tries to quickly finish him off, but Volley pulls out a short stick and intercepts her, landing the killing blow. She yells out, "Oh, that's not fair." Volley laughs and says, "Anything goes in a fight, Thrude. You're gonna have to know that for when you become a Valkyrie." Thrude sadly says, "Mom says I'm not gonna become a Valkyrie." Volley says, "Who cares? It's not like your parents can make the path for you. Come on, you almost beat me of all people. That's already the strongest Valkyrie I know." Suddenly they hear thunder and both look over to see Thor walking up towards them. He shows up and points at Volley and says, "The All-Father summons you." Now. Thor turns and walks away, and Volley follows. The vision dissolves and transforms once again to a Thrude in a similar age as now. She sees Volley once again and gets his attention, saying that she hasn't seen him in a while, but this time he seems off. He tells her to get lost and that he's done with babysitting. Thrude, being confused by this statement, asks what is he talking about. She notices that he's holding some string which appears to be connected to something bigger. She asks what is he doing, and he says, "Me? I'm just playing my part, my role." Thrude realizes that Volley is going to set off a bomb in Asgard and tries to stop him. The moment she runs, she is instantly immobilized, being held back by something invisible, struggling to break free. She yells out, "Are you crazy? Why are you trying to blow up home?" Volley responds, "Home? No. You may live here, but this is only one man's home. Everything else has no place here."
Listen to yourself right now. You're not making any sense. Volley reaches down and ignites the string, quickly reaching the bomb. He says, "You won't be able to follow your dreams, Through. I suggest you give up." Throod yells out no, and the bomb explodes. You hear people screaming. The real Throod looks away from the vision, no longer able to stomach her memories. Atreus, who was watching the whole thing, asks Throod if she's okay. Throod angrily asked him,
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her neighbor.
what caused those visions. He tells her Helheim does that. It reaches inside your brain and pulls out memories, usually bad ones. Atreus, being confused at that last part of the memory, asks Through why did Vali decide to attack Asgard, but she doesn't answer him, only urging him to go and get the piece of the mask they've been looking for so they can hurry up and go home. The scene returns back to the original, with Atreus not finding any piece of the mask, leading to Through getting mad at him. They start to head back, and we get the infamous racist Heimdall scene.
Half-breeds. Don't call me a half-breed.
I will call you whatever I like, Junior.
After Heimdall is done bullying both Atreus and Throod, they return to Asgard empty-handed, and Odin sends Loki to his room. As Atreus walks out, Heimdall talks about his expedition, and he also tells Odin that the giant spotted in Helheim will not be a problem because it is practically dead already. When Atreus is in his room, he is overwhelmed by his mistakes, and when he hears Odin knocking, he hides his Eider blade back under his bed. Then he lets Odin in, and their talk plays out the exact same way. Atreus wants to go home, and Odin is okay with that, but takes the mask and Ingrid back. The Ravens send him to his home, which you walk out, fight Hillwalkers, and then use the door to get back to Sindri's house. Atreus returns to see Brock and Sindri fighting off the wrath of Hel, Kratos being MIA, and Tyr being a little bitch. You are forced to fight off the Hillwalkers, but with no way to close any of the realm tears. You fight them off until you are overwhelmed, with one of them getting the better of Atreus and almost eating his face off, but then getting a spear thrown into his head. Kratos has returned to save the day. Kratos puts Atreus on his feet, and here is where you will switch back to playing as the god of war. Here is where you will get Spartan wrath, just like the original. But this time, you'll notice that your wings that were broken from part 7 are now prepared again. Brock and Sindri repaired Kratos' wings of gold off screen, giving you a new move. After any successful parry, press circle right after to perform a winged strike. This will do some damage and also creates a small wind current after impact, causing launch potential. Use all of your tools to decimate the Hillwalkers. Instead of Freya using her magic to close the realm tears with the help of Atreus, everyone will just be fighting until they eventually stop coming. When the enemies stop coming, the portals will get smaller, but they are still active. Tyr makes a fool out of himself, to no one's surprise. We have Kratos and Atreus finally reuniting. Nothing has changed here. He tells him that he freed Garm and is berated by Tyr and Mimir. Kratos shuts them down, defending his son. They decide to go after and stop Garm, leaving Mimir with Tyr. Ratatoskr unlocks their way to Hel, and they embark on this mission immediately. The Helheim section, for the most part, will be the same. Their conversations consist of them trying to catch up, but holding back on stuff because they're both keeping secrets. The beginning encounters are the same, except you will notice a lack of sigil door puzzles. They reach Garm face to face for the first time. Atreus tries to calm it down with no success. They continue on. When Kratos mentions about how he agrees with Odin on not wanting Ragnarok, Atreus presses him on why he has a new spear. Kratos says to protect, and that all that matters is if he is safe. And here we'll have Atreus say,
But that's not all that matters. Who's keeping you safe?
and Kratos' response is,
I do not need you to protect me.
You sure about that?
Then you will fight the Traveler in the shipyard of the Fallen. Once you deal with him, you move on once again with Atreus, not giving up on trying to tame Garm. Garm's still destroying everything in sight. They close in on the foul beast, and they follow Atreus' plan.
Kratos tries to sneakily pull Garm's chain to subdue it, but fails as the beast stops them and runs away. When Atreus returns, Kratos asks him if Odin taught him to control his transformations. Atreus, of course, says no, and the impatient Kratos decides to do things his way. Now, as for the Garm fight, I'm going to be making 0 changes to this boss fight, except for one small one. Garm's stomp shockwaves and chain attacks can be hopped over using the wings. Other than that, Garm will take you for a ride the moment his health gets low, smashing you into the wall. Kratos makes Atreus push the pillar that's connected to the chain in order to snap the dog's neck. Garm lays down lifeless. Atreus is sad that it ended once again with violence. Kratos tells him that sometimes there is no other way. They begin to make their way home, only to realize the Garm still lives and is attacking you. This section also plays out the same, with Kratos and Atreus making a run for it. Garm tries to stick his nose in and gets a wet willy. They keep on running, everything being the same. Garm then finds them, attacks Kratos, and sends them to the second phase of the fight. There will be also 0 changes here. The main way to deal damage with him is via Draupnir. You get his health low only for it to regenerate. Atreus then comes up with the plan to put the knife's soul inside of him.
If you've been waiting for the best deal on this natural healing hand,
Realizing Garm doesn't have one, Kratos latches his blade onto Garm so Atreus can run along it. Kratos launches Atreus into the air, but this time Garm looks up at Atreus and goes for a bite. He bites Atreus and eats him. No, I'm just playing. He successfully lands on top of Garm's head, jamming his knife right into it. This causes Garm to run away. They go follow him once more. Atreus explains to Kratos what he just did, just like the original. Here, they open up a little more. Atreus, why do you feel the need to protect me? Atreus tells him about the prophecy of him being dead. Kratos tells him that he knew this already, and one day he'd have to survive without him. They find Garm, who is now Fenrir. Kratos tells the dog to sit and then go home. Now, with Garm being defeated, they can go home and live happily ever after. As they begin to head back, Kratos admits what the spear was made for, which was Vali. Atreus then admits that Vali was the one who came and attacked him in Midgard. Atreus says, when he attacked, he said he came to avenge Baldur. But in Asgard, Odin said he wasn't the one who sent him. He betrayed Asgard and came for revenge on his own. And you would believe the words of Odin? I wouldn't, but I've kind of seen proof. He attacked Asgard. I'm not sure what side he's on, but if he doesn't like Odin, maybe the next time we see him, we can try to talk to him. Do not count on it. He has threatened to take both of our lives. I know, just a hopeful thought, but you're right. It's probably going to end how it usually ends. A moment of silence is shared between the two until Kratos breaks it, saying, Atreus, do you blame me for Freya? Atreus says, no, I never should have went behind your back. You only did what you had to. Kratos says, I did what I was used to. When I took Baldur's life, I did so to preserve something good. I should have tried harder to speak, reason. What I did was easy. But today, Atreus, you have done what I cannot. I wish you were still here with us. As do I. They then reach the realm travel door, where Kratos will take a seat and reflect with Atreus joining him. He tells his son that he's proud of him and that he was the one who wasn't ready. Atreus tells him he doesn't have to change just because he's not there. They both agree to guide each other on in spirit. Now, with the father and son bond restored, they return to Sindri's house to see everyone there, telling them that they dealt with Garm. Instead of Freya asking Atreus what he learned from Asgard, it will be Tyr. Atreus gladly shows them about the mask. Atreus tells everyone that he's sorry about how he left. Everyone forgives him, with Sindri being reluctant to. Tyr then apologizes for not doing anything about the Hillwalkers. Mimir then adds, since we're on the topic of Hillwalkers, might I add that the realm tears are still open.
We're practically waiting for them to come out and attack again. Tyr says, well, when one problem's handled, there's always another, I suppose. Brock then steps in and says, but before you deal with that, I noticed back at your old home it's getting a little colder. Might be best if you check on those dogs of yours. Kratos stares at Brock as if he said the most stupidest shit just now, and Brock stares at him back. Well, I got a good feeling about this one. Just do it. Atreus comments on how he would like to take a break for a bit to check on the dogs and the newborn Fenrir. Kratos silently agrees and they go on home. When returning to Midgard, Kratos tells Atreus to stay ready for anyone who could possibly come and attack them. But to their comfort, they go home and see no one. They hear the dogs howling and Atreus runs over eagerly to see them. Kratos follows behind. When they reach the dogs, they will be very shocked to see that they have been visited by a very unexpected guest. Freyr, who is kneeling down on one knee, is petting one of the dogs. He turns over to look at both Kratos and Atreus. They both go into a battle stance. Kratos demands, how did you find us? Freyr casually walks towards them and says, you really need to take better care of your wolves. As Freyr continues to walk, Atreus raises his bow and Kratos says, what do you want? Freyr scoffs and then says, you know, I am taking a very big risk coming out here. I could lose the respect of my team if you've come here to seek vengeance. For my sister? Yeah, I would. But she's not dead. Kratos and Atreus are very shocked to hear this news. Atreus excitedly goes up to him and says, she's alive? Freya's alive? Oh yeah, healed her myself. So no, I'm not here to fight. What I need is help. Help. Help with what exactly?
Your erection will be as strong as when you were in your teens.
Starting this off, there really isn't any gameplay.
Okay, I'm liking this new way he's doing the story so far. So I'm curious to see what else he's going to show off. Given now the plot seems like it's sure he's keeping some stuff, but it looks like his version of the story is going to have a bit of more changes to it that I'm very much enjoying. So let's see what else he has cooking up.
Play changes like that, but I would like to make a quick update to the speed
All right, I'm back now. Had a little internet issues there, so let's see if I can finish this video before my internet has another internet problem.
This allows you to punish enemies trying to sneak up behind you and hit you at your blind spot. There will also be another addition to this attack. If you were to hold R1 instead of simply pressing it, Kratos will do the spinning animation, but this time, instead of finishing it off with a slash, he will hold the spear up, allowing it to glow, and then he will slam it onto the ground. This causes a massive shockwave, which will knock everyone back. There will also be a retreating R2 attack for the spear, but all he does is step back and throws the spear. Freyr looks at the two and says, "Gentlemen, how would you like to start Ragnarok?" Atreus looks as he is about to say something until Kratos says, "We will not aid you in any war." Freyr then responds saying, "Oh, so I guess my sister's blood on your hands was enough for you." "That was never what I wanted." Freyr and Kratos both look at each other with high tension and disgust. But then Freyr will say, "We're not actually starting a war. I mean, as much as I hate Odin and would love to do that, I can't. But my realm is out of balance. And you two are apparently the last living non-Aesir warriors, according to Brock. So Brock sent you." They suddenly hear Brock say, "Yes, I did." The three of them look over to see Brock walking up to them, followed by Tyr holding Mimir. Brock says, "You go and play cleanup and you'll be square with the Vanir folk. Also gets the all fuckers' fingers off which it don't belong." Atreus looks at a still considering Kratos and says, "It's not like we have much of a plan. I think we should do it." Freyr goes face to face with Kratos. Brock here says, "You used to know Freya." Kratos responds, "She was our friend." I find that hard to believe. So prove it. Kratos agrees to tag along and help Freyr, but says that they will leave the realm once they are done. Freyr says that is completely fine by him. Kratos walks over to Tyr to retrieve the head of Mimir, who wishes to have a slightly more
Yeah, I'm
pleasant
good.
trip to
Just had to
Vanaheim
do
this
something
time.
real quick.
Freyr hears
Had some
Mimir's voice
Wi-Fi
and
problems, but now
immediately
it's back
shows his
on.
hate towards him, just like the original. Tyr looks down at Kratos and says, "I'll be joining you too. Try to help in any way I can." Kratos tells him very well, but then Freyr looks at Tyr and says, "For a moment, I thought I was going crazy. You're alive? And on our side? This is even better." But then Brock tells them to hurry up and let's get going. Atreus asks Freyr what is it he needs help with, but he says he'll tell them when they get there. Our characters step foot inside of Vanaheim for the second time. Tyr is immediately mesmerized by its beauty, saying that he already feels more calm and at peace. Freyr points to the sky. "Everyone look up. Tell me what you see." They look to see a beautiful night sky full of stars. Atreus says, "It's beautiful, but where's the moon? Is it gone?" "Not gone. It's still up there, but you can't see it. Our celestial king, Mani, is supposed to give it light, but he's been taken." "Mani being stolen?" "It's just like what it said." Freyr asks what is he talking about, and Atreus tells him about the prophecy that they saw. Freyr says, "Did this prophecy of yours happen to say where Mani was taken?" It kind of left that out." "Well, that's our first problem. I sent my team out on a search mission to discover where he was taken. We'll meet up with him, but for now, we head to base." As they navigate through the jungles of Vanaheim, they will encounter one of the realm tears that Garm left. It will only spawn a few basic enemies that you will easily be able to deal with. After the realm tear shrinks and the enemies stop coming, Freyr will then say, "Yeah, those just started popping up. Best to be careful." Mimir tells him how Garm was freed and also says how Kratos and Atreus worked together to stop that destruction. Atreus asks Freyr, is there any way to close these realm tears for good? Freyr says, "Well, I can't, but I think my sister knew how." Atreus says, "So where is Freya?" "Well, there goes our next problem. Freya left." "Why would she leave you? You're her brother." "I guess she hates me as much as she hates you." They all walk through the jungle until Freyr sees a wall of bushes. Freyr opens the bushes and sees nothing but sky.
and says, well, shit. We're on the wrong island. Oh, I forgot. Everything is in the sky here. Almost everything. I'm going to assume that not everyone here can fly. So we're going to use this to get across. Freyr reaches inside of one of his pockets to get something. But before he's able to grab it, the entire ground shakes and rumbles. Everyone looks around and wonders what's happening. Freyr steps back and looks up to see golden sparkles drawing themselves in the sky and falling down like glitter. Freyr says, oh, never mind. What's happening? All of the islands are coming together. That would have been convenient our first time here. It's all becoming one land again. One land again? So it was like this before. Aye. Vanaheim was originally on the ground like the other realms. It was only until Njord separated the main lands and sent them all to the sky. Do me a favor, Mimir. Don't ever mention that old bastard again. I don't need a history lesson. I was only telling the lad. They hear an enormous thud, which lets them know that all of the islands have combined into one land. Now Vanaheim is almost identical to the original game. Freyr tells them not to get used to this. At random times, the islands combine and separate. When he opens the wall of bushes again, he will see more jungle instead of sky. When they reach Freyr's camp, his entire team will be gone, except for Lunda and Brock. Freyr walks off and tells everyone to get ready before they head out and join the rest of his team in the search of Amani. At this point, you'll have a moment to upgrade your gear, and Brock introduces Lunda to you. Once you're ready, everyone will begin to walk out of the camp. But before you can even walk out, Kratos will suddenly be wrapped around by a bunch of vines and yanked towards the nearest tree. The vines pin him against it. Kratos looks up and sees a bird in the sky, which dives towards him and transforms into Freya, who holds her sword to Kratos' neck. The malice and hatred never left. She says, you shouldn't have come back. Everyone runs towards the two, surrounding them from a distance. Freya runs up to them and goes, whoa, Freya, wait, just hold on a second. Freya turns towards her brother and yells, you bring these people here, Ingvi? After what he's done? This isn't what it looks like. It's only temporary. How could you think of yourself as a leader when you are siding with an enemy? Look, I had no choice, okay? The moon is gone. Your ex is everywhere. You've seen what I'm working with here. It's not much.
This AI tool will create a
No, he still has to pay for what he's taken from me. She turns her attention back to Kratos, but Freyr continues. Boulder, right? You know I know what it's like to lose a son. Don't you dare compare that to this. You never cared for yours as I did mine. Atreus tries to plead with Freya, saying, Freya, listen, we're only here to help with the realm. After that, we'll leave. Please, you don't have to do this. He's right. We don't want any trouble. All of these cries and pleads fall on deaf ears. But then Kratos speaks. Freya, this will not be like last time. I will not fight you. If you still seek revenge, you may have it. What? No, you can't. Atreus lifts up his bow. Atreus! Remember our agreement.
Okay, I'm liking how this shows, at least now, he's giving Freya, like, yeah, she didn't forgive Kratos, like in the original game. She's still mad, so at least he's keeping that angle. Because in the game, she kind of forgave them too quickly after one side mission. She's like, oh, thanks for freeing me now. I forgive you now. Like, what? That fast?
Remember who you are. Help these people. Help the realms. Kratos turns his attention back to Freya. I could never make up for what I've done. But I promise you this. Your pain and your suffering. My death cannot take that away. Here is where we'll have Freya turn away to have her think and breathe heavily until she turns back and yells. When she does this, the vines will release Kratos, causing him to fall over. Freya tells him that he has more use to her alive. Kratos asks, what does she want? And she says she will not be bound to two realms and that they have to reach her remaining roots in order to free her of Odin's curse. Kratos, just like in the original, agrees. Freyr, being relieved by this peaceful conclusion, tells them that they can all head out together and separate once their paths divide. But he tells Brock to lead them the way because he has to stay back at camp and handle some business. The beginning sections of Vanaheim 2 will have Kratos, Mimir, Brock, and Freya have their same conversations that they had in the original game when you first traveled to Vanaheim, with Mimir defending Kratos, saying he's not the reason for Freya's suffering, and Brock sharing his personal experiences of having beef with his brother. Freya, just like in the original, is not having none of that. Tyr also says how it's nice to see Frigg. She says not to call her that, just like in the original, but in the rewrite, she will not be happy to see him at all. Tyr tries to preach the way of peace to Freya, but backs off when he realizes it's making her even more angry than she already is. Tyr then moves on to a more important topic in his eyes, sharing his doubts for their chances of success for this mission. He says that Freyr, the leader, does not seem focused, and despite the extra help that they are bringing, their numbers still pale in comparison of Odin's forces. Claiming to not want to see any of them die, he urges them to consider to retreat tactically and come up with a new strategy. Atreus tells Tyr not a chance, and that they have to save the moon, and that they can't allow Vanaheim to suffer any longer. The gameplay sections you go through while all of this is taking place will consist of the levels you play through in the original right before you encounter Heimdall. Gameplay wise, these sections are unchanged, except there will be no daylight savings puzzles because of the rewrite's unique circumstances. The changes will only start when you reach Freya's birthplace, for that is not the place they will end up at all. Instead, they enter a different area entirely. The area you encounter will be a wide field full of bushes which comes up to the waist of Kratos. Brock complains about not being able to see. Surrounding this massive field will be large trees, and in the front of them, you can see a couple of statues with the vegetation and moss grown over them. There are a total of 5, which can only be halfway seen due to the bushes, each of them having a large shield in a similar design and color scheme as the bells you find within Vanaheim. In this area, numerous dogs will try to attack you since they are low to the ground. You can't see them because of the look, while Kratos and Freya search for the remaining roots. This is the part where Kratos and Freya finally work through all of the troubles between them, just like in the original. Their conversations will pretty much be unchanged. Kratos will also start by sharing his relationship that he had with his brother Deimos. Freya, initially not having none of that. But over time, as Kratos goes in deeper, she realizes that they're more relatable than she ever thought. While they travel, Freya will say how she already knows that Nihilg was guarding her roots, and she will also explain how she was able to free the one for Vanaheim. She was able to link up with one of her Valkyries who helped her navigate through Vanaheim while she was still limited to her bird form. They were able to find the location of the roots, but when Nidhogg was activated, the Valkyrie had to face her off. While the Valkyrie fights bravely and Nidhogg takes her to the very last inch of her life, Freya just barely manages to free her Vanaheim root in time to help her. But once she does, Nidhogg start their search all over again. Freya will say that this Valkyrie's name was Gull. The gameplay section during this character development will be identical to the beginning part of Vanaheim 2, which in the original you play through with Atreus. So instead of fighting an ancient here, you'll fight centaurs and wisp in the nighttime instead of the day.
combat, Freya will do very little to help you, only attacking those who got in her way. After you finish the centaur encounter and the dogs, you will crawl underneath to fight the wyverns and
I will see if I can finish this video if I don't have another crash out.
Einhjar you fight right before you retrieve the moon in the original.
After this encounter, you'll end up on the same path that will lead you towards the wide arena where they tried to ambush Kratos and Atreus in the original. After that, they'll follow a path that will lead to Freya's childhood village, which she will be sentimental about. Kratos, just like in the original, tells Freya to be happy to have a home she remembers fondly. From here moving forward, the rest of the level with these two will be the same. The only difference will be that the Fiske mini boss will have a different weapon and a different name. Other than that, everything will be unchanged all the way up until they reach the birthplace of the goddess. Here is where we'll have the good old-fashioned Nidhogg boss fight. This fight will
All right,
only have
see you later.
2 minor changes. Since
Have a
Freya
nice one.
isn't in her bird form, she will immediately be ready to fight. In the first section of the fight, there will be little to no teamwork between the two. You'll get her health low enough and Nidhogg will try to eat Kratos, but he is able to hold the mouth down. Freya decides to lock in, jumping onto its head and stabbing it relentlessly. The rest of the boss fight is the same. Nidhogg throws everything she has while you do some sigil magic with Freya. You'll also be able to hop over certain attacks and do air combos as well. Do so at your own risk because you can still get punished. Nidhogg will see that her health bar is suddenly deleted. She tries to run away, but is stopped by the two gods and is sadly decapitated. Thank you, Odin, for forcing our protagonist into animal cruelty. Freya goes to the roots, desperately ripping them apart until she is finally free. This scene, also unchanged. Kratos asks Freya,
Okay, at least I know he's going to keep this scene, but he's giving it some room to breathe. So it's not the first thing you do when you are in Vanaheim. So at least he's keeping it, just putting it on a much later date than how it was shown before. So that's good to know. Because this scene was very nice. I enjoyed it. So I'm glad he is keeping it in.
what she wants to do from here on, and she decides to focus on her revenge against Odin. Now, with setting her hatred aside, she decides to first deal with her brother, then after that help the rest of the team secure Mani. Everything heading back to Freyr's camp will be the same, except for one minor change. They go to the same cliffside of the original, where Freya learns that Skoll and Hati are still in Vanaheim, but instead of seeing them changing the daylight cycle in the sky, they will see them on the ground, sleeping alongside them. And just like in the original, Freya will be inspired by seeing the wolves, believing that there is still something left to fight for. When they return to Freyr's camp, the only person they'll see is Freyr, sitting by the campfire laughing to himself. He sees his sister happy for her to be back, wanting her to reclaim the throne and rebuild. Freya tells him that she's only going to rescue Mani. After that, she's leaving. Freyr will have a problem with this, and this will lead to their argument just like in the original. They then reflect on everything they've been through to have that bonding moment. Freya still decides to leave, and her brother will respect this decision. Brock will then come in to shut all of this dramatic shit down. While holding Mimir, he goes to his workbench to square a few things with our characters, such as collecting heads and bow upgrades. Then he lets them know how the search is going. He tells them that Freyr's group was able to successfully discover Mani's whereabouts and that they are waiting for Freyr in order to engage. Brock tells Freyr especially that he might want to hurry up because the morale of his team is very low, mainly being due to Tyr's fears and doubts rubbing off on everyone. This is when they form the plan for the freedom fighters to be a distraction while Kratos and Freya flank the main forces. Freyr will head out ahead of them in order to inform them on this new plan. Soon after, they both do the same. Right at the moment they begin to head out, they will hear a world-shaking howl from the wolves in the distance, followed by a few barks. Freya, in the confusion, says, "Skull and Hati are awake? That doesn't make any sense. There's still no moon in the sky." Mimir responds by saying, "Something or someone must have woken them up." Kratos suggests that they should go check on them, but Freya says that they should just focus on the mission for now. You will travel the same route you take in the original before you face Heimdall once again, but this time, Kratos and Freya will find that there are a few traps in place for them. You will notice that all of the plant traps that you had to deal with the last time going through this area will be gone, replaced with some booby traps. Walking past a certain area will trigger a hidden trap to shoot shock arrows out at you. Getting shot by one of these will deal damage and temporarily immobilize Kratos. Spam circle to have Kratos snap the arrow off of his body. Just like before, there is no need for daylight manipulation at this time. Kratos, Freya, and Mimir comment on the trap set in place for them, thinking of Asgard throwing everything they can at them. They also hope that the rest of the group aren't having too much trouble with these traps. In the cliffside encounter, the air tunnels that you could use will also be booby trapped. If you or an enemy gets caught in one, the air will heat up and blow up in your face, causing you to slam back onto the ground. The rest of the path is the same, the only difference being the order and number of enemies that you fight. You will soon reach the same open area with the tall bushes from last time. This is where Freya will let off her signal in the sky to the rest of the group, but this time they hear what seems to be shackles. They look far off to see Skull and Hati in the distance, completely still. The very moment Freya asks what are they doing here, they notice that each of the surrounding statues will illuminate a purple glow in their eyes. The statues cause the entire area to have a purple hue. Kratos, Freya, and Mimir begin to feel immense pain, all three of them yelling as if the very life is being drained from their bodies. Kratos manages to rise from the ground. He throws his axe at one of the head of the statues, shattering it. This makes the purple hue go away, and the rest of the eyes stop glowing. Kratos looks over to Freya, who is still on the ground, breathing heavily. He says, "What was that?" "I don't know." "Neither do I. But for a moment there, I thought that was going to be it." Kratos then suddenly lifts his shield upward to block an incoming spearhead, which quickly disappears after impact. He then looks up and sees Vali sitting on top of one of the tree branches. Freya is able to stand back up and draws her bow in his direction. Vali, who looks extremely disappointed, says,
"My wounded inner child made me marry an emotionally absent husband."
"Damn, I was really hoping that would kill you." Kratos raises himself as Vali falls off the tree branch and onto the ground. Freya realizes.
Okay, at least I know this. He's swapping out Heimdall for Bobby. So that's interesting to know, because here, Bali is the one they've been. So at least I know he's not being wasted. So he can be a proper boss fight.
Realizing who that is, says, "Vali, you've grown. You remember me, Frigg? I guess I should be glad. But I'm only confused. You stand side by side with the man who killed your son. I suppose you forgot the last time you allied with an enemy. That was different. But this time, there's only one man who has to answer for what he's done. Yeah, his fate was sealed a long time ago. He will get what's coming to him. You stand against him too. Then why do you attack us?" Vali, seeming a little more irritated, says, "Odin is not the only man who has to die, is he? Odin is the cause of all of this. To everyone's suffering. Odin is our common enemy, and if he is yours, then this fight is not needed. Help us
Help us stand against him. As Freya says this, she slightly lowers her bow. But Vali's expression becomes cold as he says, "And why would I help you when you refused to help me? You had your chance to stop him. And what did you do? You watched as he gained more power, as he destroyed more lives. Why would I help one monster replace another when I can just do this instead?" Vali turns around and walks towards Skull and Hati. The closer he gets, the more uneasy he makes the wolves feel. These realms are too broken for you to fix, which is why I'm going to erase it all. The return to Ganungangap, which means these dogs gotta die. Before he can even finish, Freya raises her bow and shoots at Vali. He doesn't even flinch as the arrow is deflected by something invisible. "You will not touch them. You think destroying the realms is going to solve anything? You have no idea of the harm this will cause, lad. You'll be worse than what Odin could ever be." Vali responds by saying, "There's nothing worse than what is. So, are you ready to die?" This is where Kratos will say that the burden is his. Freya initially refuses, then realizes she is needed elsewhere and leaves. Kratos says, "Freya is right. This battle is pointless." Vali responds by saying, "Kratos, they've told me a lot about you. I just had to see for myself." "So you're the god of war. Want to know what I'm the god of?" Vali lifts his hand, and a spearhead appears out of purple energy. And this will mark the beginning of the Vali boss fight. Vali will come at you using a broken spearhead to do basic slash and thrust attacks. These consist of one 2-hit combo where he slashes at you from both directions, and also a 3-hit combo where he double stabs at you and finishes off with a wide slash. His health will have 10 bars, and this phase of the fight will only last for 2 bars. When the 2 bars are down, R3 will appear for you to engage in a cutscene where Vali tries to stab Kratos, but is parried, making him drop the spearhead. Kratos decks Vali clean in the face, making him stumble back. Kratos goes to follow up with another, but is countered with an uppercut to the beard, which makes him stumble back. Vali rushes him. Kratos throws a right to try to catch Vali coming in, but he deflects it with his left hand and backfists him with the same hand, followed by a right palm strike and a left uppercut. Then, quickly summoning another spearhead with his left hand, he slashes at Kratos. Kratos manages to catch and hold the blade, which makes Vali jump and do a spinning sidekick, knocking Kratos back some meters. He looks up to see Vali leaping towards him with his blade. A quick time event pops up where you must press L1 to block his strike and toss him aside. Vali lands on his feet and dodges an incoming Draupnir spear. Vali, noticing what he just threw, says, "Hey, that's a new one you got there. Let's see if it can match up against mine." Vali takes his spearhead and expands it into a long, double-bladed silver spear. He lifts his spear up and spins it around before slamming it onto the ground, causing a massive purple shockwave. Kratos defends against it, but the shockwave causes every single bush in the area to be incinerated, allowing them to see the ground in this field, which consists of stone engravings covered by mossy grass. Here we'll have the boss fight continue, where Vali really starts using his abilities. Vali's 2-hit combo is upgraded into a 3-hit one. The first 2 hits he slashes at you using both ends of his spear, and the third hit will be a yellow circle attack where he thrusts at you. His 3-hit combo will also be changed. Instead of the third attack being a wide slash, it will be a wide sweep attack. If you are caught in the sweep attack, Kratos will fall to the ground, allowing Vali to get a guaranteed stab. Vali will pull the blade out of Kratos' chest, turning around and walking away as Kratos gets up. He'll have a red circle unblockable where he swipes his spear upward at you with one hand holding the end of his spear. If you are hit by this, you'll be launched into the air, allowing Vali to attach a rope/hook onto Kratos and yank him onto the ground, dealing more damage. Vali will have a charge attack where he quickly dashes forward, spinning the spear around. He does this a second time, being slightly closer to you.
75% off and fast shipping. It's a spiral-bound full-color book with 100.
And finally dashes a third time, being within Kratos' hitbox and stabbing him with the spear. He will have a ranged attack
pulling out a bow from purple energy and shooting you with a shock arrow. If you are hit by this, you'll be stunned like before.
Attempting to go Spartan Rage in this battle will be a bad idea, for Volley will have the ability to feed off of your rage and drain it drastically. Volley will taunt you while you're in this state. His health regenerates the more rage he feeds off of you. And if you don't cancel your Spartan Rage before he feeds off of all of it, you will be punished by getting some damage dealt to your health. His moveset, however,
will not be the only thing you'll have to worry about. Sometimes when Volley's idle, or when you successfully defend against one of his attacks,
you'll be hit by something invisible, with no hints whatsoever. Every time you are hit by this invisible force, a blue after image will form around Kratos temporarily. This is where the similarities to Heimdall will show up, with Mimir pleading to you the more you get hit. And just like Heimdall, in order to overcome this disadvantage, you have to throw the spear at him and press triangle to detonate. Not only will the spear blow up in his face, stunning him, but the impact of the spear shifts the very realm. A shockwave will emerge from Volley's position, and it will form purple particles around you in the air. And you notice that Volley's health bar turns into a different design. Then, as Volley is kneeling down, another Volley will appear and try to attack you, having all of the same moves. His health will be nowhere near as beefy, so you'll be able to quickly take him down. The original Volley will rise from the ground and say, "So you can see what I see." He then manifests an astral version of himself to fight alongside him. The astral version will do an identical attack to Volley before vanishing, and Volley will quickly follow up with a move of his own. At this point of the fight, Volley will start to say, "You're the first person to have the honor of seeing my world. You just achieved what Odin tried so desperately to on a whim," which makes it very sad that you'll be the last.
Volley throughout the rest of this fight will occasionally summon his doppelganger, but not only will it take a form as a humanoid, but it will also appear as a wolf, having the standard dog moveset. These spirits will be quick. However, if you manage to hit them before they hit you, it will cause a mini purple explosion, causing extra damage to the original Volley. Take Volley's health all the way down to trigger a cutscene where Volley spins his spear around as Kratos summons his. They both clash the middle of their staves together, trying to push each other back and forth. Kratos pushes Volley off, but he quickly returns and slashes downward,
which is blocked with Kratos' spear.
But on the other end of Volley's spear, he detaches the spearhead and stabs Kratos. But then Kratos lifts his leg to do a Spartan kick, which sends Volley flying. The camera follows Volley, who manages to stick the landing and sees and dodges an incoming Draupnir. For a moment, everything is slow motion as the spear slowly passes the right side of his head. The spear detonates mid-air and blood splatters as the impact blows Volley's right ear off. Volley falls down and screams in pain, hand covering the right side of his face.
With his right side being painted in red, Volley lays and rolls on the ground, breathing heavily. Kratos comes towards him as Volley gains control of his breathing. He says, "Enough."
Volley, not hearing him, says,
"What?" "Let the wolves go. Stop this hunt, and you may live." Volley begins to stand up slowly and says, "We walk the same path. We're enemies of Asgard, which means whoever walks from this has the honor of killing Odin. That is a path you walk alone." "You don't have a choice. Odin's already made his move. There's only one way to stop him. We all want to stop what he's doing, but not like this. Destroying the balance, destroying the realms, how does that help anyone? This is madness." Volley begins to glow a purple aura, and he says, "No, this is Ragnarok." Volley's aura blasts all of his surroundings, making Kratos push back. They both ready themselves for the final phase of the fight. In this second phase of the boss fight, Volley will have a new moveset. He charges to you swiftly, ready to strike at you with the spear. But once he's reached striking distance, a realm shift will activate, affecting only him. While he's in this slow motion state, a purple form of his arm and weapon will appear from his body and does a strike at you in full speed. After the strike is completed, the form will disappear and the realm shift deactivates, and Volley will do the same attack as the purple form. Volley will have a new unblockable where he takes a step back before quickly transforming into a black wolf with purple eyes leaping at you for a taste. If you are hit by this, Volley will gnaw at your arm, depleting health. Mass circle to have Kratos throw the mutt onto the ground and kick him back into his humanoid state. If you dodge the dog attack beforehand, he will slide onto the ground and quickly revert back to his human state. Volley will have the same 3-hit combo which ends in a yellow circle thrust, but this time, after the thrust, he will do a step back into another thrust to counter and throw you off of any of your potential counters. But he can also mix up his step back attack. Instead of doing a thrust, he can also transform into his wolf form again. He'll have a new 2-hit combo where he does a spinning back kick into a tornado kick. If you parry these, Volley will be vulnerable in the air for juggles and potentially air combos until eventually regaining his footing. He'll have the same unblockable launch attack, but this time he will run up to you and then jump up into the air. When he jumps, he'll leave a purple after image on the ground to do the launch attack towards you, sending you to meet Volley in the air.
Okay, this boss fight is very. Now this is how you do a boss fight. If Volley was in place of Heimdall, then yes, I would very much enjoy his version of the rewrite. Sure, he keeps some stuff, but the stuff that he game.
Where he'll be able to punish you with an airstrike. This combo consists of a spinning slash that when you're hit by it will send you slamming back onto the ground. He will then have another attack where he lifts his spear upward to do a downward stab. But right when he lifts up, a realm shift is activated, affecting only him. The upper body of his purple form appears and does a sweep attack with the spear. If you are caught, you obviously fall down, and the realm shift will deactivate, allowing Volley to stab down at you with full force. Volley will also have a Spartan Rage ability of his own. He'll have both of his arms wide out, and he'll create a purple hue in the environment. His health bar will once again change into a different design in this form, and he will of course be stronger and faster. And of course, the spear will do the most damage to this health bar and get him out of this rage ability the quickest. During this phase of the boss fight, our characters will be a little more talkative. Volley will say things like, "So you're okay with killing everyone else, yet you have a problem with killing Odin? What's one more god? We do not seek vengeance. Then why are you fighting? Does Odin not deserve to die?" He will then say things like, "I want to listen to the sound as the walls crumble. I want to see the sky bleed." Then towards the later half of the fight, he'll say, "If the thought of that somehow scares you so much, then just let me kill you. Leave the burden to me." Kratos and Mimir will try to reason with him a little bit more, but it doesn't work. Once Volley health is depleted, another cutscene will emerge. Volley grabs onto Kratos, his hands emitting a purple energy. Kratos struggles against it until it causes a small blue explosion, which blows both of them back. For a moment, Kratos looks down at his hands and sees a fading blue energy. Mimir hurry up and warns him as he sees Volley get up and make a run for it towards the wolves in a desperate attempt to kill them. Kratos pulls out the Blaze of Chaos and tosses it towards his back. A blade stabs onto Volley, making him fall. He drags him across the ground and tosses him against a tree. Kratos does not let up. Equipping his Draupnir, he uses it to stab Volley in the stomach and pin him against that tree. Volley does not give up, however, still trying to attack Kratos even in that position, forcing Kratos to punch Volley in the face repeatedly until he stops. Mimir then tries to yell out "brother," but Kratos continues. Mimir then yells even louder, which actually gets to Kratos and makes him stop. Kratos then backs up a little to take a look at Volley's body, which is now limp and lifeless. Mimir then says, "He's already gone." They look down on the ground and notice that Volley dropped the notebook. Kratos kneels down and picks it up. Kratos turns his attention and says, "The wolves," and goes over to free Skull and Hati. While he's doing this, you'll notice that the ground is starting to shake again, and golden sparkles are starting to draw themselves once again in the sky. Once Kratos frees Skull and Hati, they immediately get up and fly away. Kratos then gets up and begins to head back to the group without saying a word, walking past Volley's body. But before he can even leave the field area, He hears Vali's voice once again say, "I thought that I'd be angry if I lost to you." Kratos quick turns to Vali, his body still lifeless against the tree, but next to him is an astral form of himself sitting crisscross on the ground, looking up at his body. Vali takes a look at his hand and says, "I feel no more rage. I finally understand. You will carry on my vengeance." Kratos responds, "No, your vengeance has come to an end. Wrong. As long as Asgard and the realms remain."
Hey, Bermuda, it's Alonzo Bowden. Listen, you just got a couple of weeks to get your tickets for Just for Laughs Bermuda.
It will never end, because those who bleed the world must drown in its blood, but at the cost of others, the cost of everything. That is how it must be. Do us all a favor. Don't lie to yourself. Don't run from yourself. Play your part and embrace it, because if you don't, someone else will. With that, Vali's astral form fades away into purple particles. Mimir reminds Kratos that they have to hurry up and catch up with Freya to help them rescue the Celestial King. You will reach the edge of your current island, and you'll have to use your wings again, assisted by air tunnels, to navigate onto another island. In the distance while flying, you can see smoke and flames rising up. Once you land, everything will play out the same as the original when you go and rescue Freya. The only difference is you're rescuing Mani instead. Kratos sees them come out of the first building holding an injured person. Then they catch up to take out the forces of Asgard. You fight alongside Freya, Freyr, Hildisvini, and Brock, who says, "What took you so long?" This combat encounter will be the same.
Okay, so I do like this Valley boss fight. Given he replaced this one with Heimdall's, which seemed very much a much better take, given how his rewrite is structured. And I think I prefer this rewrite Valley boss fight over the Heimdall fight. It seemed like he had the similar abilities, but he has control over the time and space like magic in his fight. So yeah. Let's see what else he was able to do, because this is getting good.
But
Okay, I'm back, guys. I'm having some internet problems here. Let's see if I can finish this video before my thing crashes out again.
this relic will allow Kratos to fight alongside his astral form. Every time you do one attack against an enemy, an after image of Kratos' arm and whatever weapon he was using will appear right after and mimic the same attack. This will simply be another way to stack up damage, with the after image's damage being only 10% of the originals. After you deal with the Einherjar and they manage to get that door open, you will see Mani for the first time. He'll have tattoos on his neck, which will barely be visible, similar to Angerboda, except they'll be blue. He'll be super skinny and wear a faded in colored robe, which is torn on his left shoulder, which you can see more tattoos from. He has dark hair wrapped in a pony or warrior's tail, but will be filled with white streaks. His eyes will also glow a bright blue. Kratos will offer to carry him, and this is where we'll have the running section with all of them trying to reach the river. This section will be similar to the original, except it will have a few extra scenes, such as Brock trying to get some action. And also Tyr will show up, but he only plays defense, blocking incoming projectiles with his shield. Freyr will be fighting alongside his sister as more of his team begin to show up. Atreus also shows up, but he'll be in his bird form, dodging any enemy or environmental attacks, but he'll quickly revert back into his human form and start shooting enemies with the arrow. Freya will notice that and say, "Where did you learn to do that? Long story. Lots of practice." They fight their way all the way to the river. Freyr pulls something out of his back pocket and throws it into the river. It transforms into Skjolbrimir, which will be slightly bigger in order to fit everyone onto. With haste, they hop on the board and sail away from the battle. The river eventually runs out and they ride into the sky. Everyone thinks that they've made it and that they're finally safe until the wyverns show up for some last-minute playtime. They prove to be too fast to hit with their bows as they shoot lightning from almost every angle. Björgir just barely manages to block an attack with his sword. He looks around and sees everyone struggling with the ambush. He slowly rises to stand up. He sees an incoming wyvern and he is completely ready to honor Vanaheim. But then he is shoved out the way by Kratos, who leaps off of the boat with his classic blades in each hand. He stabs into the wyvern's neck, who moves around uncontrollably. He ignites his blades of chaos with fire and it slams onto the other wyvern. The blades explode, blowing Kratos into the air. Both of the wyverns fall out of the sky. Kratos uses his wings to steer him into the direction of the boat, but he is quickly losing momentum. He falls just barely behind the boat and almost misses it, but his hand is caught by Freyr. Freyr says, "You didn't tell me you could fly?" He then pulls Kratos back on board. Freya tells everyone that they're almost there and to stay on the lookout. She then goes over to tend to Mani's wounds. But then Freyr screams in excitement, saying, "Woo! That was perfect! How about that, Tyr? Looks like you were wrong." It wasn't without luck, but perhaps. Now, we really have to celebrate. Really, Ingvi? You're thinking about that when our celestial king is injured? Oh, come on. Your Highness will be fine. Freya sighs out of annoyance. We got the moon back. No one died. Aren't you all happy? I'm happy. Yeah, just hurry up and take us back to solid ground. I'm going back to doing what I do best. Next time, fight your own wars. They then make it back to the camp. Freyr quickly looking to celebrate, while Freya still tends to Mani with the help of Munda. Everyone starts to wind down from the mission. Freyr then goes up to Kratos and Atreus and says, "Hey."
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She
Please.
thought the man I sketched looked like...
Just wanted to say thanks. Probably couldn't have done it without you. You're welcome to this realm in our camp anytime. As long as you don't piss off my sister again. Atreus responds saying, "It was our pleasure. Happy to help." Freyr then shoves Atreus saying, "You don't gotta be so formal anymore." He then laughs and goes back with the rest of his team to celebrate. Atreus turns over to his father and says, "Freya told me why you stayed behind. Vali showed up. You were right. He did not serve Odin. But still, he left me no choice. He was going to kill Skoll and Hati. We did it. We saved the realm. We got the moon back." Kratos then pulls out Vali's notebook. Atreus says, "What is that?" It was his. Maybe you don't know what to do with it. Kratos and Atreus turn their attention to Freyr's camp. Almost everyone there is completely settled down from their successful mission. You'll be granted with another chance to manage your gear. This will also be where you'll be properly introduced to the camp. All of the dialogue in the original, which involves meeting these characters, will be present here, including Hildisvini's, but it will not be a cutscene. The main campaign only begins when you approach Freya, who is still tending to Mani. Freya applies the finishing touches to Mani's wounds. She asks if he's okay as she helps him to his feet. He tells her that he is, and he begins to stand up on his own. Atreus walks up to Mani and says, "It's nice to have you back." Mani stares at Atreus, not knowing who is talking to him. "I'm Atreus. This is my father. We've heard a lot of things about you." "Really? And what exactly have you heard?" "We saw a prophecy." The very moment the words prophecy comes out of Atreus' mouth, Mani's face transforms from calm to worried, and he begins to back up. He says, "So that is why you rescued me. You wasted your time." "Not the only reason. Vanaheim needed its moon back. But the prophecy said..." "I know what it said!
I know what my prophecy said. Mani's little outburst causes all of the celebration to turn to silence, and everyone begins to look in their direction. Atreus says, "Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I just have a few questions." The prophecy spoke of an eclipse, and Skull and Hati devouring the sun and the moon. What does it all mean? Mani says, it's the first step to the end of the world. It allows Ragnarok to happen. So, you control the moon, and your sister controls the sun. If we were able to find her, you can make the eclipse. And why exactly would I do that? Freya steps in and says, Your Highness, with all due respect, Odin has to die. His reign over the realms has to end. And without Ragnarok, how else are we supposed to reach him? Mani responds, saying, You don't understand. The sun and moon is not just what we control, it's what we are. In order for this prophecy to work, we have to sit in the sky and let those dogs eat us. What? It didn't say that. What did you think? Mani walks up on Atreus and he backs up. He says, ourselves just so you can have a war? Kratos then intercepts the two to speak to Mani. He says, Calm yourself. We gave you a question, not a demand. Kratos and Mani stare at each other sternly. From a distance in the sky, you can see the moon appear in the sky once again. Mani says, The answer is no. Thank you, Freya. Be well. With that, Mani leaves Freya's camp. Everyone stands there, silent and dumbfounded. Freya shows her dissatisfaction towards Kratos about not backing her up while she was trying to convince Mani. Mimir says, Looks like we're back to square one. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Maybe I could check Volley's notebook to see if there's anything we could use. Doubt there'd be anything there of use. Volley was keen on destroying everything and everyone. Tyr then steps in and says, You have his notebook? Safe to assume he's dead. This is when Brock will boast about his spear getting the job done. Tyr will then begin to warn them that there will be nothing to stop Odin's wrath. Freya combats this, her intentions being clear. Tyr will continue glazing, which sparks a light bulb in Atreus' head.
Not his only concern. The mask. If I go back to Asgard, I can't.
Go back.
You're going to be really blown away by this. Just going to press this and see what it gives us.
Just like the original, Kratos will be against this idea, but Atreus will then convince his father to trust him and that he knows what he's doing. Once they agree, Kratos tells Atreus that they'll be back at Sindri's when he returns. They salute Atreus and he sets off, heading back to Asgard, but not without Sindri altering his key to get out of a bad situation. Atreus heads back to Midgard, knowing that Hugin is waiting as transportation. And just like the original, he will get another surprise visit by Angrboda with Fenrir. Their conversation will be the same, but only joined with a few more extra lines. Atreus tells her about how they just rescued the Celestial King, and he also tells her how he's seen Beli in Helheim, but unfortunately, no sign of Ron. He then tells her that he's going to see Odin, which she will be skeptical of, in hopes that he knows what he's doing. Atreus goes inside the cabin and is transported by Hugin into Asgard. You are spawned back into Modi's old room. You notice that there will barely be sunlight shining through the window, for it is a cloudy day in Asgard. Atreus searches under his bed to retrieve his Eider blade, but will quickly realize that it is nowhere to be found. This causes Atreus to panic even more. Nevertheless, he has no choice but to continue on without it. When you walk out of your room, you will hear Thrud and Sif talking in the other room. They discuss about the recent death of Vali. Sif, of course, blames Loki for this, and Thrud will defend him. However, this time, you will notice that they seem more distraught and stressed. The conversation still ends with Sif saying that Forseti is investigating the murder, and Thrud walks off. Atreus then readies himself to play mind games with Odin and enters his office. Odin will be sitting at his desk when he says, Vali's dead.
Happen to know Something about that? Anything?
Well, I mean, he did cause a lot of trouble.
Sure, sure. But have you seen anything? Something noteworthy?
I mean, he was alone. Maybe he picked the wrong fight or got caught in a trap. Haven't seen anything. Honest.
Well, I had to ask. Never believed you had anything to do with this. I'm glad you're back.
When he hands him the mask, Atreus will turn and stare at Odin's desk, and he will see his Eider blade sitting there. Odin notices this and says, "Oh, that. You see, right when you left, I heard a strange noise coming from your bed and found this. Seems a bit dangerous to have lying around, don't you think? Where'd you get it?" "When I was with Thor. The chief of the village had it. I'm still trying to figure out what it is exactly." Odin picks up the blade. "Well, if I were to guess, I'd say he stole it. This reminds me a lot of giant craftsmanship." I thought the same thing, which is why I was going to try and fix it. After we finish this, we do have someone for that. Just try to keep it in a more secure place next time. Odin gives Atreus the Eider blade, and Atreus begins to make up for his mistake in mistranslation, saying that the missing piece of the mask was actually in Niflheim instead of Helheim. Odin instantly puts Atreus to work, allowing him to have Ingrid again and sending him to find Thor. The only problem being not knowing where Thor is. In the original, this is where you'll find Thrud in a hall, and she will lead you to Thor. But in the rewrite, she will be somewhere else. You'll have to go outside in Asgard and follow a path in order to find her. When you step outside the Great Lodge, you'll hear someone say, "You call yourself Einherjar?" In front of the lodge, you can see Heimdall next to Galuptapir, or however you pronounce his name, who just got done beating up a few Einherjar. "Embarrassing. You all know better than that little old goat over there. Hey, go get it!" Heimdall smacks Galuptapir, and it charges at the goat to go smack it, but is stopped by Vidar, who holds it by the horns and tosses him. He then stomps down with his iron boot and causes a split in the ground towards Heimdall, who zips out of the way and says, "Oh, is that little guy yours? I forgot that tending goats is the only thing you're good for. Run along then." Vidar spits on the ground, picks up the goat, and walks away. Heimdall talks to the still injured Einherjar who are laying on the floor. "As worthless as you all are, take some pride in him. That loser is the worst among the Aesir. Being called my brother is the only merit he has." If you try to engage with Heimdall, he'll ignore you disrespectfully. You'll follow a path which will lead to the training grounds, which Odin showed you a tour of before. You'll look down and find Thrud there, training all by herself. This time you'll be able to go down to her. She swings her blade and mace one last time with full force and begins to breathe heavily. Before Atreus can say Thrud's name, she will say, "This is taking too long. I need to be stronger." She tries to go for another swing, but it is very slow and weak. Atreus says, "You seem tired. Maybe you should go rest. Everyone needs it." "Did you do it?" "What?" She turns around towards him and says, "Did you or any of your people kill him? Don't lie to me, Loki." "No, I had nothing to do with it. I promise." She turns back around and sighs. "He shouldn't have been banished. I told grandfather to figure something out." "Well, the visions in hell. He attacked Asgard. He was clearly dangerous to everyone. You don't know him. You don't just do things like that for no reason, which is why I should have." Thrud fails to find her words. "You're right. I'm sorry. I came here because I need to find Thor." Thrud composes herself and instantly figures where her father could be. She tells Atreus to follow her, and he does. As they walk to the bar, Atreus mentions how he meant what he said back in hell about how he would help convince her mom to let her become a Valkyrie. Thrud appreciates this just like in the original. Atreus will then say, "So,
Your erection will be as strong as when you were in your
all by yourself. Do you have a sparring partner? I don't. The Valkyries are too busy helping grandfather. I could be one, if you like. Yeah, I'm not that desperate. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? It means that you needed my help to move anything heavy back in hell. Strength isn't everything, you know. In this situation, it kinda is. They then make their way to the bar, where all of their weapons will be confiscated. The bar will be full of ashy, mean Angyar trying to get lit. As you navigate through the crowd, you'll stumble upon Vey, who will be standing next to an Angyar, with a wooden jug in hand. He notices Atreus and greets him. Hey, kid! Hey, Vey? What are you doing here? Ready to have your first drink and become a man? Actually, I'm here to find... Yep, he's ready! First one's on the house! Before Vey can come and grab Atreus, Thrud intercepts them and tells him to take that crap somewhere else. Vey responds by saying, This is my bar, and you better buy a drink before I kick your ass out! Right when he says this, the Ainur who was standing next to him starts shouting and cheering. Vey responds by decking him in the face, breaking his mug against his skull and knocking him out. He then yells in the distance, Hey, we need more mead, and begins to walk off. They find Thor sitting down, drinking himself away, just like in the original. This scene will be unchanged, with Thrud and Atreus trying to get the God of Thunder to get up and leave, but he refuses until Atreus annoys him and he starts a bar fight. Ingrid will retrieve your bow, but not your Eider blade. This part will also be unchanged, the only difference being that Vey can be seen in the distance trying to get some action. Everything will play out the same until the big boy shows up and begins to manhandle you. The hammer of Thor will come to the rescue, officially ending the scrap. Thor drinks himself until he can no longer stand, forcing Atreus and Thrud to have to carry him up. As they do this, Vey will clap alongside them, boasting about the bar fight. You know, kid, I didn't think you had it in you, but you proved me wrong today. That was a good scrap. Reminds me of the old days. Back when I was Arthur the Bold. Thrud and Atreus ignore him as they struggle to bring Thor outside. When you open the door, you'll notice that the sun is out once again. They sit Thor on the floor and he slightly gets his awareness back. Thrud tells him to get up, and Thor will say that he knows she's disappointed. Right when Thrud denies this, Vey will come in and say, Oh, this is the part I don't like. You getting all sad and mopey when it's all over. How many times do I have to tell you? This is what it means to be a god. Not any of that other shit my brothers try to tell you. Thrud gets angry and says to Vey, Go away. You're not helping. Which causes Vey to back off, leaving in annoyance. The rest of the scene will be the same. Thrud will give a talking to her father, trying to help him recover from his relapse. Thor ends it by saying he fucked up, causing Thrud to storm off. Thor rises, now being ready to assist Atreus on his mission. He calls Hugin and they are transported to Niflheim. The mission with Thor and Loki looking for the missing piece of the mask will be the same. Atreus tries to talk some sense into Thor, while Thor will at first be irritated by a child that's giving him a parent lecture, which means, and I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but Thor's throw-up scene will be the same. I know a lot of people ask me to change that scene, but narratively, when you engage in combat, you'll finally be able to use your Eider blade. However, once again, the nature of the blade will be different from the last time you used it. Instead of tagging an enemy in order to control their gravity or to turn them on your side, Atreus will have the ability to summon a small amount of black breath. If you aim with L2 and press R1 or R2, Atreus summons a small wall made of black breath. The small wall will appear in front of him and will protect you from any enemy or attacks that they do. This will help with enemies that want to swarm and overwhelm you, allowing you to easily deal damage by shooting your bow. If you don't want to be a ranged guy, however, there will be another option of offense. Press triangle to have the Eider blade suck up all of the black breath back into it, causing it to be pulsing with energy. Atreus lifts the broken blade as if he's about to slam it, and you'll have to time R1 to cause an explosion, which knocks back and damages all enemies. This doesn't come without its risk, however. If you miss the timing or an enemy hits you in the middle of it, the explosion will knock you back instead, causing damage to your health. So basically, the reason why the Eider Blade's abilities keep changing is because it will have a different ability
for each of the 9 realms. So far, we have seen 3, but the other 6 have yet to be explored. Atreus will also pick up on this idea, being that the Blade's abilities changed 3 times at this point. He'll also be slightly concerned about the Black Breath, being that he remembers this magic from 2018. Atreus, just like in the original, will try to talk no jutsu Thor throughout the whole mission, which actually seems to be almost working. After they deal with the Frost Ancient, they will reach another wall. Before Thor easily disposes of it, Atreus will stop him wanting to do it himself. He uses a Black Breath explosion to try and blow up the wall, but this will unfortunately backfire and blow Atreus away. He gets up and sees that the wall is still there, only managing to blow up a few sickles. Thor will be amused and start to laugh as he says, "Even with all of your tricks, still weak." Thor dispatches the wall and they move on. The rest of the level is the same. Atreus is able to find the mask but almost gets abandoned by the gods of Olympus, but he's saved by Thor. Odin quickly shows up to steal this moment from them. But then, Sif steals the moment from Odin, saying that Forseti has proof of Loki's father killing Vali and to take Loki away. Odin tells them to stand down. Sif confronts Odin on his hypocrisy, but Odin will dismiss these claims just like the original. Odin will also mention how Vali was banished, therefore no longer their concern.
75% off, and it's on your doorstep in 3 to 4 days. It's a spiral-bound, full-color book with one.
Sif will turn to her husband, forcing him to see what's going on here, which forces him to act. He turns to Loki, ready to end his life, but then Loki uses his get-out-of-jail-free card and returns back to the realm between realms. Kratos, just like in the original, will be waiting for him there. Atreus being successful on his mission to retrieve the mask from Odin's hands. Kratos and Atreus return to Sindri's house where everyone is waiting. Everyone will be happy and relieved of Atreus' safe return. Tyr will also be ecstatic, but quickly reverts to skepticism. The scene of everyone discussing the mask and what to do next will be the same. They plan to sneak into Asgard and find the mask's secrets to create an outcome where no one has to die. The only problem being finding a way into Asgard. Tyr finally decides to lock in, claiming that he has a way into Asgard. This is where we'll have Brock press Tyr, saying that something is not right. Tyr will hurry and try to walk away from the situation, but Brock will not let him. This will cause Tyr, or should I say, Odin, to finally snap, stabbing and killing Brock. He reverts into his original form and takes Atreus as hostage. Kratos, Freya, and Freyr surround him. Odin tells them to give back the mask. Freya, at first being ready to kill him, realizes she is needed to help a dying Brock. Both sides make threats to each other until Odin yells that he's in control. Freyr hesitates and then tosses the mask, making Odin reach for it. Atreus bites him in his wolf form, making him let go. Odin picks up the mask and is ready to make a dashing escape, but Kratos pulls out his axe and throws it straight at the mask, knocking it out of Odin's hands and causing it to split in half. Odin yells out no as he watches 2 pieces of the mask glow and zap and teleport away, being nowhere to be seen. He desperately tries to put his hands where the mask was last at. This enrages Odin, who turns back around to face our protagonist. He says, "You heartless monsters! Savages! No one else matters as long as you get your revenge, right? Well, fine! If war is what you want, then war is what you'll get!" Odin pulls out a strange...
Okay, he had a different way to it. If destroying the mask, well, that's splitting the mask in half, happened earlier on in this cutscene here, so that's interesting.
Strange device, and he breaks it right behind our characters at the eating table. A Bifrost portal is shot, breaking the table. Freya is barely able to react as a large pair of Valkyrie wings charges at her. Gna, the Valkyrie queen, grabs Freya by the head and flies her outside. Freya yells out to Freya and goes out to help his sister. Another 2 Bifrost portals are called at the same time. Vay comes out of one and Vidar comes out of the other, who will now be wearing the Vidar armor set of might. Vay looks down at Sindri holding Brock's body and tries to go over and kick them, but Sindri teleports out the way just in time. Before Kratos and Atreus can even respond, another Bifrost portal is summoned and Kratos is hit in the face by Mjolnir, which was shot out of the portal in blinding speed. Mjolnir takes Kratos straight outside in front of the yard of Sindri's house. The hammer gets called back, and Kratos rises to see Thor and Ve coming out of the hole that was just created. Ve laughs in excitement as he says, "God Killer! We meet at last! Oh, I'm going to enjoy this!" Thor then puts his hammer onto Ve's chest and says, "No! This one's mine!" Ve then disappointingly walks back into Sindri's house. Kratos will yell out to Atreus, telling him to run. Thor will respond, saying, "Your boy won't be going anywhere."
No more fucking games!
And this time, I'm allowed to kill you.
And this is where the second Thor boss battle will begin. Thor.
Okay, this rewrite looked like it's going to be good. I like how here he was able to incorporate the other Norse gods that he mentioned into the boss, into this cutscene as well. And I guess I see here, I guess in the, because I wasn't in the game that much, so I didn't really know that the other god, the blind deaf god, had his own armor set in the game. So at least I know here he's taking that from the game and giving him that armor set and making the second door boss fight happen here instead of in the original game is where it was the second to last boss fight. So let's see what kind of stuff he includes into this one because I'm excited to see where this goes.
Or will start off with the same moveset that he possesses at the beginning of the second boss fight in the original. He will also start off with 10 health bars. The combat in this boss fight is mostly the same. However, if you try to go airborne with the wings, Thor will throw his hammer to smack you back into the ground. But you will be able to dodge this, allowing you to throw any of your weapons at him, including the Blade of Chaos Hyperion Ram. The dialogue of this phase of the fight mainly consists of Thor making the usual death threats that he does, and Kratos mainly being worried about his son's safety. Once you get his health depleted of 3 bars, a cutscene begins where Thor headbutts Kratos in the face, then picks him up and throws him. Kratos nearly falling off of the platform and into the realm between realms, but he uses his axe to hang off the edge. Kratos looks down and then looks up at Thor, who is about to knock him off the cliff. A QTE pops up where you press circle, which has Kratos propel himself up in the air using his wings. The wind causes Thor to be stunned, and Kratos flies up and over, landing behind Thor. Thor quickly turns around and goes to strike Kratos with the hammer, but Kratos is quick to react. He caused the axe to do a clash with the hammer. The force of this clash is so strong that the whole screen flashes to white. When the flash fades, you'll see Kratos and Thor falling down in the fiery depths of Muspelheim. Lava erupts around them as they fall. They try to grab onto each other, hitting each other, but are separated once they hit the ground. Odin's bird, Hugin, can be seen above Thor, flying around before landing on a nearby cliff. Kratos and Thor both get up, and this is where the boss fight will continue. In this phase, Thor will start zipping around and doing that floating attack which you have to shield strike. The only difference being is that he will still not be in his electrocutioner form, only seeing a glimpse of it when he does certain attacks. Thor says to Kratos that he'll kill him in any realm if he has to. Thor will have a different version of his air unblockable, where he takes a moment to charge his attack up while in the air. While he's doing this, a blue current will appear on the ground below him. If you press circle while in this current, Kratos automatically ascends to Thor's level with his wings. Press R1 or R2 to strike Thor and send him back to the ground. Thor, being enraged, will say things like, "It doesn't matter what kind of trick you pull. You die today. We can still walk from this." "No, you can't." This phase of the fight will also last until 3 bars are depleted. Another cutscene emerges where Thor gets mad and slams the ground. The shockwave causes ash and lava to erupt and fall towards Kratos. Kratos will lift his shield above his head and charge towards Thor, blocking any incoming molten hazards. Once he gets to Thor's position, Thor will try to strike. Press X to have Kratos roll out of the way. He stabs Thor with the Blaze of Chaos and lifts Thor and throws him onto the ground. Thor quickly returns the favor, swinging Kratos with the chain onto the ground. Kratos will get up and look up to the sky to see Thor. Lightning hits Mjolnir and he comes down on him. Kratos uses his axe to defend this blow once again, causing the screen to go white. The white will fade away to Kratos' face. Cold wind blows at him hard. He hears and feels a giant stomp. He looks up to see the cold, dark skies of Helheim, and also the giant belly, trying to mindlessly swipe at a small flying ball of electricity in the sky. Hugin will also be present above the giants flying around. The ball dodges Belly's swipe and strikes him in the face. The blow kills him instantly. Belly's body falls down, and his giant hand comes down to smack Kratos, but he holds it. Mash circle to keep the hand lifted in classic God of War fashion. E of R2 appears. Press it to have Kratos attach his Blades of Chaos onto the giant's hand. He pulls the hand down to smack Thor as with Frost, and Thor comes at him. They clash, but this time it's a longer standoff. All of Hell's structure around them begins to crumble. Kratos says,
"If any of you hurt my son, shut the fuck up and earn your right to see him die."
Cracks and realm tears form around the area. Through the tears, you can see different realms, such as
Okay. Please, I'm almost done. Can I finish this before I have any more internet problems?
to cause another explosion. Kratos and Thor fall down in the sky again. Kratos looks over to see the floating islands of Vanaheim as they quickly fall past them. Below him, he can see what looks to be a vast sea with only one island. Hugin screams, and a multitude of ravens surround Kratos and Thor in order to return their location back to Odin. Thor regains consciousness and grabs onto Kratos. He lifts his hammer full of electricity and tries to strike, but Kratos smacks Mjolnir away. Its electricity bounces into the direction of the surrounding ravens, causing a tornado of ravens and thunder, and for Hugin to scream in pain. The shock from Thor's hammer causes the ravens to teleport them in the wrong realm. They end up in Nidavellir this time, which it will be dark and stormy, both of them being on top of the face mountain that was previously destroyed during the Kraken fight. Kratos feels pain in his arm, but recovers. This is where the remainder of the boss fight will take place. Thor will now have his ability where he throws Mjolnir in the air to jump up and slam back down, but he still won't be in his Stormbreaker form. Thor will say,
"Was this your idea to make a fool of me? Have your kid come to my home and play family? Thor, I am warning you, I will have your head."
The remainder of this boss fight will take place here. Once you get the remainder of his health bar down, Thor will take a knee and R3 appears on his head. This cutscene will have Kratos punch Thor in the face and then gets behind him to choke him out. Thor flies up in the air. He violently spins Kratos around, making him lose his grip. Kratos flies in the air, but then gains stability with his wings and dodges an incoming lightning strike from the sky. The light from the lightning illuminates the area, and you see Thor floating right above Kratos. He then smacks Kratos with Mjolnir. Kratos blocks it, but the force of the blow still sends him flying hundreds and hundreds of meters. Kratos, with electricity all over his body, almost takes a dive into the sea, but he uses his axe and drags it across the ocean to freeze where he's standing, making a large ice path. Thor lands onto this path and goes for a low-hanging strike with his hammer, but this time, you notice there is no electricity on his hammer. Instead, a cold, frosty mist. His low strike summons an icy river of knives, much larger than usual. Kratos raises his axe up to charge, but instead of ice, it is infused
with lightning. Thunder strikes down on a Leviathan axe, and Kratos strikes downward. He creates a constant lightning stream which moves forward, colliding with the river of knives. Both of the elements clash with each other and causes one more white flash. This flash will last for a long time. When the white fades, Kratos will appear in Midgard, standing on top of the frozen river. He looks across from him and sees Thor breathing heavily, a decent amount of blood being covered on both. Around his hands and hammer, you can see frozen mist that slowly fades away. Kratos looks at his axe and sees electricity flowing through it, but it slowly fades away. Thor and Kratos charge at each other with their fists, but Thor gets the best of this exchange. He punches Kratos in the face, knocking him onto the ground. He then pins him with Mjolnir. Kratos desperately tries to push it off. Thor says, "You picked the wrong god to fuck with." Thor shocks Kratos, making him yell in pain. "I'm going to take my time finishing you off. I'm going to revel in your pain." Then they both hear Raven screeching and forming a tornado. Odin appears, along with Vidar, who is holding Atreus captive, Gná, who is holding an injured Freya captive, and also the head of Mimir, yelling out to his brother, and Ve, who is holding Freyr. Freya yells out to Kratos, and Freyr yells out, "Don't worry about us, we're fine," in a light tone. Ve smacks him. Odin walks up to Thor and says, "Are you still fighting? We don't have time for this. Hurry up and get it done." Most of them start yelling, including Kratos, who yells out to Atreus. Thor turns back to Kratos and says that he got lucky. He lifts his hammer to finish the job. Atreus yells out no. Orange electricity forms around Atreus. Odin sees this, but before he could get Vidar to restrain him more, Atreus transforms into a bear and blows everyone away. He charges full speed at Thor and tackles him. Kratos tries to yell and get him to stop. Atreus starts Bjorning all over him, mauling and shaking Thor's fat body with his mouth, then tosses him. He goes to charge at Thor again, but this time Thor smashes him, coming in right on the bear's head. Bjorn's body slides on the ice unconscious. Kratos yells for his son. Odin also yells out to Loki and runs over to him. His body reverts to a human. Odin scolds Thor.
Who told you to do that? You don't think. I think.
As Odin continues to cook Thor, Kratos starts breathing heavily. His fingers twitch as they slowly clench into fists. He sees the blood that's on him and begins to shake. His veins begin to pop out, and fire
Spartan Rage is coming, baby,
appears on his hands.
The ghost of Sparta is back.
Kratos erupts towards Thor, punching him straight in the jaw. The shockwave rivals the size of Jormungandr's head. Thor is sent flying an immeasurable distance. The camera follows Thor facing downward at his face. Below him on the ice, a large shadow of flying wings pass Thor's body in quick fashion. The camera looks upward to show Kratos above him, who proceeds to do an L1 triangle, smashing Thor's body onto the ground. The impact causes Thor's body to bounce off of it. The camera still follows Thor as a blade of chaos gets jammed into his head and yanks his whole body to the ground. Kratos grabs him by his hair, pulls him up to one knee. R1 appears on the screen. Press it to have Kratos right hook him. L1 appears on the screen. Press it to have Kratos left hook him. Press these two buttons repeatedly
just like
to beat the living god
the
head
Spartan,
out of Thor in classic
the
God
Zeus
of War
fight,
fashion.
just
As you are
patch his
pushing
hands in.
Thor's face in, he will eventually get tired of this and grab your fist. Electricity glows in his eyes and flows throughout his body. He will then yell out, "You think that you're the one who's mad?" He blows Kratos back, finally awakening his Stormbreaker warrior madness form. "You don't know shit!" Fire flows from Kratos'
Now this is a
arms
good
to his blades. He starts to
scene.
yell,
I
and
could
in the
be in this
background you
scene
can
right
hear
here.
Casey Carson's voice.
This will mark round 2 of the boss fight. You start off this fight in a new Spartan Rage variant, which will be called Spartan Frenzy. This variant allows Kratos to use his blades to the fullest potential. Press R1 in this state for Kratos to freely be able to use Rampage of the Furies, followed by Cyclone of Chaos with no cooldown. R2 will be Atlas Eruption without the beginning animation. L1 will be Hades Retribution, and L2 will be Tame the Beast. However, this Spartan Rage variant will not last throughout the whole fight, and you'll be forced to normally face a powered-up Thor. He will only have around 6 bars this time, but he will have new moves in his disposal. Along with all of his previous moves, he'll have an unblockable attack where he launches you in the air. If Kratos gets hit by this, Thor zips above you, lifting Mjolnir. Thunder strikes Mjolnir as it hits you back onto the ground. He'll have another ground slam attack which will act as a sweep, cracking the ground Kratos is on and causing him to fall. Thor occasionally adopts an additional health bar, which will grant him defensive properties. If you attack Thor in this state, you will be shocked by his electricity. Even if you throw the axe at him, the axe returns with electricity and shocks you anyways. The Dropnir Spear will be the only way to deplete this armored health bar. Thor will have another unblockable where he summons an ongoing lightning strike that will move towards you in a linear motion. He can still zip around and attack you while this move is active. Spartan Frenzy will have a few more chances to charge up in order for you to use, but other than that, this phase of the boss fight has 0 interruptions. Once Thor's health is completely deleted, a cutscene plays. You notice that both Kratos and Thor are bloodied up, but they still keep fighting. Thor is seen to have a massive stab wound on top of his head and more cuts on his face. Thor tries to swing his hammer, but Kratos catches it and tosses it down. He punches Thor, making his mouth leak. Thor returns the favor, making blood splatter on Kratos' face. They both continue this pattern until both of them seem to reach their limits. Kratos then pulls out a blade, trying to go for a stab. He successfully stabs Thor in the belly with one blade. He pulls out his other blade and does the same. Both of the blades ignite and begin to burn him from the inside. Thor screams out in pain as scorch marks begin to appear all over his chest. Thor takes his hands and puts them on the blades to pull them out, his hand burning and dripping with blood as he does this, but he is successful. He pulls the blades out and is able to push Kratos away. Kratos desperately tries to go in for another stab, but once he pulls his arm back, his hand is caught. Vey grabs his blade and takes Kratos for a ride, swinging him around with his own chain. He tosses Kratos in the air, and Vidar meets him there with a halberd and stabs Kratos back onto the ground. He pulls it out and then kicks Kratos in the face. Kratos tries to get up, but Mjolnir pins him to the ground once again, electrocuting him. Odin walks up to the scene. Gunnar follows him, holding Atreus' body. Odin says, "This is taking too long." Atreus then wakes up and sees his father vulnerable once again. He tries to reach out to him, yelling at the top of his lungs, but Gunnar is able to restrain him this time. For a moment, Thor stares at Atreus, almost as if he can feel his stress. Odin then says, "What are you waiting for?" Thor turns his attention to a wounded Kratos. He lifts his hammer. The most violent stream of thunder charges his hammer. Thor's teeth clench as he absorbs even more energy. He lets out a yell, which echoes throughout the entirety of Midgard, right before bringing Mjolnir onto Kratos' head. The impact causes one massive shockwave and the final white flash. Vision is regained, and it follows Atreus' point of view. He looks to see a massive, deep crater where Thor and Kratos used to be. Thor flies out of the crater and towards him and Odin, his hammer and arms completely painted in red. On the other hand, he holds the Leviathan axe. He tells his father, "It's done." Atreus is in complete shock, not being able to say a word. Odin says, "Finally, now we can go." Wait a second. I believe he had a ring on his finger. Go back down and get it. Thor turns back towards the crater, ready to go down. But before he does, Vey looks down at the crater and says, "Oh, come on! Why did you mash his head into pieces? That was supposed to go to my collection."
I used too much power.
I guess this will do. Give it here. Vey takes the bloody axe from Thor and says to Odin, "So? What about the other ones?"
Leave them. They won't be a problem anymore. Just hurry up and get the ring. Atreus begins to suddenly shake, and his eyes begin to glow white. He opens his mouth and speaks the ancient tongue of the giants. The entire area begins to shake violently as Jormungandr's head emerges from the ice. He charges at Thor, who stands his ground ready, but he was not. Jormungandr smacks him into the air, turning him into a distant ball of electricity. Thor will hit him back, which Jorm is stunned from, but Jorm smacks him far into the distance, no longer to be seen. Jorm follows where Thor has landed. Then suddenly, Fenrir also shows up and bites onto Vidar, who struggles to keep his mouth from closing, but he quickly manages to keep his mouth open and completely exposed. They then goes inside the mouth to cut and stab onto it using the Leviathan axe. Vay starts to laugh as he threatens to turn Fenrir into a meal, which causes Atreus to scream out to him. Jorm returns and attacks, but a purple aura immobilizes him in the middle of the air. You look to see Odin's hand full of purple runic energy. He turns to Atreus and says, "The mask wasn't just for me. It was for everyone, mortal and god kind. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but you and your people keep trying to take what's mine, and this is what happens. Oh, fuck!" Jormungandr's body glows a disturbing color of purple until his head explodes, creating massive purple fireworks in the sky. The rest of his serpent body falls down. Atreus yells at the sight in complete hopeless despair and falls down in sorrow. Vidar is seen pinning down a weakened Fenrir with his iron boot. He lets go when he realizes Fenrir is unconscious. They, Vidar, and Gná return to the Allfather, ready for their next order. Odin wipes off his cloak as he says, "I think we've had enough of this cold. Make sure to bring the kid. Gná, I'll send you to where you can take care of that dog. Don't worry about Thor. He's fine." Atreus looks down in complete silence as the ravens surround all of them. They are transported back into Asgard, and they appear in front of the dining hall with the long table. With the exception of Gná, who was sent elsewhere with Fenrir. The table is crowded with Asgardians, along with some familiar faces sitting down, such as Vili, Forseti, and Thrud. Heimdall will stand in his familiar spot. Vay goes up to the anticipating citizens and yells out while holding the Leviathan axe, "Death to the God Killer!" All of them begin to cheer in celebration and excitement. Some Einherjar raise their jugs, which inspires Vay for another drink. Vidar leaves the hall immediately, being uninterested. Vili can be seen staring down at the table. Thrud, who still seems to look sad, sees Atreus' demeanor and feels worse. Forseti looks mildly annoyed by the cheering, but he stays seated with a drink. Odin tells Atreus to meet him in his office when he's ready, and then he leaves. Atreus, not having no reason to do anything else, slowly walks out of the hall. Towards the wall Heimdall leans on, you can see an already drunk Vay talking to him. "It was a classic! Violent! Bloody! Cries! Death! I do not care! Please go away! You're just jealous that you didn't... You're just jealous you didn't get to see it." Heimdall walks away out of annoyance. Vay tells him to wait up because he didn't tell him what happened. "Let me guess." Atreus walks out and goes into Odin's office. He will be waiting down in the basement where Odin will try to have a talk with him. Atreus will begin to yell at him first, saying, "Why am I here? We took the mask, destroyed it. What do you want? What do you want?" "We still have a lot of work to do." "I'm not doing anything with you. Torture me, kill me, I don't care. I'm not helping you." "And why would I do that?" "Because I betrayed you. You can't trust me anymore. You have no use for me. So stop wasting our time." "Well, if that's the case, I should just kill everyone in Asgard. Start Ragnarok myself. Get it over with." "See, that's your problem, son. Don't call me that." "Thinking that we have to be against each other. That's what led to today, which I was trying to avoid. All I want is answers, which I am not giving up on. Now, you have a choice in helping me, of course. But before you give me your answer, I want you to think about those who died today and those who lived. Atreus looks down in shame, no longer able to speak. You can still save them. We can still do great work together, Loki. We can stop this from ever happening again. Even after today, I still trust that you're able to make the wise decision. With that, Odin teleports away with his ravens, leaving Atreus in the cave alone. Atreus mindlessly roams the cave, his mind never actually leaving what just happened in Midgard. But then, he tries to bury all of the thoughts away, all of the guilt. He goes up to Odin's desk, looking for any type of scroll or book which would have information that he could use. He makes a mess of everything while looking, and then he suddenly hears a voice say, "Of course." Atreus turns to see Heimdall. After everything that's happened, after all of the chances he's given you, you still desperately look for ways to deceive him? Atreus pulls out his bow and yells at Heimdall, telling him to stay away. Heimdall still approaches. You really are as dumb as they come. I am going to end this now. He deflects the arrow that Atreus shoots. He grabs his bow and kicks him away from it. He then uses his knee to snap the bow in half. Atreus pulls out his ire blade and goes for a stab, but it gets smacked out of his hand. Heimdall backhands him to the ground, drawing blood. He says, "No one's here to save you this time." He kicks Atreus while he's down and then grabs him by the hair. Both of them are now dangerously close to the blue tear of death. Now, I'm wondering how exactly should I kill you? Should I beat you to a pulp? Or should I gut you like a fish using your own knife? Atreus looks over to the blue tear of death out of fear. Heimdall reads his mind. Oh, is that what that is? I'm gonna put your face in it now. Feel free to beg. Atreus proceeds to beg, repeatedly saying no and please out of fear as Heimdall tries to push his head inside the tear. Atreus does all he can to fight against the push, but he is eventually overpowered. He successfully pushes Atreus' face inside the tear. Atreus is sent inside this dark blue dimension, and his body starts to very slowly disintegrate into blue sparkles. Right when it seems to be all over for him, a blue hand appears and grabs hold of Atreus, yanking him out of that dimension, and he appears in Helheim. Atreus looks around, still startled by everything, confused about why he's in hell. He feels a cold hand touch his shoulder from behind, and just in classic Atreus fashion, he turns screaming. He turns around and sees a familiar face, Ron, who tries her best to calm him down, telling him that it is okay and that he's safe. When Atreus catches his breath and calms down, he goes to hug her and says that he's glad that she's alive. She says that she's glad that she was able to save him in time. He then says, "You did that? How?" "Well, I seen your death happening and I pulled you out. That's the best I can explain it. So, I'm not dead." "Nope. Although I may get in trouble for this. The Watcher of Hell is not supposed to interfere with the dead." "Wait, but Hrollsfigr is the Watcher of Hell." "For now, I've decided to follow my destiny. Hrollsfigr showed me that the future doesn't have to be a bad one." Atreus then looks down, sad and silent. Ron sees this and begins to walk away. Atreus says, "Where are you going?" Ron responds, "Come, I'm going to show you what I've learned." Atreus slowly gets up and follows her. They both walk into the distance until the winds of hell cover their trail. The screen fades to black and the credits roll. And that would put an end to the first game of the God of War Ragnarok rewrite. Now, I noticed the way that I ended the story, there would not leave any room for any post-campaign gameplay, which has become the standard in all of the open world titles, including the original game. Which means if you were to hypothetically complete the story of this rewrite, you will be sent back to the menu and given the option for New Game Plus. Now, I know this may be a bummer for some, but I really don't know what to tell you. Like,
replay the game. We used to do that with the old ones. And speaking of post-game content, I would like to address how I didn't rewrite any side missions in this series. I know that a lot of them will have to be switched out or changed in some way because of how drastically I changed the campaign, but considering how long this took, we would have been here forever. But in the rewrite, the Niflheim Arena and the Muspelheim challenges, I would probably definitely keep those in. I would probably even put the Niflheim Arena in the menu so it'd be easier to access. But
yeah, that would be a much better way because it seems like all he did really was just do like the main story content, which is fine with me. Because I do feel like, yeah, the side stuff, given how his
for all of the positive feedback y'all have given me throughout the year. You guys are really the reason this shit got past part 4. Like, the only thing I really wanted to add was air combo. Part 11, unfortunately, will not be the next video on the channel. I'm finna go do something else. But nonetheless, I really hope y'all enjoyed this series and enjoyed this part. Let me know your honest opinions in the comments, man. And I guess that's it. Like, oh shit, hold up. We got an after credits cutscene. Don't go nowhere. After the credits are done crediting, the black screen dissolves as yellow lightning flashes. The camera shows Kratos on the ground with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes and abruptly wakes up. Rain pours onto his face. Thunder shines and cracks in the distance. He notices that the icy ground of Midgard has been replaced by dark, wet stone. He looks in front of him and sees feet in sandals walk up to him. He hears voices speak in confused tones. He looks up to see people holding large bronze shields painted with red V's along with spears, wearing helmets with red mohawks. Being absolutely overwhelmed and confused by these weird dressing people, he turns around. Over the edge of the cliff he's on, he sees fire raging over damaged buildings in Greek architecture. Above them lays the destroyed statue of the Colossus of Rhodes. Kratos was Jormungandr this whole time.
okay, that was a like, okay, so that was an interesting way to finish the video. I liked his. Stop that. Okay, that was a good video there. I enjoyed that very much. Yep. That was a good video there. Overall, I would give that a solid 9 out of 10 in terms of my enjoyment, given all the stuff he added and what stuff he removed. His rewrite seemed like a very, I wouldn't say it was better than the original, but it made the original version of Ragnarok much better. Given I like his idea of splitting the game into 3, or was right? No. He split the game into like 2 parts. So Fimbulwinter was 1, and I guess the next part would be Ragnarok. And my favorite part of this whole rewrite would probably be his inclusion of the other Norse gods that he showed off and how they were incorporated into his rewrite. Now, this gives me some ideas too. Given I would like to write, I had never written a fanfic of the God of War universe. But I can take his rewrite and kind of take some ideas from it into my own version of events. Because I might take some events that he did, but just change some stuff around or remove some stuff for my own version. But yep, that's that video here. If you like this type of content, you could like, comment, and subscribe. And you have any other long videos I need to look at, you can leave that in the comment section down below. And until next time, have a nice one.